Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 261. Brothers, I don't have any manuscripts saved. I attended the Kidian annual meeting in Guilin, and I returned to the hotel very late to write it now, so it was very late and the volume was not much. Please also understand and forgive me. The Golden Lion King was thrown into hell, and broke into the small building of the legendary leader of Tongtian, where the roar of lions could be heard from a distance. The golden light was extremely dazzling, the sky was filled with the light of destruction, the sky was full of death cracks, and a fierce battle broke out. I don't know how long it took. Ancient and mysterious sounds such as angel hymns, Zen singing, devil prayers, and sacrificial voices came out like a tsunami in the dark hell. At the same time, the bloody aura erupted, and the fierce battle at Tongtian cult master's Xiaoju was chaotic. In the end, the bloody aura subsided, and the Golden Lion King revealed his body. The golden divine light rushed straight to Xiaohan. It was covered in blood and looked sluggish. It burst into a roar, and then turned into a golden light and rushed away from the underworld. Not far away, some monsters in hell were watching. Everyone was not surprised by this result. Although Xiaoju, the disciple of Master Tongtian, was sitting in the town, his descendants would not be too weak as his descendants. After all, Master Tongtian was too powerful. However, the main reason is that the Golden Lion King is far from fully grown. If it grows up, I am afraid it will alarm the leader of Tongtian. After all, this is a heaven-defying Lion King who can stand proudly on the top of the race. Of course, there is another reason. A little guest came to Tongtian Xiaoju recently, a little snow-white beast who is said to be worse than the Golden Lion King. If there is a battle, the fighting power of this little snow-white beast is absolutely extraordinary. The voices of demons came from the dark hell. Why didn't anyone take the opportunity to kill the Golden Lion King? If it grows up smoothly, everyone here will be trampled under his feet. Who dares to kill? I dare say that there is definitely a super strong Zan clan nearby protecting him. It is okay to defeat him, but if you want to kill him, you will definitely be exterminated. Zan clan, that powerful race that has disappeared for endless years and is comparable to gods. That's right. Besides, the Buddha will definitely intervene, and no one will be allowed to kill this heaven-defying Lion King. Zanzu, Buddha, everyone gasped. If you provoke anyone, you can't eat it and walk around. The hell slowly returned to calm, only a little snow-white beast made a dissatisfied babbling sound. Even the monsters who knew the details warned their relatives and friends not to touch this little beast, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. 3 years ago, heaven and earth in Heaven Emperor City mourned together, and the pomp of half an ancestor god had been passed into hell. The Golden Lion King rushed out of hell, bleeding all over his body, and his golden temples were incomplete. The moment he appeared on the Devil's Plain, he rushed into the distance without looking back, without even looking at Xiao Chen. On the Devil's Plain, the power of reincarnation slowly dissipated, the endless breath of death slowly disappeared, and the sky and the earth returned to clarity, revealing the vast land below, full of bones, and a desolate scene. Xiao Chen stood in the void, watching the Golden Lion King go away. Seeing the 3 skeletons again, his heart was filled with endless intimacy. What happened on Long Island was vivid in his mind, and the incidents of the 3 funny and cunning skeletons pretending to be dead and the sinister incident seemed to emerge one by one before his eyes. They once fought side by side, fought out of Long Island, and headed to the Longevity continent. Although they were separated in Tiandi City for 3 years, the friendship they once had will never fade. This feeling is indescribable. 3 skeletons walked in the void, their jaws still clicking like before, and at the same time, the wave of spiritual consciousness came, which was the same as the real voice, and came to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was shocked. The 3 skeletons can now travel between hell and the world of immortality. There is only one reason. They claim to have mastered the meaning of life, and they are not about to turn into gods of death as Xiao Chen guessed. Cogito ergo sum. Hearing them chatting about philosophy, art, and the origin of life, Xiao Chen felt quite speechless. In the eyes of ordinary people, the three ghosts did not have any dark tendencies, they were completely like magic sticks. The power of reincarnation fluctuated, and a dark space passage appeared above the devil's plane. The little snow-white beast Kiki stuck out its head. Yi! It greeted the three skeletons, then waved its small paws at Xiao Chen, beckoning him to go over. Xiao Chen rushed over quickly, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and petted its furry head fondly. Although it was completely condensed by the power of the soul, the touch was as real as it was. You little thing said you'd be back soon, why are you still stuck in hell? Yi, the little snow-white beast murmured dissatisfied. Xiao Chen laughed, the little thing was still the same as before. He took out all the piles of ginseng fruit that the devil gave him, and said, why don't you come back quickly? Kiki's big bright eyes suddenly widened, and she happily threw herself on the pile of purple ginseng fruits, with an intoxicated look on her face. However, in the end it reluctantly climbed up again, murmured in a low voice, and told Xiao Chen through sound transmission with its spiritual sense, to keep it for it first, and use it when it reshape its physical body soon. You little thing, are you really going to stay in hell? KK looked around slyly, then flew to Xiao Chen's ear, and whispered the sound with her spiritual sense. The voice was soft and immature. Hey, let me tell you one thing. I discovered a big secret in hell. There is a world of paradise lost, which is a piece of holy land. Xiao Chen looked at this little thing in surprise, seeing the extremely serious look, couldn't help asking, is there such a world in hell? KK nodded, and whispered, there is a passage in the small building of the leader of Tongtian, which leads to an unknown space. I heard it from the mouth guarding the small building of Tongtian. The big villain of Tongtian may have been waiting for endless years to get the world of paradise lost. I want it too. Xiao Chen was a little stunned. The little thing is really upgraded now. In the past he specialized in searching for the essence of heaven and earth, but now he actually wants to get a world of paradise lost, and wants to snatch it from the master of Tongtian. It's too daring. Xiao Chen scratched its nose and said, hurry up and come back, Master Tongtian is far from something you can make up your mind about. KK pushed Xiao Chen's big hand away in dissatisfaction, wrinkled her nose, and muttered, they invited me to go. The villain said that I can't take the paradise world. Since I want to take it, why give it to him instead of giving it to him? Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't worry anymore. He expected that even if the little thing played with a child's temper, the leader of Tongtian would not be cruel. After all, they wanted the little guy first. The villain is very cunning. I must hide it after I get paradise lost. Kiki's eyes were full of twinkling little stars, and her long eyelashes kept blinking. Oh, that's right. KK suddenly remembered an important matter, like a little confused, and whispered to Xiao Chen, the villain Tongtian once whispered that the third sky monument will appear. It is said that it is either in the devil's plane or in hell. He didn't want others to hear it, but I managed to hear it. Speaking of which, it proudly puffed out its small chest. The third sky monument. Xiao Chen's heart trembled suddenly. I'm going back to hell. I want to get the world of paradise lost, and I won't give the villain babble. Huang Maomao was injured, and he shouldn't show up in the short term. The passage connecting hell to the longevity world disappeared, and KK and the three skeletons all entered hell. The three skeletons actually had important things to do, although they didn't elaborate, but based on their feelings, Xiao Chen knew that the incident was definitely not small. In the distance, a dragon roar shook the sky, and the monk Yijun drove the Jade Dragon King across the sky like a green belt. Xiao Chen, are you all right? Just now the sky was filled with the breath of death. I was afraid you would be in danger and rushed over. I didn't want to enter hell, and finally rushed back the moment the door of reincarnation closed. It's okay. Xiao Chen simply explained what happened just now. In the distant sky, the murderous aura was soaring. Xiao Chen and monk Yijun glanced at each other, and then rushed forward. From afar, I saw a golden photo album impacting across the sky. The 12 most powerful young men from the great merchant kingdom and the Roman Empire were teaming up to kill the Golden Lion King. The blood was flowing, and the Golden Lion King was seriously injured. At this moment, so many masters were besieging him, it was difficult to resist, and he was about to be defeated as soon as he fought. At this moment, there were bursts of energy fluctuations from the distant sky, and 8 or 9 shadows rushed towards them quickly. The young masters of the great merchant kingdom and the Roman Empire immediately changed their colors. The opponents were obviously from the Brahma kingdom. The Golden Lion King has a complex identity and is inextricably linked to Buddhism. The arrival of these people resolved his life-threatening situation. Without any extra words, these people went to war as soon as they came up. The Golden Lion King got out of trouble and flew away without stopping. His injuries were too serious and he couldn't fight anymore. A ray of light came from afar, and Monk Yijun suddenly changed his color and said, "Let's go, let's go." Chapter 262 24 Battle Swords. Is the person coming here scary? Xiao Chen was a little surprised. What is the origin of the person who can change the color of the Yijun monk who is now improving by leaps and bounds? Must be unusual. Monk Yijun nodded, showing a dignified expression, and said, "Legend, he is not from our world, we must avoid it." It was a sword light, fierce and fast, like a meteor flying from the sky, drawing a bright and dazzling light. In the sword light was an extremely sharp, crystal clear and almost transparent little sword, and everything was caused by it. It is very different from the swords seen on the Longevity continent. It is too small, but the length of a palm, the width of a finger, and shorter than a dagger, but the energy contained in it is terrifying. Although it is far away, you can clearly feel the palpitations. Xiao Chen is not a person who is afraid of trouble, but he doesn't want to cause trouble for no reason, so he flew away with Monk Yijun and looked at him in the distance. Brush. With a flash of light, the beautiful and extremely sharp little sword rushed into the battlefield, drawing a perfect arc in the sky, tearing the sky apart instantly. Then, as if traveling through space, it shot out from another direction silently, and shot at the fairy of Sihang Zhangjai at an unimaginable speed. Fairy Zhangjai dodged several times in a row, but was intercepted by Shujian. Puff. Blood splattered, the peerless beauty, the overwhelmed fairy was pierced through her body, and fell to the sky. The Shujian pierced through the peerless and enchanting body, and shot at a strong blonde young man in the Roman Empire holding a golden spear. He raised the spear to block. There was a slight tremor of clang, the golden war spear was cut off, and the palm-length Shujian spun around the broken spear, and pierced into the right chest of the blonde young strong man with a poof, blood gushed out, the chest was translucent from front to back, the blonde youth screamed, and fell into the sky. Such a method immediately calmed down everyone present, and the two swords pierced through two strong men of the younger generation, and their strength was terrifying and unpredictable. You must know that these young people, who are known as the hopeful masters of the two empires in the future, are currently the strongest of their generation. Such a simple way to let people see through two of them, and their methods can be described as strong and almost abnormal, making everyone present feel terrified. Shujian turned again, and shot towards a master of Brahma Kingdom with a swipe sound. The demon-subduing pestle held by that person was extremely thick, weighing 1,000 catties, and as big as half a door panel, but it was pierced by Shujian at once, leaving a terrifying sword hole in the huge weapon. Puff. Blood spattered, Shujian cut open his lower abdomen, and after a scream, the man fell into the sky. All of this happened in an instant, the action was so fast, everyone was stunned and felt chills in their hearts. Then he suddenly realized that this terrifying figure was unparalleled in strength, and I am afraid that none of the people present could be his opponent. Shujian flipped over, disappeared instantly, and then shattered the void from another direction, cutting out. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered, and the three powerhouses of the Brahma Kingdom, the Roman Empire, and the Great Merchant Kingdom were chopped down into the sky. The rest of the people all took off in an instant and fled in all directions. Such an enemy is not something they can deal with, and the most important thing right now is to save their lives. Monk Yijun's expression was very ugly, and he said, "This unparalleled sword seems to really belong to another world." Shujian didn't chase those people, and shot straight at the Devil's Plane, and then slashed out dozens of sword chi vertically and horizontally. A huge and complicated pattern was carved on the ground. At that moment, the light on the pattern suddenly became extremely dazzling, and then the sword light suddenly shot straight at Xiaohan. Yes, the sword light is not from the sword, but from the huge pattern on the ground, as if piercing through the sky and the earth. The huge beam of light is like a mountain, and only in a very far place can you find that it is a sword light. Near the huge pattern, several figures rushed into the distance. They were the young strong men whose bodies had been pierced through. Shujian did not take their lives, but only seriously injured them. He is expelling everyone, and his purpose is only this area. Could it be, he has been searching for so many years, and he has already discovered? Monk Yijun's face turned pale. What's going on? Xiao Chen asked. Monk Yijun looked extremely serious, and said, he is very likely to come from another world. He has been haunting the Devil's Plane since the generation of my master's ancestor. It seems that he is looking for the 24 war sword in his mouth. It is said to be a treasure left here in another world. I think he has found the place, and the 24 war sword is about to be born. Could it be, this world is going to be chaotic, and people from other worlds have appeared again? Sure enough, as Monk Yijun said, 24 sword chi shot up into the sky, each one was as thick and thin as a mountain, and the momentum was extremely terrifying, as if it had pierced through the clouds and rushed into the vast sky. Floating lights flickered, radiant lights shot out, and the sky was filled with colorful clouds, but the murderous aura seemed to materialize, making people tremble in the soul. Monk Yijun's face turned pale, and he said in a trembling voice, "How could this be? These patterns, these sword auras, are very similar to the records in an ancient scripture. That scripture is very old, far before my ancestor's ancestor. Could it be said that the 24 war sword has an even longer history and the power to destroy the world? What ancient scriptures recorded these things?" Xiao Chen asked. "Remember when I was in Long Island, I suspected that Kiki was the only 3 or 4 kinds of strange beasts in the world. These are all recorded in the same ancient scripture." Even in this situation, Xiao Chen was eager to know Kiki's origin, far more interested in the 24 war swords, but the ancient scriptures that Monk Yijun saw were broken, and there was no exact record about Kiki. 24 battle swords came out, sweeping the world. An old voice resounded on the Devil's Plain, shaking like thunder. The 24 sword chi magnified infinitely, like 24 giant mountains squeezed together, and expanded to the far sky in an instant. Xiao Chen and the others were forced to fly backwards. And at this moment, rays of light burst out from Xiao Chen's body, the 7-colored holy tree slowly emerged, and the 7 rays of light soared into the sky, reflecting each other with the 24 sword chi, as if they were fighting for the front. Yijun's face changed suddenly, and he said, "Hurry up and put away that precious tree, let's get out of here quickly. This is a place of right and wrong, and the name of 24 Wars Jiangguang is terrifying. If it is born, it will definitely attract super characters to snatch it." "Yi." The voice of the little snow-white beast suddenly came, and Samsara appeared above the Devil's Plain, and Kiki, who had just left not long ago, poked his head out strangely. "Xiao Chen Chen." The little thing's voice was soft and immature, it seemed very excited, and whispered, "The first seal of the passage leading to the world of Paradise Lost is about to be broken. Let me tell you the reason, it is not included in the number of words charged. I really couldn't update it last night. Our schedule was full and we arrived at the hotel at nearly 12 o'clock in the evening. As a result, we couldn't access the internet, and we couldn't update it even if we wanted to stay up late to write, so we called a friend temporarily to send a notice. I didn't save the manuscript, let alone update it when I said it in advance. I finally returned to Beijing after 10 o'clock this evening, but I was so tired that I really wanted to go to bed right away. But I am afraid that the book friends will be disappointed, so I have written so much, don't feel too little, understand it, and it will be updated normally tomorrow." Chapter 263 Peerless Divine Treasure. The starting point counting system has changed since today. If this chapter was before, it would be displayed as 6,000 words. Now, it's good news for readers. The World of Paradise Lost. Xiao Chen was very surprised. Hearing this name again, he felt a throbbing in his heart, as if a soft wind was blowing in his heart. Well, it's true, the villain Tongtian has come to hell. Kiki nodded seriously, her long eyelashes were constantly trembling, her big eyes were shining brightly, her soft voice seemed a little excited, and said, "I want to get the World of Paradise Lost, I think that is mine." Xiao Chen immediately laughed when he heard these words. The logic of the little snow-white beast is too childish. Because he likes the essence of heaven and earth, the essence of heaven and earth in the herb garden belongs to him. Because he likes the World of Paradise Lost, it also owns the Paradise Lost behind the passage guarded by the leader of Tongtian for endless years. You little confused, don't mess around, come back early. Xiao Chen urged. Well, I'll come back immediately when I get the World of Paradise Lost, and I won't bother Uncle Chuzhong anymore. After saying these words, Kiki got into the reincarnation gate and disappeared. The monk Yijun next to him felt very speechless. Please trouble King Chuzhong, he is really a little beast against the sky. In the distance, 24 sword lights as thick as mountains became stronger and stronger, eclipsing the sun in the sky. They seemed to be about to reopen the sky and the earth, and the brilliant light had shot into the outer starry sky. After hovering in the sky for a short time, the palm-length Shujian swooped down again, and began to cut horizontally and vertically around the 24 huge and bright sword auras, leaving huge nicks on the Devil's Plain, depicting a complex and difficult-to-understand ancient formation. Then the crystal-clear and almost transparent little sword slashed in the sky, tearing apart the space, and disappeared out of thin air. On the Devil's Plain, the murderous aura was soaring, and the aura was surging. The bones on the ground were actually creaking, and all the bones stood up slowly as if they had gained wisdom. The endless army of white bones gathered from all directions towards the place where 24 sword chi soared into the sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Looking down in the sky, the Devil Plain seems to be a ghost country, a vast expanse of whiteness. He actually retreated. Monk Yijun was a little stunned, not knowing what Shujian's master was planning. Xiao Chen is also very strange. Isn't that person in a hurry to take back the 24 war sword? Isn't he afraid that others will compete with him? They retreated far enough away until the 24 sword chi could not move here, and then they waited and watched quietly in the distance. Until late at night, they did not see the master of Shujian come back to take any action, only saw that the sword chi was getting stronger and stronger, gradually showing signs of becoming real. Could it be said that the 24 swords, the most precious treasures in the alien world, will be condensed into entities from the sword energy? This is the question in the minds of Xiao Chen and Monk Yijun. During the process, they each talked about their experiences over the past few years, and they did not hide anything from each other. I haven't seen each other for 4 years, and the fate of life is really hard to predict. They have gained a lot and lost a lot. This is their common emotion. This is a balanced world, where there is always loss when there is gain, and there is always gain when there is loss. When dawn came, the 24 sword chi penetrated the sky, and the morning stars shot down bright rays of light, which condensed with the 24 sword chi, like pillars of heaven. All the skeleton army on the Devil's Plain has gathered here. The bone forest is endless, stretching as far as the eye can see. All the skeletons are standing upright, motionless, all facing the 24 sword chi that reach the sky. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said, "Let's leave here too. I'm afraid the 24 war sword will not appear in a short time, otherwise that person would not be able to leave so confidently and boldly." Monk Yijun nodded. They knew that in the next few days this place might be a place of extremely fierce battles, and maybe many big shots would come here to have a fight. "Fellow Taoist, please stay." An abrupt voice sounded behind Xiao Chen and Monk Yijun. The moment Xiao Chen heard this voice, Xiao Chen felt bad luck, as if, met that bad god again. Monk Yijun was stunned and turned his head to wait and see. I saw a Taoist priest with a decrepit face flying from far away, reciting the Taoist name, "Infinite Heavenly Venerable, fellow Taoists, please stay." It was Shen Exabao who claimed to be the descendant of Shen Gongbao, the peerless god of decline. He had a decrepit look on his face, and a mildew smell could be vaguely seen, lingering around his body. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, put away the colorful sacred tree, pulled Yijun Monk and Jade Dragon King, and flew into the sky. He very much doubted that Shen Exabao might be Shen Gongbao himself. If it's that person, even the realm of longevity can't hold it back. The phrase, "Friends of the Tao, please stay behind," has killed many powerful figures in the ancient times. "Fellow Taoist, please stay." Seeing Xiao Chen and the others wanting to run away, Shuaishan recited the Taoist name again. The voice was so confusing that people couldn't help but stop. But fortunately Xiao Chen and Monk Yijun were not ordinary people, they were extremely determined, and fled away like shooting stars. Monk Yijun was a little confused, so he asked, "Who is that person, and why did we escape?" "He calls himself Shen Exabao." Shen. This time it was Monk Yijun who dragged Xiao Chen away, and said as he ran, "I've heard about this person. One of my masters and uncles once said that this person was born with bad luck." In the next 3 days, the Devil Plain was full of people, and many cultivators rushed here. On the same day, the shocking news broke out that the prince and commander of the Brahma kingdom would set up an extermination formation on the Devil's Plain for 9 days and 10 earths to stop the nearly tens of millions of soldiers from the Roman Empire and the Great Merchant Empire. The defenders of the Brahma kingdom and the Great Zhou kingdom in Shan Pass and the surrounding endless deserts retreated in an all-round way, entered the Devil's Plain, and hid in the peerless killing array. At this time, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that this war seemed to be a conspiracy related to the 24 war swords in the Devil's Plain and to the world of Paradise Lost. Is it true? Otherwise, why was the final battlefield chosen on the Devil's Plain? The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Could it be that tens of thousands of people died just for the 24 battle swords in the world of Paradise Lost? If this is the case, it must not only be the Tongtiao leader who participated in it alone. I am afraid that there are at least a few people of this half-ancestral god level. In the past few days, more cultivators came towards the Devil's Plain, and the upcoming battle could not stop them at all. It seemed that the 24 battle swords had a great attraction for them. For the past few days, Xiao Chen has also been flying around the Devil's Plain, watching around the 24 Zonjian, wanting to see what will happen. Xiao Xiao Chen you are here too, ying, incomparably handsome, windy, suave me. I am here too. The wretched Jin Sinyi rode a little white donkey and appeared above the Devil's Plain, and greeted Xiao Chen from a long distance away. Wretched man, did you get any news about what will happen on the Devil's Plain? Xiao Chen asked. The wretched little white donkey quickly flew over, approached Xiao Chen's ear mysteriously, looked around in an extremely wretched way, and said, according to. It is said that the ancestors of the white tiger will come, and the old ancestors of our killer line will also come, this. There will be a peerless treasure here, a peerless treasure unearthed, very, a lot of old antiques are waiting for endless years. Xiao Chen gasped. The Devil's Plain seemed to be an extraordinary place. The original Kunlun Mountains once collapsed here. The Buddha was crucified here in his previous life, and Lao Tzu was smashed to pieces here in his previous life. Right now, peerless treasures will be unearthed, and endless old antiques will arrive, so will Tongtian, Yuan, Laozi, and Buddha appear together. Will Allah, the holy god of the sun, etc. also appear? You are in a daze first. I will talk first. Take a look. Go see the beautiful women. Jin Sinyi ran away. On the 10th day, the 24-sword chi had condensed and formed, as if a real giant sword stood there, as tall and magnificent as 24 giant mountains towering into the sky. The murderous aura sealed this space, and those who waited for nothing could not approach it at all. Xiao Chen tried a few times and felt a strong danger. The terrifying energy fluctuations in front of him made people shudder, and he didn't want to take the real risk. Ruthless man, do you want to make an idea of the 24 fighting swords? The peerless witch of the heavenly demon palace flew over, wearing a black dress that moved with the wind, making her snow-white jade skin even more crystal clear. She used the void as a warming bed, her jade body stretched across the air, a jade arm that bullied Saishui was pillowed under her head, her hair was fluttering, she held her waist in a black dress, her plump buttocks were raised, her slender snow-white legs were looming, and her curves were vaguely undulating. The demon girl lay horizontally in the void, with a charming smile, her peerless face was enough to turn all living beings upside down, her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were rippling with water, which was indescribably captivating. Especially her pair of jade feet, as white as jade, crystal clear, dishonestly kicking in the sky, coupled with that peerless and enchanting body, it looks very charming. Woman without shoes, do you want to kill me by running here alone? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Xiao Chen circled around her without any concealment, looked at the proud jade body openly, and commented a few words. Could it be that the Tianmo Palace has a secret recipe? How did you raise such a peerless goblin? It's just a disaster. Are you praising me or scolding me? The witch of the Tianmo Palace rolled his eyes at him and said with a coquettish smile, I'm not willing to kill you. I'm not as ruthless as you. If such a good man dies, my heart will hurt, Silver bell-like laughter echoed in the sky, full of ecstasy and charm. How could Xiao Chen believe her words? Hearing this, he just smiled and said, do you have anything to do with me? Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? The peerless witch's big watery eyes gleamed with a sly light, and there was a hint of agility in her charming, which was really indescribably soul-stirring. Of course, we can talk at night by candlelight, sleep on the same couch, and communicate a lot. The demon girl from Tianmo Palace smiled sweetly, her charm was so charming that Bai Hua would be overshadowed. She gave Xiao Chen a white look, and said, I thought you, a heartless person, only knew about killing and didn't understand other things. I didn't expect that you are not a good person either. I am a good person. Good man, come here, I have something to talk to you. The demon girl's soft voice was sweet enough to kill. Tell me, what are you talking to me about? Xiao Chen took a step forward, fell sideways in the void, and looked at the peerless witch of the heavenly demon palace wantonly. Less than half a foot away from her, one could clearly smell the refreshing fragrance, and feel the luster flowing from the suet-like jade-like skin. Your eyes are aggressive, because I am a normal man, and I am an above-board man. I think and do exactly the same, and I will not hide it. The witch smiled coquettishly, finally I know that you are not a piece of wood. Speaking of this, she put away her coquettish attitude, and flew up lightly, gracefully and nimbly like a jade butterfly. Our patriarch Tianmo Palace's first-generation palace master will come here. Although Xiao Chen was a little surprised by this news, since he learned that the White Tiger Sacred Emperor and the Killer Supreme were coming here, he was not so shocked. The great heavenly demon is coming too. Hey, it's really a meeting of wind and clouds. Xiao Chen turned around and stood in the void. Don't say things that don't hurt or itch. Say it clearly, I want to cooperate with you. The peerless witch twisted her soft body and took a few steps forward, and said very charmingly, how is it? Your ancestors are here, and you still need to cooperate with me, what are you kidding? The demon girl shook her head and said, why would Patriarch need my help? I advise you to stop thinking about it. Even if there is a sacred treasure unearthed this time, it will be a feast for those big figures. Even the leader of the heavenly church will be alarmed. Even if your ancestors come, there may not be any drama, let alone you. Hee, if I don't have a chance, how could I take the risk? The demon girl smiled and said, let me tell you the story. I heard it from the Patriarch. She said that the biggest beneficiary this time may have nothing to do with cultivation. Maybe the great fortune will fall on an ordinary person. Oh, Xiao Chen's appetite was whetted, but the peerless demoness smiled slyly, so she stopped talking, and instead mentioned the issue of alliance, saying, if you want, let's ignore the previous suspicions, how about a few of our younger generation unite? Xiao Chen nodded and said, yes. It's settled like this. I will go back and unite with Zhu Dao, Xiao Xuanxuan, and Samo among the top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Roman Empire. Who is Xiao Xuanxuan? Xiao Chen asked a little strangely. The fairy of Sihang Zhangjai is also my deadly enemy, of course we are collaborators this time, hee. Then what's your name? Xiao Chen still doesn't know the name of the witch. Slave Yao Yao, you are really a goblin. But I don't understand why you guys united with me. We fought to the death not long ago. There is nothing to hide. You have a heaven-defying little beast in hell. It is said that Shenzang is not only related to the Devil's Plane, but may also be related to hell. I think that little snow-white beast of yours will come in handy sometime. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I have such resources, what do you have? We have combat power and important information. At that time, I, the most outstanding successor in the history of the Heavenly Demon Palace, will command us, and we will definitely gain a lot. However, I feel very disadvantaged. The demon girl smiled brightly, charmingly, even a bit evilly. Shui Lingling blinked her big eyes and said, you won't suffer at all, because I will give you a big gift bag in the end. Guess what it will be? Could it be you? Xiao Chen smiled. Although I guessed wrong, but it's not far away. How about I give you the peerless fairy from Zhangjai? That's a beautiful woman of Zhang Tiandi's wisdom. She's unparalleled in appearance, and she's no worse than me. Hee. The demon girl giggled, her big eyes glowing with charming light. You are such a witch. Xiao Chen looked at her extremely aggressively, and said, but I like your type. It's easy to handle, when the time comes, the servant will help you train. Yao Yao smiled provocatively. A catastrophic battle broke out. The two sides of the 4 countries confronted each other, and the great formation of killing gods and demons for 9 days in 10 places has been established, blocking the nearly tens of millions of soldiers from the Roman Empire and the Great Shang Empire in front of the formation. After the Roman Empire and the Great Merchant Empire invited experts to ponder for many days, they began to attack the large formation. This is not a war of one city and one pool. Thousands of miles of the Devil's Plain is covered by a peerless killing array. The 4 empires have a total of more than 10 million people and horses engaged in a brutal battle. There are countless resentful souls, and ghosts and wolves howl every day on the Devil's Plain. In just 5 days, millions of people died tragically. The Great Merchant Kingdom and the Roman Empire suffered heavy losses, but on the 6th day, the Brahma Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom also began to suffer heavy casualties. The peerless formation seemed to be resurrected, regardless of each other, all life in the formation would be deprived of soul power, the formation completely lost control, the elite soldiers of the Brahma Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom, who were originally hiding in the safe zone of the formation, began to suffer backlash from the formation. The brutal murderous aura rushed straight to Shaohan, echoing the murderous aura of the 24 war swords hundreds of miles away. Black clouds billowed, demonic aura surged to the sky, and blood rained down. For half a month, ghosts cried and gods howled in the peerless killing array. When the black clouds cleared, 12 million corpses lay quietly on the Devil's Plain, and 90% of the soldiers on both sides died tragically. For 3 consecutive days, the gods cried and the ghosts howled here. It wasn't until the night of the 3rd day that the place suddenly became extremely dead. Tens of thousands of soldiers' souls disappeared overnight, and it was hard to imagine that they were taken away by anyone. On a divine island outside the sky, a beautiful young man with long hair fluttering, looking at the infinite starry sky, said to himself, who is it? Is it true that there is immortality? Well, it doesn't matter, I still have to go to heaven, I have been waiting for endless years. On the 4th day after the end of the war, the 5-color divine light pierced the sky, and the legendary great sage Kongzan rushed to the Devil's Plain. In the first battle of the ancient times, he swept the heavens, and when the 5-color divine light came out, he swept away everything, and it was rare to meet opponents. A moment later, the 7-colored light shone, and the 7 treasure tree swayed brilliantly, flying to this place. At the same time, 4 huge divine swords descended from the sky, each of which was as high as 1,000 feet, extremely sharp and brilliant, and inserted straight into the devil's plane, like 4 mountains of swords, tall and sharp. Their shape is too similar to the entity formed by the sword light of the 24 battle swords. At this moment, countless cultivators have appeared on the devil's plane. After the tragic 4 Kingdoms War ended, many cultivators rushed into the devil's plane and gathered towards the 24 swords. It is said that the White Tiger Sacred Emperor has arrived. The first-generation Palace Master of Tianmo Palace is also here. What's the matter? It is said that the Buddha will come, and there are many peerless powers unknown to the world. 24 huge sword glows have materialized, surrounded by an endless forest of bones, and farther away are countless cultivators. Xiao Chen was watching from a distance, and he seemed to feel the breath of the Tianbei vaguely. At this time, the petals are blossoming, falling from the sky, the fairy music is singing, and the rain of flowers is floating in the sky. The original has arrived. Someone exclaimed. In another sky, the Buddha's light shines everywhere, lotus flowers bloom, and the sky is full of scriptures, as if carved in the void, the divine glow illuminates the devil's plane. Oh my God, the legendary Buddha really didn't die, but he appeared. Chapter 264. The Taishang is here too. On the devil's plane, millions of military souls are buried here, and the peerless divine treasure is about to be unearthed, shocking the world. Immortal music is playing together. Flowers and rain are flying, the sky is full of auspicious colors, colorful clouds are falling down, the rays of light shine in 10 directions, and Yuan Shi Tianzun descends riding a crane. He wears a purple gold crown and a yin and yang Taoist robe. His long snow-white hair hangs on the back of his chest and moves with the wind. His face is like a silver basin, without any signs of aging. He looks like a handsome man in his 30s. His nose is straight and square, and his eyes are as deep as the ocean. The sky is full of clouds, endless colorful lights are falling down, and the rays of light are one after another, and the crystal-clear petals are constantly floating down to the sound of fairy music, making this sky full of refreshing floral fragrance. The crane screamed and flew away. Yuan Tianzun stood in the void, surrounded by a magnificent palace, surrounded by clouds and mist, and many immortals appeared around him. He sat cross-legged on the cloud, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. Although he didn't say a word, his aura was enough to scare everyone. This is half an ancestor god. In another sky, Zen singing resounded all over the world, endless sutras emerged, and huge golden Sanskrit scripts shone like stars. Lotus blossoms kept blooming in the sky. The white petals were spotless, and this place seemed to be a land of bliss. A Buddha with a 6-foot golden body and a golden face is cast like red gold. His face is full of sorrow and compassion, and he sits on the 12-pin lotus platform with his eyes closed. A sacred and peaceful atmosphere permeates the entire sky. The fragrance of jujube and pears on the bare feet of the immortals is even more unusual when stepping on the clouds. 12 lotus platforms perform magic weapons, and white light appears beside the Bade pool. The words of Xiaodongtiandi are not Liao, but the words of Hongbo in the Fujing are not crazy. Cultivate the relic name fetal breath. Leisurely bliss is the West. This is the legendary Buddha. He was crucified on the plane of devils in his previous life, and later cultivated into the body of the Supreme Buddha. After the battle against Dragon Island, there was no news of him, and he disappeared without a trace. Many people thought that he had died on Dragon Island, but they didn't expect him to appear again. Buddha, a merciful saint, a supreme god with all-powerful mana. And now he has also been attracted. One can imagine how important the gods are, so that the Buddha who has no desires can return to the world. The huge 12-grade lotus platform is as tall as a hill, blooming with thousands of auspicious colors, surrounded by chanting, and a world of bliss emerges. Seemingly real and illusory, the primordial and the Buddha appeared, and a brand new world seemed to appear around them, making it difficult to distinguish the authenticity from the false. At this moment, there are already countless big shots here. The first-generation lord of the Tianmo Palace, the White Tiger Sacred Emperor, the Killer Supreme, and the great sage Kongzan have all arrived, making the Devil Plane seem mysterious and unpredictable. The White Tiger Sacred Emperor glanced coldly at the Buddha. They fought against each other in the First World War in ancient times, so they could be said to be old enemies. There is news that this sacred treasure has made many old antiques look forward to endless years, so come and grab it when the seal is loosened and the sun reappears. Legend has it that the Lord Tongtian has already controlled an ancient space tunnel leading to the place of God's treasure, and separated a ray of incarnation to enter that ancient road all the year round, guarding the place of God's treasure. It is conceivable how important Shenzang is to be guarded by half the supreme power at the level of ancestor gods. Standing on the cloud, the master of Tongtian religion glanced at Yuan and Buddha, and snorted coldly. The 4 killing swords of Zushan, killing Xian, Juexian, and trapping Immortal were thousands of feet long. They were inserted into the ground, trembling and murderous. The sword chi condensed by the 24 swords is immeasurably majestic. Careful cultivators have already discovered that the 4 swords of Tongtian cult master are too similar to the light-transformed sword body of the 24 swords, as if they have the same origin. This made many people think, could it be that, the most powerful treasure in the world, the 4 swords that reach the sky, can't they come from the 24 war swords? If this is the case, it will be too shocking. 4 will already spread the reputation all over the world. If 24 are released at the same time, wouldn't it be invincible and unstoppable? If the guess is true, this is definitely a terrifying treasure that surpasses all magic weapons. Thinking about those rumors, the Master Tongtian sent an avatar to guard the mysterious passage from time to time. Maybe, all of this is true, he wants to gather all the 24 swords. Yuan Kong, Xiao Chen was staring, but he didn't go forward. Above the sky are big figures, but Zhangjian is surrounded by an endless forest of bones, and there are many cultivators outside. He feels that it is difficult to gain anything by going to the muddy water. Hee. At this moment, a barefooted demon danced over, as beautiful and light as an elf. The black dress moved with the wind, the soft waist swayed slightly, the crystal toes shone with a seductive luster, and the beautiful face was full of smiles. Why are the ruthless men in a daze? Our allies are here. Behind Yao Yao is Xuanxuan, the fairy of Sihang Zhangjai, and Wei Dao, the contemporary heir of Shaoli Fidao, and behind him is Samo, the strong man of the Roman Empire. In the end is a tall blonde beauty, beautiful and dignified, peerless, slender and graceful, blonde hair is gorgeous like a sun plate, snow-white skin is extremely soft, a pair of sea blue eyes are full of aura, and the long eyelashes flicker with the light of wisdom in the eyes. Except for the last woman, Xiao Chen already knew the names of the others. Xuanxuan, a fairy from Sihang Zhangjai, once fought against Xiao Chen, and was hit by his back elbow hard on the chest and vomited blood. At this moment, although she did not reveal her true face, her water-like eyes gradually became sharper, revealing 2 bright rays of light, staring at Xiao Chen. The fairy sword from behind jumped out automatically with a clang. Murderous aura enveloped Xiao Chen, who had been desecrated. At this moment her killing intent was undisguised. Xiao Chen didn't care, strode forward in the void, came to Zhang Tiandi's Lingwei fairy, and said without hesitation, "Sister, don't stare at me like this, okay? I really don't like women like you." Summer wanted to laugh, but held back again. Yao Yao, on the other hand, laughed unabashedly. She likes to see Zhangjai's fairies deflated, and the 2 sides have been rivals since ancient times. Brush. With a flash of light, the fairy sword came out of its sheath and pointed directly at Xiao Chen's throat. Xuanxuan, it can be said that Chushui is a divine jade and a bone, at a young age, not as old as Xiao Chen, but she is called the eldest sister. Being teased by this person who once blasphemed her like this, it caused a ripple in her intelligent heart, and a trace of anger rose. Okay, Xiao Xuanxuan should be calm, wise and psychic, and don't get angry. The demon girl flew over lightly and stood between the 2 of them. Brush. With a flash of light, the fairy sword returned to its sheath, and Xuanxuan regained her composure. She didn't want to get angry because of fluctuations in her heart on such an occasion. Xiao Chen admired this concentration. "Fairy, I made a mistake. I apologize. In fact, I also like you very much." Seeing the eyes of the other party, Xiao Chen laughed and said, "I don't need to explain. Actually, I really have no malice. I am a good person." Ha. Samo laughed and flew over, saying, "Usually villains say they are good people. Today we will fight side by side, leaving everything behind. Let me introduce, this is Neris, one of the top 10 masters of the younger generation of the Roman Empire. I'll introduce a friend to you too." After Xiao Chen nodded to Neris, he clapped his palms towards the distant sky, and a dragon whistle came, and the Jade Dragon King flew to him with Yi Jun Monk. On the spot, the smell of gunpowder was a little strong. However, Yao Yao Zhao laughed, diluting this hostility, and said, "We are all on the battlefield for cultivation, and we don't have a sense of national belonging at all. Don't make troubles like national enemies and family hatred. So far, the 7 masters Xiao Chen, Yi Jun, Yao Yao, Xuanxuan, Zhu Dao, Summer, and Naris decided to join forces to win the treasure. However, Xiao Chen and Yi Jun were very skeptical. What could be gained under the eyes of so many big men? That is really a veritable tiger's mouth for food, and if you are not careful, you will end up with both body and spirit. Although they have great potential, they are still far behind those legendary ancient figures. At this moment, the sword of the 24 wars trembled, the devil's plane trembled violently, the earth cracked huge cracks, the sky shook, and endless rays of light shot straight at Xiaohan. The surrounding bone army all stood up and roared to the sky. There was no soul, no flesh and blood, but these bones made a real and terrifying howl. The howling of evil spirits is the real sound of death. The scene of tens of millions of white bones baring their teeth and claws, roaring up to the sky can be described as extremely shocking, shaking the world. The cultivator next to him was extremely shocked, no one could approach, and everyone was watching from a distance. Boom! The earth collapsed, and at this moment, the 24 war swords suddenly rose from the ground. The 24 dazzling sharp swords were so dazzling that they shattered the world, as if they were about to destroy the world. This is an absolute deterrent. The threat of death penetrates directly into their souls, making them face death in that brief moment, and they are too scared to retreat. Treasures are precious, but life is more important. Of course, more people chose to stay, because many people got the news that this time, those who are destined for Shenzang, whether they are mortals or powerful figures with unfathomable strength, have equal opportunities. Boom! The earth collapsed and was still sinking. The sword of 24 wars was suspended in the sky and was slowly shrinking. The light was condensing and condensing, becoming more and more dazzling. Finally, they turned into 24 meteors, emitting bursts of brilliant clouds, floating in the sky. At this moment, the big men moved, and Kong Zan's 5-color divine light battled the world, drawing 5 rays of light in the sky, and swept towards the 24 Zanjian. At the same time, Master Tongtian waved his sleeves, and the cuffs magnified infinitely, as if to cover the sky and the earth, and gathered towards the 24 sword pills. Gusts of wind blew up, and many cultivators of average strength came to snatch the rare treasures after barely being able to fly. Before they got close, they were blown away by the wind blown by the leader of Tongtian, and many people were directly blown hundreds of miles away. Terrible might! The sleeves of the Master Tongtian were fluttering, and the entire sky was directly shattered. He could be called a ruthless man who looked down on the world, ignoring those ordinary cultivators who wanted to compete for the sacred treasure. The heaven and the earth are shaking violently because of him. Not far away, misty clouds, bursts of celestial music, and the sky stretched into pieces. Yuan Shi Tianzun sitting on the cloud opened his eyes, and 2 purple brilliance bloomed. The yin-yang diagram is infinitely large, and the 2 yin-yang eyes alone are as big as a valley, covering the sky and covering the earth, majestic and unpredictable, containing this extremely terrifying power to destroy the world, which makes the souls of many cultivators tremble. In the other direction, Buddha's radiance shines everywhere in the paradise of paradise, celestial birds are flying, strange beasts are dancing, there are many ancient temples, and the temples are very solemn and sacred, and the Zen singing is endless. The golden body of Buddha Zhonglu, cast like gold, shoots out thousands of rays of light. In the distance, all the cultivators were extremely surprised. With such a movement of the 3 giants, others could not get close at all, but anyone who came a little closer would be wiped out, or they would be blown hundreds of miles away by the strong wind. There is no one who does not cherish life. Shenzang is important, but life is even more precious. Except for the White Tiger Sacred Emperor, the first-generation owner of Tianmo Palace, Killer Supreme, Kong Zan and others, no one dares to go beyond the Thunder Pool. Everyone has already seen that the 3 giants value the 24 battle sword very much, and they all want to keep it for themselves. In the distance, a slap-sized Shujian came from shattering the void, accompanied by an old voice. The 24 war swords do not belong to this world, why do you intervene? Boom! Without any extra words, Master Tongtian ruthlessly swung the other sleeve of his robe, and instantly knocked the flying sword away. On the other side, Yuan Shi Tianzun was even more ruthless. He stretched out his finger, shattered the space, and shattered the flying sword. Relatively speaking, the Buddha was very calm, he didn't make a move, he just tried his best to receive the 24 battle swords. It's just that to everyone's surprise, the 24 battle swords are as immovable as the sky, and they are as strong as the 3 masters, and it is difficult to take them away. Now, anyone can see that this is definitely a rare treasure. A masterpiece that will make the 3 giants fall in love with it. Tongtian, you have already snatched the 4 swords of my world, are you still greedy? It was the same old voice just now. Everyone was astonished. After receiving the respective blows from the Master Tongtian and Yuan Shi Tianzun, this person was not wiped out, and he was still alive. His strength was unfathomable. What's more, he seemed to be from another world. For the vast majority of practitioners, this is unimaginable. Could it be that there are other worlds outside the longevity realm? HMPH, it's impossible for you to obtain the 24 battle swords, even the ancestor gods of your world cannot refine them. The old voice came to mind again, and at the same time he uttered a spell. Suddenly, the 24 Wars sword vibrated violently as if it had sensed something, and then shattered. Even with the 5-color divine light of Kongzan, the heaven-covering robe sleeves of the Master Tongtian, the giant yin-yang figure of Yuan Shi Tianzun, and the Buddhist 12th grade lotus platform, it still cannot hold the broken 24 swords. The endless brilliance turned into a fog of light and rushed out. At the same time, the leader of Tongtian and Yuan Shi Tianzun changed their colors at the same time. They knew they had been fooled. This was not the real 24 battle sword, it was the essence of the sword heart, which could not be captured at all. Endless radiance rushed into the army of bones, all the skeletons came alive, and then shot up into the sky, killing the Lord Tongtian, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Buddha in a vast expanse of white. The roar of the evil spirit shook the world. At the same time, the cultivators in the distance were also in chaos, because many colored lights rushed over and rippling towards the crowd. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a wave of sword spirit rushing into his body, but the people around him seemed to be ignorant. Not far away, Yao Yao also showed a look of surprise, but soon restrained her joy, obviously she also got something. HMPH. High above the sky, the leader of the Tongtian religion waved his sleeves, and the endless white bones turned into dust and fell down. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter if the essence of Jianxin escapes, as long as you get the 24 swords, everything will be under control." The endless rays of light dissipated. Xiao Chen knew that among them, Wei Dao and Yao Yao definitely had something to gain, and that subtle expression change could not escape his eyes. It really doesn't matter about cultivation, it's only about fate. The endless rays of light disappeared completely, and on the surface where the 24 battle sword shattered, bursts of dark mist rose up, and monstrous demonic energy rose into the sky. Samsara, the door of reincarnation has opened. Kongzan was the first to rush in. Tong Tian sneered, followed by the 4 killing swords shrunk and spun around him. At the same time he unfolded the jade immortal formation and fixed it on top of his head. Everyone was astonished. Master Tongtian was planning to get serious. Except for challenging the ancestor god Yuchao, he rarely used the Zushan killing formation. This is known as the top 3 killing formations under the ancestor gods. Yuan Shi Tianzun had a purple gold crown on his head and was wearing a yin and yang Taoist robe. One flashed out, and he rushed in after him. Then the Buddha also rushed into reincarnation with the 12 lotus platform. Swipe, the light kept flickering, and many great figures rushed into hell. The Holy Emperor White Tiger is really here, he rushed in. Someone exclaimed. Heavenly Demon, the great heavenly demon also rushed in. Oh my god, that's Wu Sheng Sun Wu, he's here too. Unparalleled soul power, the sage among soldiers, Sun Wu rushed into hell, making the hearts of everyone on the scene even colder. This is an existence on the same level as Yuan and Tongtian. If there are 1 or 2 more, I am afraid that hell will not be able to keep it. Brush. The divine flame boiled, and a round of golden sun pierced the sky in the distance, causing everyone to close their eyes immediately, and tears flowed out of their eyes. It was because the light was so strong that even those with celestial eyes had to bow their heads. Oh my god, that is the supreme sun god. He is also here, he is one of the giants of the Western clan. The crowd was clamoring again. Tongtian, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Sun Wu, Buddha, the giants of the Western race, and the powerful from other worlds all rushed here. What treasures are there in hell? It's definitely not as simple as the 24 battle swords. Pianpianren, a butterfly flew over leisurely, and briskly sank into hell. That's, Zhuangzihu's spiritual realm is infinitely close to the ancestor god. At the same time, an old man with white hair and a childlike face leaning on crutches floated from far away. It seemed that the clouds were light and the wind was light, without any power, and he entered hell erratically. My god, am I blind? It looks very much like the Taishang Laozi enshrined in the Taoist temple. It's really me, I'm here too. What the hell is in hell? Lao Tzu, who is known as the top 3 in power under the ancestor god, also came. This supreme god who advocates inaction rarely manifests in the world. The last time Chao Shi Tiangong appeared, and the relics of the ancestor gods were born, but he failed to lure him away. Now that he appeared today, it is obvious that there are unimaginable treasures in hell. At this moment, a soft and tender voice came from hell through the gate of reincarnation. The second seal gate has also been opened. Villain Tongtian, come and help me. Everyone is overwhelmed. Who is this? Dare to call Tongtian a villain, it's too speechless. Chapter 265 Entering the Mysterious World. The door of reincarnation was opened, and at this time Lao Su also came. This person who is known as the strongest among the top 3 under the ancestor gods practiced the way of inaction. One after another, there were people rushing into the hell. They were all big figures who survived from ancient times. How dare ordinary cultivators compete with them? They all watched quietly from a distance. Just now, Master Tongtian made a ruthless attack, slashing with his long sleeves, and wiped out many cultivators. Such a cruel method made everyone frightened. The powerful Banzu god looked at everyone like ants, and he would not feel guilty at all for killing a few people. But seeing that all the big shots went in, if the remaining cultivators said they were not tempted, it would be a lie. I don't know who moved and rushed into hell, and then a large number of cultivators rushed in regardless of life and death. There was a lot of voices. There was a lot of noise in hell, and many cultivators forced their way in today. Xiao Chen, Yao Yao, Xuanxuan, Yijun, Samo, Naris, and Zhu Dao also entered the hell. How can the sacred treasure that makes Laozi, Buddha, Yuan, and Tongtian all fall in love with it? How can it not be attractive? No one can resist that temptation. In the dark hell, there are ghosts, and many cultivators are flying. In front of them is an endless gobi, which is extremely desolate. The bones are scattered on the ground, adding to the ghostly aura. All the people flew all the way, and all entered the desolate gobi. Brilliance burst out in front of them, and a huge passage appeared in the sky. The leader of Tongtiao, Buddha, Yuan, Laozi, Sun Wu, Allah, and Sun God rushed in one after another. Kong Zan, the white tiger sacred emperor, and the great heavenly demon followed closely behind. Ya, the fourth seal is about to be broken, and the world of paradise lost is about to be born. Kiki's immature voice came out clearly, which surprised everyone. The world of paradise lost. Could it be that there is a world behind this space passage? Boom, a huge coercion erupted, the light flashed in the space channel, and the hell shook. The fifth seal is broken. Roar, there was a dragon roar from inside, and a huge dragon king rushed out, with a length of more than 1,000 feet. Except for the tail part of the dragon, it was very different from the ancestor dragon, and other parts were the same as the ancestor dragon. The dragon's might is mighty, but the moment it rushed out, it was torn apart. This turned out to be a dragon king's soul. Trapped in the fifth seal, it was wiped out the moment it was born, and the endless years have already exhausted all its strength. The dragon kings are all sealed inside, which makes it even more difficult to guess what the world of paradise lost is like. The sixth seal has been broken. Kiki's childish voice came. At this moment, a simple and unsophisticated battle sword without any energy fluctuations flew out of the space channel. Many complicated patterns were carved on it, full of the vicissitudes of time. As soon as the sword came out, Yuan, Tongtian, and Sun God all rushed out, fighting for the sword. Those ordinary cultivators who had entered the space channel with greed in their hearts were robbed in an instant, and before they could utter a scream, they were wiped out in an instant. In front of the semi-ancestral god, those strong men are as insignificant as a mayfly and as weak as an ant, and it is impossible to compete. The scene was shocking, no flesh and blood remained, no bones left, completely disappeared from this world. Brush. With a flash of light, the second Tongtian appeared. This is the main body, with the immortal execution formation above his head, and 4 fierce swords suspended around him, shaking the primordial and the sun god, the 4 swords combined with the formation, blocking the 2 masters. The 2 Tongtian reached out at the same time, their lights flickering, and they fixed the Zhangjian mirror in the air that was about to soar into the sky. Zhangjian struggled continuously, and the 2 Tongtian seemed to be unable to stay still. Finally, Zushan sword, trapping immortal sword, absolute immortal sword, and killing immortal sword all flew over, bursting out 4 divine lights into Zhangjian, and it gradually calmed down. Primordial and Sun God sighed helplessly, and flew into the space channel. In the dark, the strong man from another world said angrily, "Those are the 4 swords of our world. It is really shameless for you to use them to collect battle swords. Even if you get them, it is difficult to refine them." The leader of Tongtian sect sneered, and with a wave of his sleeve, the space not far away was shattered, and a figure flew away. I have already thought of a way to refine even the 4 swords, so what if there is one more? What you say cannot be refined is not absolute. The 7th seal has been broken. Kiki screamed inside. 5 war swords flew out one after another, breaking through the void, trying to rush out of hell and flee towards the sky. Lao Su, Buddha, Yuan, Sun Wu, and Taiyang Zishan shot at the same time, each chasing a sword. In the distance, many spectators already knew about it. It seems that the 24 battle swords have a great origin. Otherwise, how could the Banzu god care so much? Moreover, the 4 swords of Zushan, killing Immortal, Juexian, and trapping Immortal of Master Tongtian seem to have the same origin as the 24 war swords. In this way, the more you think about it, the more shocking you are. Unsurprisingly, each of the 5 people showed their magical powers, and each got a battle sword. The strong man from another world seemed very anxious in the dark, and said angrily, "The 24 battle sword does not belong to this world, so how can you snatch it? So what if you got it? It's hard to get together, it's just a sharp and fierce sword, and it's hard to exert its power at all." No one paid attention to him at all, and everyone rushed into the space channel again. The 8th seal has been broken, alas, the 9th seal has also been broken. The little snow-white beast exclaimed from inside. The light was shining brightly, and Tongtian, Yuan, Laozi, Buddha, Allah, Sun Zishan, etc. all flew out of the space channel. It seemed that there was a majestic and unpredictable force swallowing everything in the outside world, and they had to retreat temporarily. On the Devil's Plain, the endless army of bones rushed into hell as if they were attracted. There was great turmoil in hell, and all the dead bones seemed to be resurrected, and they all knelt down on the ground, as if they were worshipping. The shocking picture is like that of all the dead bones in the whole hell. You must know that the area of hell is infinite. There are countless complete skeletons and broken skeletons. But at this moment, their movements are so consistent. After a palpitating fluctuation, the space channel returned to calm, and the light became extremely soft. The avatar of the leader of Tongtian was integrated with the main body, with a formation above his head and 4 killing swords spinning around him. He was the first to rush in protecting a small snow-white beast, and then Yuan, Buddha and others rushed into the space passage not to be outdone. Kong Zan, Baihu Shengwang and others followed closely behind. The rest of the cultivators remained unmoved. The battles between these big men had caused many tragic deaths. They had to think about their own safety. After a long time, some bold people finally couldn't sit still, entered the space channel bravely, and slowly moved in. If there is the first one, there will naturally be the second one. People are getting more and more courageous. Under the leadership of the first few people, many people are ready to move. Ah, Paradise Lost World, how could this be? There was an exclamation from the people inside. Then many people screamed, let's go in too. Yao Yao spoke at this time. I don't want to die. Xiao Chen directly refused. Seeing the methods of Tong Tian, Lao Su and others, he felt that going this way would most likely wipe out the aftermath of their battle. Hee, don't worry, I don't want to die. Yao Yao Jiao said with a smile. Do you know why it is called Paradise Lost World? I got a piece of news from the first-generation palace master of Tianmo Palace. Everyone below the ancestor god will lose their smiles when they enter it, because everyone's mana will disappear, just like ordinary people. Shouts from within seemed to confirm her words. All my cultivation has been wiped out. What happened? How did I become immortal? Without any hesitation, Yao Yao, Yi Jun, Xiao Chen, Xuanxuan, Wei Dao and others quickly rushed into the space passage. Obviously, they were not the only ones who knew the news, and more figures rushed in. The moment he rushed into the world of Paradise Lost, Xiao Chen felt as if he had really become immortal. His cultivation had completely disappeared, only the tyrannical body remained unchanged, as if it was cast from steel. The mana disappeared, and now all he can rely on is his tyrannical treasure body. The Banzu god went in confidently, and I am afraid there will be stronger reliance. Inside is a magical pure land, outside the passage is a dark hell, but in the world of Paradise Lost, there is light, flowers are fragrant and birds are singing, full of vitality. More and more cultivators rushed in, running towards the misty place in the distance. Xiao Chen and the others didn't know how far they had traveled in this beautiful world, and suddenly felt a great danger approaching. The 3 battle swords had no energy fluctuations, no light flickering, and they shot straight at Xiao Chen's confidant. It is impossible to hide, the speed of Zhangjian is too fast, all the supernatural powers controlled by Xiao Chen have disappeared, and the 8-phase extreme speed cannot be deployed. Puff, The blood splashed, and the 3 war swords pierced through Xiao Chen's chest and abdomen, spraying out 3 waves of blood, nailing him and flying away. Xiao Chen, Monk Yijun paled in shock, and chased after him with Jade Dragon King. But the 3 battle swords can be said to be extremely fast, and they can't catch up at all. Xiao Chen felt the pain in his heart, the 3 swords pierced through it, and his soul seemed to be chopped into pieces. He felt that he was getting weaker and weaker, and he might die at any time. And the speed of Zhangjian is still accelerating, it seems like a meteor is flying. Below, the vast land quickly retreated, and the beautiful river and the magnificent flower grassland kept flashing below. In the end, a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble entered into the heart of Xiao Chen, who was in a dying state. A huge stone monument stands in front of it, soaring into the clouds. Although there is no energy fluctuation, its potential seems to shake the sky and the earth, which is a kind of shock from the soul. This is Paradise Lost, there is a monument in the sky. In a blur, he heard such a voice, and in a vague way, he saw a divine garden. To rectify the book review area, anyone who wants to be the administrator of the book review area in the longevity world, please sign up. The most basic requirement is to have enough time to surf the internet every day. Let me think about the details. Those who are interested can register first in the book review area. 3 to 5 are required. Chapter 266, The Last Martial Artist's Mark. Xiao Chen's consciousness was blurred and he was already in a dying state. His body was pierced by 3 war swords. Even the supernatural powers couldn't be safe. Even though the war swords didn't burst out with such a destructive aura, such a simple physical attack was not something Xiao Chen could bear. If it was Fanpin, how could Yuan, Tongtian, Laozi and others try to snatch it? The 16 deified acupoints in the body slowly overflowed with life essence, allowing Xiao Chen's nearly collapsed body to be illuminated by a burst of life brilliance. Like the cracked earth, life sources suddenly flowed out. This is the most effective supplement. A little bit of precious light emerged. Xiao Chen's skin was crystal clear and lustrous, the flowing blood was slowly coagulating, and the wound was slowly healing. And the 3 legendary battle swords seemed to be fused with Xiao Chen, as if growing on his body. Xiao Chen, who was in a dying state, slowly began to wake up. In front of him, a huge sky monument pierced into the sky, soaring into the sky. Behind the sky monument was a blurry garden of gods. The clouds and mists were so misty that he couldn't see the whole picture clearly. At this moment, Laozi, Buddha, Tongtian, Yuan and others were already standing in front of the huge monument, staring carefully at the divine garden. Inside, a little white light was moving rapidly, and it turned out to be a small snow-white beast, which seemed to be unaffected and could fly freely inside. The breeze blew away some of the mist, gradually revealing some of its true face. The god garden seemed to be an independent space, which seemed a bit out of place with the surrounding world. The surrounding space is distorted, and it seems to be embedded in it. It is difficult to judge what kind of space the god garden is. Seeing the 3 battle swords flying towards Xiao Chen, Sun Jishan, Ala, Kong Zan, Baihu Shengwang and others were a little surprised, but they were helpless. In this space, even the semi-ancestral gods lost their previous great supernatural powers, and it was difficult to fly in the air. He watched helplessly as the 3 battle swords were nailed to Xiao Chen and slammed into the Tianbei. A monstrous black mist erupted from the monument as high as a giant mountain, instantly engulfing Xiao Chen and the 3 swords. Yi, as if sensing something, Kiki, the little snow-white beast, sensed a familiar aura in the divine garden, and rushed out quickly. It was able to fly into the sky, no matter whether it was in the divine garden or in the lost world, there were no obstacles, and this space had no influence on it. At this moment, it already has a physical body, which was temporarily refined by Master Tongtian for it. Brush. With a flash of light, KK rushed to the monument not far away, screaming anxiously, and kept attacking the monument, but there was nothing she could do about it. The endless black clouds were rolling, and there was a majestic power in it, which was as strong as the master of Tongtian, Lao Su, Yuan and others frowned. One can imagine how terrifying the power is. However, those black clouds did not take the initiative to launch an attack, but passively prevented the little beast from approaching, and the black clouds engulfed Xiao Chen completely. Go to Paradise Lost, you can't save him now. Tongtiao leader sent a voice transmission to Kiki. Don't go, don't go, don't go. The wave of consciousness came, and the little beast shook his head vigorously, his big eyes were full of anxious light. Not far away, the white tiger sacred emperor's eyes flashed, and then he said coldly, this little beast can't be kept. While speaking, he looked at Yuan next to him. Yuan didn't express anything, but Tongtian snorted coldly, and said, "If anyone dares to kill it before the matter progresses, don't blame Tongtian for being ruthless. The 9 seals have been broken, this beast must be killed." Yuan spoke, although he spoke calmly and without any killing intent, but since such a character has spoken, it is enough to show the seriousness of the problem. In normal times, when Yuan raises his hand, he can wipe out endless cultivators, and he will not only target a certain small person, but now he advocates killing the little snow-white beast, which is very inconsistent with his respected status. "Take this sword to split the steel." Yuan sent a voice transmission to Kiki, and lifted up the quaint war sword he got. "Yeah." The little beast looked at him suspiciously, then turned into a white light and flew down into the sky. Silently, the war sword slanted upwards, stabbing Kiki straight, and at the same time, the space seemed to be imprisoned, blocking the little beast's retreat. Beside them, the white tiger sacred emperor and the great heavenly demon showed surprise in their eyes. Their supernatural powers had completely disappeared, and now only the powerful physical treasures remained with powerful lethality. "I didn't expect that the original still had some supernatural powers, and the half-ancestor god was really scary." "Hey!" The little snow-white beast yelled angrily, swung its claws vigorously, and the 7-colored divine light made a move with all its strength, sweeping towards the stabbing sword. Brush! The war sword seemed to be invulnerable. Although there was no burst of energy fluctuations, it split the colorful divine light with a simple physical attack, and stabbed at KK without any resistance. However, the brilliance that had been split in two was divided into 2 parts and swept towards the original. The colorful light collided firmly with Yuan's big sleeve, making a loud bang, and completely dissipating in the sky. And the little snow-white beast in the air rushed up at a high speed, narrowly dodging the battle sword, but a trace of blood spilled from the corner of its mouth hit by a faint and invisible sword energy. Flying into the sky, it will be hard to escape, because this space is blocked by the primitive, like a prison in the sky. Although it is also good at imprisoning supernatural powers, it can't break away at this moment. It is conceivable how powerful Yuan is. In this mysterious world, almost everyone except Kiki has lost their supernatural powers and can only rely on his strong body, but he can still display some power, and his strength is unpredictable. If it wasn't for his inability to display his supernatural power, perhaps one blow would be enough to wipe out the little snow-white beast several times. This is the strength of a half-group of gods. Even if it is a hairless phoenix at the moment, it is not comparable to others. "Primitive scoundrel, you are a great villain." The little snow-white beast was already very anxious, but at this moment it was extremely angry, angrily sent a voice transmission with mental fluctuations, and said, "Why did you lie to me and kill me? You should not be alive, you should be punished." The original words were extremely cold, and the sword in his hand was raised again, pointing at the small snow-white beast in the air. "This is the number of days, you should be punished, you can't live." The white tiger sacred emperor slowly walked into the primitive space prison, facing KK who was trapped in this small space with a serious expression. Brush! Another faint ray of light came out from the battle sword, and it hit KK. Although Yuan couldn't show his full power, he was a half-ancestor god after all, and with only a part of his power, it was not something the little snow-white beast could contend with. Although KK tried hard to sweep out the colorful rays of light, she was still shattered and rolled out of the mouth, spitting blood. The little snow-white beast was frightened and furious. Although it was young, it was eccentric. Of course it knew that this was an excuse, and the people in front of it wanted to get rid of it. Anxious that Xiao Chen was engulfed by the black cloud of the Tianbei, and furious at the situation in front of him, it tried its best to escape, but it couldn't break through the original sealed space at all. Kiki glanced at Lao Su, Buddha, Allah, and Sun God, and found that everyone was indifferent, as if acquiescing to all of this. The original third weak sword energy came out, and Kiki was swept again, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It looked a little dazed, it really didn't know why these people wanted to kill it, it never thought that people's hearts would be so cruel. As if sensing that it was difficult to escape, it asked the leader of Tongtian, with a soft and tender voice, extremely childish. "Tongtian, are you going to kill me too? Why is that?" ... The 3 battle swords nailed Xiao Chen straight and slammed into the Tianbei. Boom! He hit the Tianbei solidly, his muscles and bones were almost shattered, and the severe pain made Xiao Chen scream. He didn't know why this happened, and why the 3 war swords pierced through him and slammed him straight into the Tianbei. "This is bad." At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. The aptitude is not very good, it's just a bone that you see once in 20 years, not even the kind of outstanding person that you see once in 1,000 or 10,000 years. How can such aptitude be passed on? The voice seemed to come through the ancient time and space, ethereal and long-lasting, with an indescribable aura of vicissitudes. Who are you? Xiao Chen was in shock, with 3 battle swords stuck in his body, without magical powers. The heart-piercing pain was indescribable. I am me, a me that is about to disappear. Inherit what? It has nothing to do with you. Your aptitude is too poor. I will not pass on any power to you, even if you are selected by the 3 swords. Choose me. Xiao Chen was extremely astonished. He was pierced by the 3 swords and almost collapsed his body, but now hearing that old voice, it seems that it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It has nothing to do with me, it's just that Zhongjian chose you, and I won't give you my power. The old man's voice was extremely indifferent, obviously not interested in Xiao Chen at all. Xiao Chen felt very boring, and the other party seemed to despise him. The 3 war swords trembled for a while, and took Xiao Chen to fly again, passing through the endless black mist, and circling the Tianbei. HMPH, learn as much as you can, this is your luck. But don't expect my power. The old voice uttered again. The 3rd monument, the real 3rd monument, this was what Xiao Chen dreamed of. He clearly saw the inscriptions on the huge monument, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Ancient monument sky map. A complicated and mysterious diagram of meridians appeared in his mind. Excited to hyper, that was the follow-up exercise, and Xiao Chen memorized it firmly after just 1 pass. In an instant, the mysterious art began to operate by itself, and the ancient steel Tian-to heart method perfectly continued to the 3rd part. At this moment, subtle changes took place in Xiao Chen's body and mind, as if he was about to be reborn from the ashes. He felt that his body and mind would undergo a sublimation. Suddenly, this mysterious wonderland was forcibly terminated. Regardless of his feelings, the 3 war swords nailed him and flew towards the back of the monument. The ancient and vicissitudes of the Nyx appeared in front of his eyes, without any rules at all, just like chaotic grass. Could it be a supernatural power similar to the 4 great Sanshou? Xiao Chen shouted out in surprise, and then began to watch with concentration. The old voice sounded again. HMPH, the sorrow of Wu, people in the world now only know supernatural powers, but don't understand the true meaning of martial arts, and now there is no pure martial artist. What are you saying? I'm mourning for Wu. I am a warrior. Xiao Chen was very unconvinced. HMPH, if you are a martial artist, try to kill 2 half-ancestral gods for me by relying on Wu alone. You, they, the old voice was somewhat disdainful, and said, what's wrong with them? Their supernatural powers have been blocked, and now they can only show part of them. If you are a pure warrior, you can definitely fight them alone. So, you go and kill 2 half-ancestral gods. If you succeed, I will pass on some of your true meaning of martial arts. Who are you? Xiao Chen was surprised. I am the last pure warrior imprint. I have no supernatural powers, no spells, and I don't borrow the power of heaven and earth. I only practice martial arts. The last mark of a warrior. Could it be, people like me are not considered warriors? What are you? What's the difference between you and those people outside? They are all supernaturalists. They don't understand the true meaning of martial arts at all, and they don't understand how the strongest combat power in the world is produced at all. I am a warrior, and I want to practice martial arts. Xiao Chen has always regarded himself as a warrior, and it feels very uncomfortable to be so despised by others. Then go kill a half-ancestor god and show me. ... In the distance, a childish scream of pain came. The original sword pierced through Kiki, and then picked up the convulsive little snow-white beast, let the blood flow, bypassed the monument, and walked towards the real lost paradise. Tongtian, Laozi, Buddha, Sun God, Allah, Kong Zan, White Tiger Holy Emperor, Great Heavenly Demon, etc. followed closely behind. Brush. With a flash of light, it was as strong as a half-ancestor god. After entering the lost paradise, the last faint light on his body disappeared, and the magical powers were truly gone. The White Tiger Sacred Emperor reminded, beware of that little beast, its soul is immortal, don't let it escape. Yuan snorted coldly, and said indifferently, the war sword has nailed its soul, and if it wants to escape, it will be as high as the sky. It is destined to be suppressed forever. Paradise Lost is like a magnificent garden, as perfect as a fairy tale world, jasper trees swaying with a little green light, and colorful flowers with crystal clear petals, all carved like divine jade. There are no animals, only plants, like a piece of pure land. The beautiful river is extremely clear, flowing slowly, passing through the jade forest like a jade belt. At this point, Qianyuan, Lao Tzu, and Buddha dare not be careless, because their true supernatural powers have completely disappeared, and only the flesh can be relied on. Yeah, the little snow-white beast nailed to the battle sword was bleeding continuously, its sanity had long been unconscious, and it muttered in a daze, "Xiao Chen, where are you? There is nothing, the Tianbei didn't hurt you." Suddenly, murderous intent rises in Paradise Lost. Xiao Chen strode into the lost paradise, with 3 war swords nailed to his body, with infinite killing intent in his eyes, fixedly staring at Yuan, Laozi, Buddha and others, then angrily looked at Master Tongtian, and finally looked at the little beast that was falling into a coma and talking nonsense with pity. Clang! Xiao Chen pulled out a war sword from his body, and there was a metallic trembling sound. His body seemed to be a real scabbard, and no blood flowed out at all. He pointed at Yuan, and said indifferently, "I am at odds with you. Today I will kill the Banzu god." Yuan ignored Xiao Chen, never looked at him with his deep eyes, and stared at the 3 swords on his body for a moment. Kill. Xiao Chen only had this word, jumped up, and slashed out with a sword. Dang dang. The metal vibrato shook the world, and the sleeve of Yuan's left hand slashed at will, hitting the battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand continuously. Clang. The war sword was unsheathed, and Xiao Chen pulled out the second war sword from his body. An old voice echoed in Xiao Chen's ears. "If you kill all the half-ancestor gods in Paradise Lost, I will do my best to convey your true meaning as a warrior." Tongtian, Laozi, Buddha, Allah, Sun God and others all heard this voice, and they were shocked. Chapter 267 Killing the Half-Ancestor God. Tongtian, Laozi, Buddha, Allah, Sun God and others all heard this voice, and they were shocked. He actually urged Xiao Chen to kill the half-ancestor god. With such words, self-confidence and arrogance coexist. What kind of person is it? Entering the lost paradise, they completely lost their supernatural powers, and they were no longer able to perceive the mysterious things between heaven and earth, unable to perceive and predict. Since the ancestor gods disappeared one by one, there is almost no one in this world who can threaten them, but this person is so invincible. Could it be possible to kill the half-ancestor god? Could it be that he was not affected by Paradise Lost and retained his supernatural powers? This conjecture gave the masters who entered the lost paradise a bad premonition, and immediately looked at the little snow-white beast that Yuan challenged on the battle sword. Bits of blood dripped down. KK was so angry that her body was about to collapse. Only this little beast can freely enter and leave Paradise Lost without any influence. Could it be that the person in the dark is related to the little beast? "Who are you?" The white tiger was the first to question. "I am the me that is about to dissipate." An old voice came. "Don't play tricks. Who are you?" "Hey, I am a mark of a warrior, that's all." "The mark of the avenue." Everyone in Paradise Lost gasped, and everyone looked at the monument. They knew that the so-called imprint must be the notch on it. Dang dang. Holding the battle sword in both hands, Xiao Chen has already started a battle with Yuan, constantly colliding with his iron sleeves. The supernatural power dissipated. Yuan lost the power to wipe out Xiao Chen with a raised hand. If it was normal, he might be able to kill Xiao Chen with just his eyes, but now it is different. Laozi, Buddha, Tongtian and others were all frowning. They thought of a serious question: how could Xiao Chen come in? In this world, apart from the little snow-white beast, only those who are close to the realm of the semi-ancestral god can enter, and it is difficult for others to take a step forward. The mysterious world outside deprives practitioners of their supernatural powers, and the impact of Paradise Lost is far greater than that of the outside world. It will not take long for ordinary people to break in physically, and their bodies will collapse. It has been a while, and not only did Xiao Chen not have any accidents, but he started a fierce battle with Yuan Zhen. Could it be that the martial artist's mark saved him? Really want to use his hand to kill Banzu God? But this is unlikely, not even the imprint on the monument. Paradise Lost was suppressed by the Tianbei and the 24 war swords. Now that the suppressing power is gradually failing, how could there be extra power to protect Xiao Chen from entering it? Kicking backwards in the air, Xiao Chen was extremely vigorous, like a dragon, turned upside down at 180 degrees, jumped up, head down, kicked Yuan's head backwards, and at the same time chopped with the sword between his hands, crossing and cutting at Yuan's legs. Now, Yuan finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Xiao Chen's physical body was not affected at all in Paradise Lost, and it did not collapse as imagined. Being able to flexibly stretch the body, this, as only a half-ancestral god can do it. Yuan's deep eyes shot out two brilliance, and he quickly retreated like a fleeting shadow, dodging Xiao Chen's fierce attack. After all, he is a semi-ancestral god. Even if his supernatural powers and mana no longer exist, his martial arts alone are extremely powerful and terrifying. Brush. Yuan left an afterimage, which appeared in front of Xiao Chen, at an extremely fast speed, with iron sleeves like clouds, sweeping across Xiao Chen's throat. Even though Xiao Chen retreated quickly, he was still swept by a strong wind, blood splashed around his neck, his throat was almost cut, and he backed away in shock. The half-ancestor god is really against the sky. Without mana and supernatural powers, he is still extremely powerful. Yuan snorted coldly, pressed towards Xiao Chen, and said indifferently, I also know some martial arts, so I will use it to kill you. While speaking, Yuan raised the long sword in his hand, pointed at Xiao Chen's throat obliquely, on which a small snow-white beast was nailed, and blood continued to flow down. This made Xiao Chen's eyes tear open, wishing he could chop Yuan immediately. He wanted to raise his sword to block, but the little snow-white beast was worn on it, making it difficult for him to make a decision. He could only dodge passively and retreat, but the original speed was extremely fast, leaving 5 sword wounds on Xiao Chen's body within a few ups and downs. Even though the sword didn't have any energy fluctuations, and didn't reveal any terrifying power, it still made Xiao Chen feel very painful, with blood gurgling from his body. At this time, many cultivators came from the Lost Paradise, and some people wanted to step in, but they only walked 100 meters away, and their bodies suddenly collapsed, scaring the others so that they never dared to go beyond the Thunder Pond. More and more outsiders gathered in Paradise Lost. People watched the fierce battle inside in amazement. They never thought that Xiao Chen would dare to fight the original to the death. It felt extremely absurd. That was a half-ancestral god. It is unimaginable that a junior who has not yet reached the realm of a half-god would dare to fight against such a person. Dare to provoke the half-ancestor god, doesn't he, Xiao Chen, not want to go back to the longevity continent? Once you leave here, the world is so big that there will be no place for others. Yeah, the little snow-white beast worn on the battle sword let out a groan, and with the original movement of swinging the sword, blood was continuously thrown out, making the fighting Xiao Chen extremely anxious and extremely painful, but there was nothing he could do. Yeah, there was another groan, and suddenly the body of the little snow-white beast burst apart, and a weak soul quickly escaped, sinking into Xiao Chen's body. The colorful brilliance flashed, and a treasure tree slowly emerged. Although the treasure tree was still in Xiao Chen's body, it could be clearly reflected. KK's soul merged with the colorful holy tree. So that's how it is. Not far away, the White Tiger Sacred Emperor suddenly realized, and the other powerhouses who were close to the realm of the semi-ancestral gods finally knew why Xiao Chen was able to enter the Paradise Lost. It's all because of the colorful sacred tree, which has the same power as Kiki, and to be precise, it has a great connection with the Lost Paradise. Original. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, and now he has no scruples anymore. He soars into the air. Although he cannot fly, he can still slide in the sky for a short time, stepping towards the original head. The killing intent is unparalleled. Brush. Regressing from the original, the war sword slanted upwards, piercing the soles of Xiao Chen's feet. When Xiao Chen's 2 swords moved together, and immediately shook the original war sword away. The second step was stepped on the original chest, and the space seemed to be a little distorted. One can imagine how powerful the power is. Yuan flew back, and the long sword came straight up. Dang dang, Xiao Chen slashed fiercely with the battle swords in his left and right hands, and parried the blow. Because he wasn't flying, every time Xiao Chen stepped out, Xiao Chen was falling, and when he stepped out with the 3rd foot, he looked very vicious, stepping on the primitive lower abdomen. Up to now, some old antiques have seen the way, and the original himself knows the combat skills Xiao Chen is using at this moment. Is that the Dragon Clan's 7 steps against the dragon? It's an ancient dragon battle technique. Xiao Chen never thought of using the ancient battle skills of the Dragon Clan. Although he learned the secret method from the young stubborn dragon, he was not very good at learning it, but he had to use it today, and it turned out to be very powerful. When the 4 steps are taken, the space is almost distorted. One can imagine how powerful the power is. This is completely caused by ancient combat skills. It is a pure martial skill, without the slightest magic power. The 4th step stepped on the battle sword in Yuan's hand, which made him retreat more than 10 steps in a row. At the same time, the sword light flickered, and Xiao Chen's 2 swords shot out again and again, chopping horizontally and vertically. Brush. With a flash of light, the original long beard was cut off. Xiao Chen could only take 4 of the 7 Nalong steps, and the 4 steps were completed in an instant, just a process of jumping up and down, and it was all a matter of electric flint. Outside Paradise Lost, Yao Yao's mouth has opened into an shape. Yijun, Wei Dao, Xuanxuan, Summer and others are also dumbfounded. Everyone else was stunned. This is primitive. Half of the long beard was cut off by a kid of the younger generation, and no one would believe it when it was reported to the longevity continent. 2 cold lights shot out from the original eyes, and more cultivators gathered outside Paradise Lost, and they all saw that his long beard was cut off by Xiao Chen. Even if the half-ancestor god had a lofty state of mind, he also felt a little ashamed. "I'll kill you today." With only 4 short words, Yuan charged forward with his sword in hand, his murderous aura soaring. This is a special battle, without supernatural powers, without mana, as strong as a half-ancestor god. He can only fight with real swords in Paradise Lost, which makes many cultivators outside Paradise Lost feel extremely weird. Puff. The blood splattered. Xiao Chen was stabbed in the left rib by Yuan, but the battle sword in his right hand also hit Yuan's left arm in an instant, and blood spurted out. There was an uproar outside Paradise Lost. Could it be that, today, if the half-ancestor god is killed? Many people are excited. If this is the case, it will undoubtedly cause a sensation in the entire longevity world. Some people wanted to rush in by themselves and take advantage of this rare opportunity to challenge a half-ancestor god, but the lessons learned from the past stopped everyone, except those who were close to the realm of the half-ancestor god could enter the lost paradise, and others could only die if they entered. "I'm going to help fellow Taoist Yuan kill that junior, don't let him interfere with our good business." After the White Tiger Sage Emperor said, he strode towards Xiao Chen and forced him. Everyone outside Paradise Lost was completely speechless. The White Tiger Sacred Emperor, who is close to the realm of the Banzu god, wants to besiege a junior with Yuan. From this, everyone can see that the Banzu god is indeed in a bad situation, otherwise how could it be so? "Yi." Kiki's soft voice came out, colorful lights flashed, and the holy tree slowly floated above Xiao Chen's head. At this moment, the colorful sacred tree swayed thousands of rays of light, sweeping towards Yuan with a sound. Boom! Even though the original flesh body was as hard as fine iron, only the 24 war sword could cut through it, but it was still a big somersault. "No, let's go up together, and use the battle sword to destroy the soul of that little beast." The White Tiger Sage Emperor exclaimed. Even the original color has changed. After the little beast with weak soul is fused with the holy tree, it can display supernatural powers. The threat to them in this lost paradise is too great. This is not just now, in the mysterious world outside, Banzu God can still use some supernatural powers, but after entering Paradise Lost, he really can't use them at all. Brush. The colorful rays of light flashed, and the colorful sacred tree swept out a ray of light, instantly freezing the original. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chen slashed out with a single sword strike. Puff. Blood splattered, and the original arm was cut off by Xiao Chen with the battle sword. If his body was not strong enough, he might have been decapitated just now when he struggled violently and avoided the vital throat. Outside Paradise Lost, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Primitive, that's primitive. Today, an arm was removed by someone, it was like a fairy tale, so dreamy and unreal. Yi. The voice of the little beast came from the holy tree, and the light flashed again, and a colorful glow swept towards Yuan. After the second level of confinement was cast, Yuan was completely frozen, making it difficult to move. Xiao Chen didn't show the slightest expression. Without hesitation, the 2 swords moved together, one pierced Yuan's heart in an instant, and the other wiped from his throat. Blood splattered and blood gurgled. When the 2 battle swords were pulled out, a blood hole appeared in the original heart, and the heart was shattered. The throat was cut even more, and it could be clearly seen that the throat was broken and blood was gushing. There was a complete eruption outside Paradise Lost, and a half-ancestor god was beheaded. At this moment, Xiao Chen was ruthless. He swung his sword and picked Yuan up. Then he raised the sword and cut him in the sky. The blood flew, the red liquid stained the sword, Yuan was cut in 2. Puff. Xiao Chen swung his sword again, causing the upper half of the body that had not yet landed on the ground to lose its head, and he chopped off the original head. There was almost a rage outside Paradise Lost. Everyone screamed, and many people shouted, "That is a half-ancestral god, just killed like this. It's like a dream." At this moment, a shocking thunderbolt sounded from the Changsheng continent, and the thunder spread to every corner of the continent. Even many hermits screamed. Could it be, a certain important person died? The ancestor gods have long since disappeared, it must be, half of the group of gods perished. Shaking the world, I am afraid that some supreme person has died. In Paradise Lost, the colorful sacred tree shone with light, swishing, and the colored light kept sweeping out, catching the white tiger sacred emperor who was about to escape. Without the slightest mood swing, Xiao Chen was extremely indifferent. He strode forward, raised the sword in his hand, and the battle sword chopped off the head of the white tiger sacred emperor, and the blood sprayed 7 or 8 meters away. Unwilling and terrified, the white tiger sacred emperor's head fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped. In Paradise Lost, even the half-ancestor god couldn't keep his composure, and the sun god was the first to act, and quickly rushed out of Paradise Lost. However, the colorful sacred tree suspended above Xiao Chen's head did not give him a chance at all. The colorful rays of light flickered, and beams of brilliance shot out, and the holy sun god was fixed. Xiao Chen didn't think about it at all, and rushed over in a few steps, raised the sword in his hand, and a blonde head flew out obliquely in an instant, and a wave of blood rose into the sky. The sun god was also beheaded, and another half-group of gods disappeared. Outside the arena, everyone felt like they were going crazy. They couldn't imagine such a scene in their dreams. 3 big figures and 2.5 ancestor gods were killed so easily. On the Longevity continent, the heavenly thunder that shook the world once again sounded, causing all the cultivators in the entire continent to be stunned. Another half-ancestor god disappeared. Those who did not go to the Devil's Plane and entered Hell had no idea what happened, and felt as if the end was coming. In Paradise Lost, the colorful holy tree was shining brilliantly, and streaks of auspicious colors were shot out one after another. The little snow-white beasts fixed all the big figures who wanted to rush out of Paradise Lost, and no one could move an inch. At this moment, Xiao Chen seemed to have turned into a killing god. Without any fear at all, he strode forward with his blood-stained sword in his hands. Puff! Blood splattered, and the leader of Tongtian was beheaded. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Everyone outside Lost Paradise went crazy. This is too unrealistic. How dare Xiao Chen? How come? An absolute madman, doesn't he know the consequences of doing so? In the future, the world will be so big that there will be no room for him. How could the disciple of the Banzu god let him go? Out of Paradise Lost, the whole world will be against him. Up to now, Xiao Chen has nothing to fear at all. Killing one half-ancestral god has the same consequences as killing 3, 4, 5, half-group gods. He completely let go. In this case, he decided to kill them all. Without hesitation, he strode towards Lao Tzu and Buddha, and he wanted to make the world no longer have half-ancestor gods. Chapter 268 Paradise Lost, Cemetery of the Half-Ancestor God. The old voice came to Paradise Lost, with a touch of emotion amidst the vicissitudes of life. Paradise Lost, a nightmare for those with supernatural powers. Martial artist Mark sighed, and his next words shocked everyone. In his eyes, there is no such thing as a pure warrior in this world. Although many people have certain combat skills, they all eventually embarked on the path of supernatural powers. Now the Banzu who has fallen into Paradise Lost has combat skills, but he is also suppressed by his own supernatural powers. Now, apart from their tyrannical bodies and quick movements, they are considered mortals. The mysterious Lost Paradise may soon become the cemetery of the half-ancestor gods. Today, destined to be forever recorded in the history of the longevity world, the 3 half-ancestors of Yuan, Tongtian, and Taiyang Shengxian were beheaded, which is simply unimaginable. Since the ancestor gods disappeared one by one, Yuan, Tongtian and other semi-ancestral gods have faintly become the real masters of this world. Who can threaten them? Who can harm their lives? Absolutely not. However, everything that happened today has subverted the cognition of all living beings and shattered the myth of supreme immortality. On the longevity continent, there were bursts of thunder and strange phenomena. The lightning was blood-colored. The heavy rain fell on the ground, splashing blood from the beginning. Terrible abnormal phenomena appeared in every corner of the longevity continent. It was a terrifying scene that had never been seen before. What happened? The sky and the earth shook, and the half-ancestor fell. It's the third one. 3 half-ancestors have already died. The disappearance of a great man shakes the world. Many of the old antiques in the longevity continent were completely shocked. They knew what it meant. This is the end of an era. The world may be in chaos. The half-ancestor who stood at the top will disappear. Paradise Lost, a mysterious space that makes all cultivators below the ancestor gods lose their smiles. Today it truly showed its mystery and horror in front of the world. Ordinary cultivators will lose their body and spirit after entering, and the supernatural powers of the semi-ancestral level will completely disappear after entering. Although there is no danger of life, all mana can no longer be used. Don't talk about walking in the sky, even a drop of energy cannot be released, not even an iota of sword energy can be displayed. This is no longer just imprisoning supernatural powers, but comprehensively restricting the operation of power, and knocking Banzu down to immortal. Seeing Xiao Chen walking towards Lao Tzu and Buddha step by step with a blood-dripping sword in hand, everyone outside Lost Paradise was going crazy. Everything today is really unacceptable. No, grandfather. Angry shouts came from outside the arena, and some people roared and rushed towards Paradise Lost as if they had just woken up from a dream. Many disciples of Yuan, Tongtian and others have entered this mysterious space. At this moment, seeing the ancestor being killed, their liver and gallbladder are tearing apart, and they can't wait to scratch Xiao Chen immediately. However, these people had just rushed into the Lost Paradise, and within a short distance, their physical bodies collapsed with a poof, turning into little blood mist, leaving a puddle of blood mud on the spot. Dozens of disciples of the original and Tongtian disciples died in vain, and all of them turned into bloody mud. Hundreds of disciples of Buddha, Lao Tzu and others died in total. Except for those cultivators who are close to the realm of the half-ancestor, no one can surpass the Thunder Pond by half a step. This is a paradise lost that makes God cry. The younger disciples of the big shots were gloomy, but more people were extremely excited. The feat of killing the half-ancestor happened today, and Xiao Chen would be recorded in the immortal cultivation history no matter what. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen who was holding the blood-dripping sword, and their emotions were extremely complicated. It took a lot of courage to dare to swing the blood sword at Banzu. KK, has anyone here ever shown no intention of killing you? Yi. From the seven-colored holy tree suspended above Xiao Chen's head, the mental fluctuations of the little snow-white beast came out. No, not at all, even the benevolent Buddha has the intention to kill. Xiao Chen slowly raised his sword and struck down. Puff. The blood splattered, and a wave of blood rushed to the sky more than 10 meters high, making everyone's eyes red with blood. The Buddha with a golden body of 6 feet was split into two halves by Xiao Chen Li, and the golden Buddha body could hardly block the peerless sharpness of the 24 swords. Buddha was beheaded. Ah! Earth-shattering roars came from outside Paradise Lost, several bodhisattvas looked miserable, and 500 arhats roared in unison. However, they didn't act recklessly anymore, and they didn't take half a step into Paradise Lost. Only by living can they kill Xiao Chen, the executioner who killed Buddha. Outside Paradise Lost, everyone was shocked. Buddha was really beheaded. Xiao Chen kills Buddha. Countless cultivators are boiling. Of course Xiao Chen knew what he had done, and even more understood the consequences of doing so. Yuan, Buddha, Tongtian, Sun God, which one is not the supreme of one big religion, and the half-ancestor was killed, how could their descendants allow him to live in the world? Walking out of Paradise Lost, the whole world will be against him. Holding the bleeding sword, Xiao Chen turned around slowly, facing everyone outside the Lost Paradise, and said, "What is the original? What is the Babel? What is the Sun God? What is the Buddha?" The boiling crowd gradually quieted down. Even Yuan, the disciples of Buddha and others looked at him indifferently and stopped roaring. Xiao Chen faced everyone quietly, without joy or sorrow, and said, "They are just people with supernatural powers." Even the legendary Buddha who is merciful is greedy, broke into Paradise Lost, and even became murderous. He wants to get rid of a naive little beast. Is this the most holy in your eyes? For me, they are all people who should be killed. They are supreme gods. Xiao Chen, you butcher, you junior, if you take one step out of Paradise Lost, you will be wiped out. If you kill the half-ancestor, you will be sealed off for hundreds of millions of years, so that you will never be reborn forever. The disciples of Sun Jishan, Yuan and others roared angrily. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "What kind of gods are they? Have they ever led the human race from ignorance to prosperity like the Suiran clan, Yuchao clan, Fuxi clan, and Shenong clan, and made great contributions to the development of mankind? No, they are just powerful deceitful people who proclaimed themselves as the ancestors, spreading the so-called teachings to the world, and making people believe in them. Have you ever seen Yuchao clan and Suiran clan doing this? The perfect people who really changed the history of the human race never forced people to believe in them. Never self-praise, compared with those who create their own religion to make people believe in. The realm of the two is very different. In my eyes, the Sun God, the original, the Buddha, and Tongtian are nothing more than magic sticks. Nonsense, you are a wicked person, so you don't need to spit out wild words. I am a Buddha who is merciful, and persuades the world to be kind, and gathers the merits of all ages. Madman, the Sun God is the only true God in the universe, how can you allow you to be so blasphemous? Where there is light, there is the grace of the Sun God. Holding the bleeding sword, Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, today I will be a peerless villain and kill all the ancestors in the world, so that there will be no more gods in the world. I don't want to talk about breaking the shackles of several major religions in the hearts of the world, because I am not that great, I am just an ordinary person. Killing them is just to survive now. No matter whether I want to be an enemy of the whole world in the future, but at this moment I want to say that the ancestors of this place should be killed. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen raised the battle sword in his hand, the incomparably sharp blade gleamed with brilliance, but it was particularly frightening under the crimson blood. Going around Lao Su, raised the sword in his hand, and with a poof, the head of the first-generation owner of the Tianmo Palace, the great Tianmo, was beheaded, and blood gushed out and gurgled, staining Paradise Lost red. Like the White Tiger's sacred emperor, although the great heavenly demon was not a half-ancestor, he was already infinitely close, and thus was beheaded. Outside Paradise Lost, Yao Yao screamed, her beautiful eyes turned red, and she stared at Xiao Chen. Puff! With blood spattering, Xiao Chen swung his war sword again, and chopped off the head of the patriarch of Sihang Zhanjai. His head was full of black hair, his beautiful face was not stained with any worldly aura, and the head of the peerless beauty was in a different place. This is really an extremely beautiful woman, the white clothes are covered with blood, and the headless body is like a jade carving. Ah! Outside Paradise Lost, Xuanxuan, the most outstanding successor of Sihang Zhanjai in the contemporary era, screamed and wailed. Another great person fell, and she was a strange woman who was once popular in the mainland. She was the goddess in the hearts of many old antiques. The consequences of beheading her were as terrible as killing Yuan Yuan, Tongtian, and Buddha. Who was the next? These are the heartfelt words of everyone outside Lost Paradise. At this moment, almost everyone's hearts are beating wildly. Everything in front of them makes them almost crazy, so dreamy and unrealistic. Xiao Chen's clothes were already stained red with the blood of the half-ancestor, and the sword was bleeding continuously. He strode forward and came to the Taoist holding the wonderful tree of 7 treasures. Puff! The blood shot up into the sky, Xiao Chen cut off his head with a sword, and the headless Taoist corpse fell in a pool of blood, dyeing the exotic flowers and plants on the ground red. The 7 treasure tree fell to the ground. This is the legendary Zhenti Taoist, who is on an equal footing with Yuan Yuan, Tongtian, Buddha and others. He is the right half-ancestor, so, killed. No, Xiao Chen, you deserve to die 1,000,000 times. Cursing and cursing outside Paradise, Xiao Chen continued to walk forward indifferently without any emotional fluctuations. Puff! With the sword in hand, in the first battle of the ancient times, Satan, who was known as the Invincible in the West, was beheaded. Black blood was sprayed out more than 10 meters away, and the black wings collapsed in an instant. After being stained with the blood, they flew all over the sky. No, Lord of Darkness. Even if the demon disciples shouted outside the field, it would be difficult to change this fate. Satan was beheaded. Amidst the exclamation, Xiao Chen swung his sword again, and a certain god of the West, who was called the only Lord by believers, was split in half, and blood sprayed out. His disciples were all fanatics. Hundreds of them rushed into Paradise Lost even though they knew they must die, and turned into bloody mud in an instant, crumbling in the garden. And more disciples stared at Xiao Chen with the light of incomparable hatred. Fanatic believers are more terrifying than Yuan Yuan, Buddha and other disciples. If they catch Xiao Chen, then tragic death is a luxury fantasy. Amid endless curses, Xiao Chen walked forward unswervingly, swiping his sword continuously. The 3 holy spirits of the western tribe were cut in half in an instant, and the dead bodies fell in a pool of blood. Banzu, these are real Banzu! Everyone exclaimed. After today, there will really be no half-ancestors in the longevity continent. This is the feeling of everyone outside Paradise Lost. The smell of blood was so strong that no less than 10 people were chopped off by Banzu alone. On the longevity continent, the sky thundered one after another, and the pouring rain of blood slammed down, dyeing the entire Changsheng land red. The world, who was shocked by the world, knelt down and worshipped at home. The entire continent fell into panic, but anyone with some knowledge had already guessed that a supreme figure was dying. However, this is too terrifying. The sky thunders one after another, and no one dares to say how many important figures have fallen. Just thinking about it feels terrible and makes people tremble. The frightening abnormality makes all cultivators feel terrified. The supreme half-ancestors are withering collectively, and the future of the longevity continent is bound to be bloody. From the outside world, it is difficult to guess what is happening in Paradise Lost, and there is no way to understand the truth. Everyone feels as if the end of the world is coming. Outside the Paradise Lost, the cultivators who witnessed all this felt their whole body went limp, their backs were chilled, and their whole body was covered in cold sweat. A dozen or so half-ancestors just fell like this. It was really like a dream. I'm afraid, the half-ancestors on the mainland of Changshan Island are almost extinct today. Those who hated Xiao Chen were about to go crazy, and many of them had already fainted from rage. Fear, anger, excitement, panic, all kinds of emotions permeated outside Paradise Lost. In the end, Xiao Chen walked back with the blood-stained sword, and there were only two people left. They were both monumental figures in the cultivation world, and they were the driving force behind his progress. With the sword in hand, Kong Zan, who claims to be nothing but to brush and everything to be broken, was chopped off in the middle of the waist, and the blood splattered, staining Paradise Lost red. The man among men also fell. In the end, Xiao Chen walked up to Lao Su, looking at this person under the ancestor god who was known as the strongest half-ancestor. Xiao Chen's heart was as cold as iron, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, and said indifferently, "I admire the legendary Lao Su, but you are not as good as the legendary you. Your real body was smashed into flesh with a terrifying magic weapon in the devil's plane in the previous life. It is difficult to reunite your soul for 800 years. Now, because the seal of the devil's plane was broken, I will behead you again. If I reappear in the world, I will really do nothing." Lao Su actually opened his mouth to speak, and he who was imprisoned could open his mouth and even raise his head. But at this time, Xiao Chen's battle sword had already been swung, and with a poof, blood burst out, and Lao Su's head flew out. Maybe others couldn't hear the sound just now, and couldn't really see the turning of Lao Su's head, but Xiao Chen really heard and saw it. Could it be that Lao Su broke through KK's imprisonment just now? But why was he hit? All destroyed. All the strong men who entered the Lost Paradise were all killed. Paradise Lost, the cemetery of the half-ancestor gods. There were nearly 20 people, no less than 10 half-ancestors. Such a terrifying number and such a shocking killing shocked everyone, and it would definitely shake the entire longevity continent. While everyone was shocked, they knew that Xiao Chen would surely die, almost wiped out the half-ancestors in the whole world, and would truly be the enemy of the whole world. However, everyone has to admit that the Xiao Chen in front of him is really a character. It is very unreasonable for him to kill all the supreme beings in Paradise Lost so vigorously and neatly. Lightly, a butterfly flapped its crystal-clear wings outside the Lost Paradise, sending out bursts of spiritual fluctuations. Saints never die, thieves never stop. Banzu is destroyed, and the world restarts. As soon as this chapter comes out today, it is estimated that there will be a lot of controversy. After all, many important people have been killed. However, I don't want to change it, and I will continue to write it unswervingly according to the outline. Advertise a friend's book. Half Demon is a book with both passion and desire. You can read it if you are interested. Chapter 269, Kiki's parents first appear. The fluttering butterfly went away like ripples. No one dared to comment on that butterfly. They only knew that this spiritual realm was infinitely approaching the ancestor god's half-ancestor, and it seemed to have opened up a puzzle of heaven and earth. In Paradise Lost, the garden is full of fairy flowers, and the sacred trees are verdant and green, full of vitality, giving people the breath of infinite life. However, although the whole is full of vigor and vitality, it is completely different in this direction near the Tianbei, in an area with a radius of hundreds of feet. In this taboo god garden that makes all the gods lose their smiles, this area is blood-stained and the grass is red, and there are broken limbs everywhere. The blood mist is floating. The great figures who once shocked the mainland and shocked countless eras have fallen one after another today. A grassland with a radius of hundreds of feet has become their cemetery, and the corpses are extremely desolate. So what if you used to hold the world in your hands and look down on all living beings? In the end, it turned out to be a pile of loess. The glory of the past can hardly conceal the loneliness and desolation at this time, and the Banzu is just this ending, which makes people unable to help feeling boundless. Paradise Lost, where the blood of the half-ancestor flows, is filled with chill and sadness at this moment. Slowly moving footsteps, Xiao Chen was soaked in the blood of the half-ancestor, and walked past the dead bodies with his sword in his hand, looking at the Supreme who was lying on the ground. He didn't have any expression, and outsiders didn't know what he was thinking at all. The silence in Paradise Lost was extreme, only the sharp battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand, and the constant dripping of divine blood trembled sadly, falling into the flowers and grass, as if nailed in the hearts of everyone. Ah! Someone outside Paradise Lost yelled frantically. The disciples and disciples of the great men were crying and screaming in grief. A day of bloodshed, dusk of the gods. The former ancestors just disappeared, and the prestigious half-ancestors are almost extinct. Xiao Chen, you are a sinner through the ages. Your crimes should be punished thousands of times, and your bones will be pulled out. In the purgatory of Yongzhen, it will be difficult to redeem a 10 millionth of your sins. The disciples and disciples of the great men cried and criticized Xiao Chen verbally and pens, wishing to put him to death immediately. Facing all this, Xiao Chen stood quietly in Paradise Lost, looked at everyone indifferently, and didn't say a word. However, apart from the disciples of the big shots, there were more casual cultivators at the scene, and many people hissed in secret, if you kill them, why not kill them? Who is it? Come out. The believers of the big shots were angry. You go out as soon as you say, why? There were quite a few people who spoke secretly. Xiao Chen killed the half-ancestor, he is a rebel against the ancestors, the biggest murderer in the history of the cultivation world. As far as your thoughts go, how far do you go? Why not kill the half-ancestor? Do you really think your ancestor is the ancestor of mankind? Who is blaspheming my patriarch? It's your ancestor, not our ancestor. Outside Paradise Lost, swords were on the verge of breaking out, and the tension was so extreme that there was a possibility of a big war breaking out. However, the people who were secretly unhappy with the primordial and the sun god didn't really show up. Everyone knows that such a big religion can't be provoked. Anyway, supernatural powers are not available now, so don't worry about being discovered. The blood mist was floating, and it was extremely chilling in Paradise Lost. Beside the remains of the Master Tongtian, the 4 swords of Jade Immortals are shining brightly, lying quietly in the grass, and there is also the legendary array of Jade Immortals, which is definitely the treasure that cultivators dream of. In addition, there is a battle sword on top of the 4 swords of Jade Immortals. Although the light is not bright, it is full of antiquity. It seems to be more fierce than the 4 swords of Jade Immortals. This is one of the 24 swords that the big men have fought for. Next to the Buddha's 6-foot-long golden body, the brilliance of the 12-stage lotus platform shone, and bursts of lotus fragrance radiated from the flowers and plants. On the crystal-clear lotus platform, there was also a war sword quietly placed there. Beside Zhunti Taoist's corpse, the wonderful tree of 7 treasures was shining brightly, rippling like water waves, but none of the energy contained in it could be released. There is also a battle sword next to it. The simple battle sword is stained with the blood of Zhunti Taoist, which is a bit shocking. At this time, everyone outside the arena had stopped clamoring, and even those half-ancestor disciples who were distraught and cursed Xiao Chen all turned their attention to Paradise Lost. With so many great figures perishing, not to mention the treasures they carried with them, those battle swords are enough to make people crazy. That's a dozen battle swords. They all fell silently among the flowers and grass, at this moment, so eye-catching. 24 battle swords, there are more than a dozen here, which makes people crazy. Count carefully, counting the 3 battle swords in Xiao Chen's hands, there are 16 ancient swords in Paradise Lost. 24 battle swords, 2/3 of which have been occupied here, are either inserted into the ground, nailed into tree trunks, or infested in bloody water. Some people are already drooling, how can the battle sword that the half-ancestors are fighting for be ordinary? In addition, there are the 12th grade lotus platform, the wonderful tree of 7 treasures, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, the holy sunstone, and the magic wand of Satan. Which of these treasures is not a holy object? With the colorful sacred tree on his head, Xiao Chen moved slowly in the cemetery of the half-ancestor. He didn't pick up those treasures, but was thinking about how to go on in the future. He didn't know that such a move had already driven many people outside Lost Paradise crazy. You are a character. You exceeded my expectations. You actually killed all the half-ancestors who entered the Lost Paradise. You have some courage. The old voice echoed in Xiao Chen's ears, it was the spiritual fluctuation of the mark of martial arts. I killed them to be able to survive, to prevent the little beast from being threatened with death, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't you want to get the inheritance of the mark of martial arts? Professor or not is up to you. Xiao Chen replied indifferently among the corpses. Your roots are too far from my requirements, but I like your decisiveness and the spirit of a real warrior. Let me think about whether you are really suitable for inheritance. The marks of warriors on the steel fell silent, and a moment later, more than a dozen war swords on the ground trembled at the same time, echoing the 3 war swords on Xiao Chen's body. This is really not ordinary, it can vibrate in Paradise Lost. The Tianbei not far away shook violently, and the entire space was filled with fluctuations like a raging sea, and Paradise Lost was even more shaken. Swipe, the light flickered, and all the dozen swords flew up, even the 3 swords in Xiao Chen's hands rose into the sky, and they flew across the sky like a meteor shower in Paradise Lost. This has to make people amazed, in this mysterious space, they can break through the air. But after thinking about it, everyone was relieved. After all, it was the 24 war swords and the Tianbei that were suppressing Paradise Lost. If it was completely blocked by Paradise Lost, how could it participate in the suppression? The 16 battle swords swirled around the Tianbei, and then, like rainbows passing through the sky, they drew out bright beams of light, all shooting towards Xiao Chen. Yi, the colorful holy tree above Xiao Chen's head shook for a while, and the childish cry came from the little beast. It seemed a little anxious, and swept out a series of colorful light curtains to block the 16 battle swords. Chi-chi, the sound of piercing through the sky was endless, and the 16 battle swords swooped down like 16 rainbows, piercing through the colorful light curtain swept by Kiki, and inserting straight into Xiao Chen's body. Blood splattered, blood radiating to the sky. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt as if his soul had been shaken apart, and he couldn't help crying out in pain. Yi, the soul of the little beast in the colorful holy tree kept sending out mental fluctuations, trying its best to sweep out the holy glow, trying to shake the terrifying sword into the air. However, at this moment, the 7-colored light could hardly shake the 16 battle swords. They completely pierced through Xiao Chen's body, and blood flowed from 16 blood holes. Outside Paradise Lost, everyone was astonished, the disciples of the great man clapped their hands and applauded, while others were puzzled. The villain will finally be rewarded. Okay, good kill, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Haha, how can the Lord kill, the retribution has arrived. ... Everyone looked at all this in amazement. Only the 3 surviving moguls understood what was about to happen. The Killer Supreme stood alone in the shadows, watching all this indifferently. Sun Wu, the sage of martial arts, is riding a dragon horse, looking at Paradise Lost from afar. A butterfly fluttered its wings and flew past the flowers. The Tianbei shook, and endless clouds and mist covered the sky and covered the earth, blocking the sight of everyone outside the Lost Paradise. In Paradise Lost, the 16 battle swords that pierced through Xiao Chen suddenly seemed to melt, slowly submerging into his body and disappearing. No one saw all this. Xiao Chen felt that his broken soul was healed again. The 16 battle swords were truly integrated into his body, and he could clearly sense it. The voice of the imprint of martial arts on the steel came. To be honest, your root bone can only be seen once in 20 years. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is already a treasure body of cultivation genius. However, compared with those ancient heroes, it is too ordinary. I really don't want to pass on my power to you, but I have something to say first, and I don't want to let you suffer. Therefore, I forcibly fuse the 16 battle swords in Paradise Lost with you, and the essence of Sword Heart has returned. Now they belong to you. The other 8 war swords have been found host. If you are destined, go for it yourself. 16 battle swords, their power is really unpredictable, but so far no one knows how to control them. I only know that the 4 swords of Master Tongtian are discarded products during the sacrifice of 24 battle swords. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, he knew that the mark of Wuji would not lie. How could something that even Banzu wanted so urgently be a mortal thing? Higher than the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, that, unimaginable. I will pass on the mark of martial arts to you, but I will not give you my strength. I will choose another successor who is satisfactory. Speaking of this, the old voice stopped talking, the monument shook violently, and the complicated and incomprehensible notches on the back fluctuated slightly, as if a picture scroll flew out, and an illusory imprint rushed into Xiao Chen's heart in an instant. After standing still for a long time, Xiao Chen gradually woke up. The things in his mind were really shocking to him. A door was pushed open, and it turned out that Wu could cultivate in this way and reach that level, which was beyond his original imagination. Xiao Chen wanted to ask many questions, but in the end he didn't say a word, just looked at the Tianbei silently for a long time. If you ask me some questions, I won't tell you. As if knowing his thoughts, the old voice of the mark of martial arts came. The sword of the 24 battles flies away, the lost paradise is about to break the seal, and the sky monument continues to suppress the things under the lost paradise. You, let's go, I will give you everything. The last mark of the warrior will disappear completely after the real successor is selected. Xiao Chen did not speak, bowed 3 times to the Tianbei, turned around and walked towards the depths of Paradise Lost without looking back. Tongtian, Yuan, Laozi, Buddha, and Sun God appeared together. The main reason is to snatch the battle sword. Entering the Lost Paradise is probably another reason. There should be important secrets here, and there are things they want. The Tianbei shook, and endless clouds and mist filled the air. The people outside the Lost Paradise had no idea what happened inside. Yi, the little snow-white beast murmured, its mental fluctuations showed that it was very disturbed, and seemed a little helpless and sad. KK, what's wrong with you? Xiao Chen asked. Yeah, I want to cry, my heart hurts. The little beast didn't know why it was like this, it felt full of sadness in its heart, as if it had lost its closest person. The scenery in Paradise Lost is extremely magnificent, the sacred tree is swaying, the green jade-like branches and leaves are shining brightly, and there are colorful strange fruits hanging on it. The fragrance bursts out and refreshes the heart. If it is a normal day, even if the little beast is only a soul, I am afraid that it will have already rushed over. But now the lively and active little beast is whispering obediently in the colorful holy tree, not interested in those strange fruits at all. After walking for more than 10 miles, in a grass garden, a small river like a jasper belt meanders, and 3 thatched huts are located in the picturesque scenery. Yeah, yip, mother, father. Arriving here, Kiki burst into tears suddenly, her soul flew out from the colorful holy tree, trembling, the little beast rushed towards the hut excitedly. In the simple thatched hut, 2 human-shaped white bones exuded a soft light. They slept with their necks crossed, as if they passed away without any worries in a peaceful atmosphere. The little beast rushed in front of the 2 white bones, crying loudly, and its soul fluctuated extremely violently, filling the entire Paradise Lost with sadness. Thousands of flowers withered, green trees shed their leaves, and everyone outside Paradise Lost felt a sense of sadness. Mother, Wu, father, KK recognized her parents entirely by intuition. The parents who have never seen each other, have already turned into dry bones, and I don't know how many years they have been dead. Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. He suddenly understood that Paradise Lost belongs to KK's parents. No wonder it can move freely here, and its divine power is completely from the same source here. Who are Kiki's parents? The Paradise Lost left behind is already so heaven-defying, it's really unimaginable. Ha ha, there was a burst of laughter from outside Paradise Lost, and the owner of Shujian appeared. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Yuan, Tongtian, Buddha, Laozi, you all fell like this, haha, there is no one in the longevity world. 24 war swords. Throughout the ages, how many people have died for you, and they are destined to return to our world in the end. Go back and forth wherever you come from. Without a sound, Sun Wu appeared behind Shujian's master riding a dragon horse. HMPH, after losing so many half-ancestors, there is no one in the longevity realm, so aren't you afraid of our army entering? Master Shujian spoke coldly, staring at Sun Wu without fear. Mother, Wu, father, the little snow-white beast lay between the 2 bones, crying loudly. Although there were no tears in his soul, Xiao Chen felt sore in his heart due to the sadness. This is just a child of 3 or 4 years old, but he has to face this kind of pain. KK is an orphan, woo, no mother, no father, woo. It was so sad that it showed signs of fainting. A piece of 7-colored jade leaf slowly emerged from between the 2 white bones, and flew lightly to the eyes of the little beast, its 7-colored brilliance constantly flickering. A gentle mental wave came out. My child, have you come? Death is not the end, it's just a new beginning. Bits of brilliance rippled out, and the colorful jade leaves shattered with a chuck, turning into bits of light and sinking into KK's soul, and the soft mental fluctuations gradually disappeared. My child, Paradise Lost is yours. At this moment, Paradise Lost shook violently. Everyone outside was horrified. They found that Paradise Lost was slowly disappearing. Then, several huge caves appeared under this divine garden. The bottomless, black holes were unfathomably deep, as if they were connected to the edge of the universe. Chapter 270 Chapter 273. Ah, very depressed, I haven't eaten yet tonight, I will update it tomorrow morning. Paradise Lost is disappearing. Everyone looked at it in surprise, but they couldn't stop it. Gradually, people couldn't see everything inside. They could only see several huge black holes sealed in front of the Tianbei. What is that? Where is it connected? Is it the other side of the nebula? Or the edge of the prehistoric universe? Or is it that unimaginable demons and ancestors are suppressed in it? Nobody knows. Several huge caves seem to have a strange magic power, as if they can swallow everyone's minds. Some of the cultivators had already stepped forward involuntarily, and turned into a pool of blood with a bang at the moment they approached and dissipated there. Gasp! Everyone suddenly woke up. It's really the abyss of death. In the absence of supernatural powers, several caves are really places of lore. In Paradise Lost, KK stopped weeping, and it passed out completely, and a little light condensed from all directions, rushing into its body. That's right, Paradise Lost was really left to Kiki by her parents. Xiao Chen watched all this silently, sighed for the little beast's life experience, and was happy that it was able to get Paradise Lost. It was difficult to keep calm. He saw the radiance continuously coming from Paradise Lost, merging into Kiki's body endlessly. Xiao Chen guarded it quietly for a long time, and found that the little beast seemed to have fallen into a strange state, so he quietly exited the hut. He didn't know where he was going. Killing so many half-ancestors meant that he would become an enemy of the whole world, and he would die without a burial when he walked out of Paradise Lost. It seemed that he could only hide here and practice silently. However, he is not a pessimistic person. He feels that one day he will fight with his own strength. Living is his only luxury right now. The imprint of martial arts has been integrated into his mind. At this moment, Xiao Chen has completely immersed himself in that kind of mysterious martial arts realm. The brand new road of martial arts does not require magical powers, but is better than magical powers. Breaking the sky with one hand is not a myth. On this road of martial arts, there is only infinite excavation of oneself, allowing the body to override the entire world, and one's own strength is enough to shatter the sky and the earth, and shatter the starry sky. Is this the ultimate in martial arts? Not yet. The description of the great realm in the seal of martial arts was so terrifying that Xiao Chen thought it was a dream. Shu Wu, he wanted to embark on this path, but he encountered a serious problem. In martial arts, if you want to reach the ultimate state, you cannot show supernatural powers, and the two are in conflict. Are you willing? He has a feeling that after cultivating the supernatural powers in the world of 8 phases to the end, there may really be a possibility to shake the 6 realms of reincarnation. How can he give up? How can he be willing to give up? The supernatural power blends with the heaven and the earth, and uses the power of the heaven and the earth to communicate with the body, exerting unfathomable power. Cultivating martial arts is completely dependent on oneself, with one's own strength to complete the deeds against the sky, surpassing the power of the world. Faced with the choice of the general direction, Xiao Chen hesitated a bit, and finally he gritted his teeth, not giving up his supernatural powers, and practiced martial arts like this first, and then figured out a solution when encountering resistance. Is there any connection between the mental method on the Tianbei and the seal of martial arts? When he was deciding what to do, he thought of this question. Are the two coming from the same source? Or can it be said that Tianbei Shinfa is the foundation, and the mark of martial arts is the ultimate direction? I can't figure it out for the time being, but I can be sure that the two will never conflict. At this moment, Xiao Chen's Tianbei mentality has started to work, and it is smoother than before. Crackling, bones and flesh are moving, and the divine brilliance is circulating in the blood. The further perfection of the Kung Fu made Xiao Chen's body undergo amazing changes when he performed the profound Kung Fu. The 16 deified acupoints in the body are shining brightly, like 16 stars, shining rays of brilliance through the flesh and blood. Moreover, a series of divine veins have truly grown out, unlike in the past, which are vain and energetic, and now they are truly extended, connecting 16 divine points, as if to create another circulation system. At the same time, the imprint of martial arts appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, and he began to try to practice it. This is not a basic mental method, but a brand of martial arts, which impacts Xiao Chen's heart, but it seems to be compatible with the Tianbei mental method, and does not conflict. The luster of the body surface flowed. Xiao Chen sat quietly for 3 days like this, but finally something went wrong on the 4th day. His body was cracked, the bones cracked, blood oozed from the skin, and his body seemed to be about to collapse. The body melting supernatural power is about to disintegrate, and his precious body seems to be shattered. The imprint of martial arts clashes with supernatural powers, and it came so soon, beyond Xiao Chen's imagination. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 rays of determination shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes. There was no way out but to move forward, and the imprint of martial arts filled his heart. Bang, bang, bang. His bones were shattering, his flesh was crumbling, and his physical body suffered unimaginable damage. Gritting his teeth silently, Xiao Chen sat alone in the lost paradise with the colorful holy tree on his head, enduring unimaginable pain. For 7 days and 7 nights like this, Xiao Chen's bones were shattered and then reassembled, and his flesh and blood continued to shatter. A layer of terrible old skin and black coagulated blood had appeared on the ground. His soul seemed to have floated up, and he had seen his head crumble with his own eyes. The most cruel things happened to him one after another in 7 days and 7 nights. The supernatural power of melting soldiers and refining the body was completely abolished. This was Xiao Chen's first supernatural power, and it has been completely abolished so far. The physical body has undergone an unimaginable change. The previous supernatural powers were shattered, but it was replaced by a real, martial body. This calmed down Xiao Chen's lost heart. Wu is not inferior to supernatural powers, it is not an empty talk. It's just that some things smelted in the body were forcibly knocked out, such as the black iron chains that lock the white-shelled tortoise, and the eggshells that Kiki was born with, etc., which can no longer hold foreign objects in the body. However, the golden divine halberd and black iron seal were still stuck in his body. Xiao Chen looked inside and was surprised to find that they were all trampled on the soles of their feet by the broken stone man, as if they were suppressed there. The stone man sat down slowly, and the 2 murder weapons were fixed at the stone man's feet. Stone man. Xiao Chen had almost forgotten him, and turned a blind eye to him, because he was too quiet all the time, and now he finally saw him move again. However, the stone man did not move the 16 war swords that had been integrated into Xiao Chen's body. It is not known whether it was because the war swords were too powerful or for other reasons. At the end of the 10-day training, Xiao Chen stood up and walked towards the hut. KK was like a pitiful little girl, lying between 2 bones and still sleeping. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen walked out of the hut and walked towards the distance. Once again came to the place where the half-ancestor fell. The remains of the Supremes were still there, but the blood had turned black, and none of their bodies had rotted, because they were already indestructible, and if it wasn't for the terrible swords, they couldn't be cut at all. Paradise Lost has become a closed space, and has lost contact with the outside world. It is not known whether the cultivators outside have left. A slight tremor came from the broken stone man in Xiao Chen's body. The headless corpse of Master Tongtian trembled, and immediately made Xiao Chen retreat a few steps, which was really scary. Brush. With a flash of light, a battle sword appeared in his hand. He strode forward and gently pushed away the body of Master Tongtian, and a round strange stone rolled out. Xiao Chen recognized at a glance that this was one of the 2 stone tools that flew out from Yachao's Tiangong. A stone dagger was obtained by Wu Sheng Sun Wu, and this smooth round stone was taken away by the leader of Tongtian. As soon as he grasped the palm of his hand, a suction force came from Xiao Chen's body. With a sound of brushing, the light flashed, and the round strange stone disappeared and sank into his body. Looking inside, he found that it had already reached the stone man's hand. Xiao Chen attached great importance to the stone man, and felt that this might be an unimaginable set of ancient artifacts, with unimaginable power. Since they were collected separately by the ancestor gods, they must have unpredictable effects. Then, he put away the Zushan 4 swords and the formation map, walked to the corpse of Taoist Junti, picked up the 7 treasure tree, came to the Buddha's golden body, and took away the 12 lotus platform. These are absolute sacred objects. If they return to the outside world and face powerful enemies all over the world, these sacred objects will exert unimaginable power. This is a scene that makes anyone crazy. Buddha, Laozi, Yuan, Tongtian, Sun God, Junti Taoist Western 3 holy spirits. Which one has no treasure? In the end, Xiao Chen was wearing a Taiji diagram, a crown of 3 holy spirits on his head, a diagram of the Zushan array on his back, 4 swords of killing immortals hanging from his waist, a sacred sunstone in his arms, a wonderful tree of 7 treasures in his left hand, a magic wand of Satan in his right, and a 12th grade lotus platform. Numerous relics that drive people crazy. With so many sacred objects in a hurry, Xiao Chen felt that if he rushed out like this, as long as he didn't meet a semi-ancestral figure, it would be difficult to kill him. It was just like a dream, so unreal. If one day he really shows up in the longevity realm with many sacred objects, it will probably cause a huge disturbance. All this is like an illusion. Quietly waiting for Kiki to wake up in the hut, more than 10 days passed in a flash, but the little beast still showed no sign of waking up. Xiao Chen continued to practice, and in the next 10 days, he found that his body was constantly changing, and the 16 deified acupuncture points and the extended divine veins became more and more brilliant. Finally, on this day, clanging sounds came from his body, and the 16 war swords actually sank into the 16 deified acupuncture points. This surprised him. The wind blows gently, and the bone powder is blown by the wind. In the dark hell, thousands of bones are disappearing, and the endless white bones are all melted into snow-white powder, which is scattered to every corner of hell under the blowing of the wind. Dead silence, the hell where there were thousands of bones, now there are very few bones left, gradually shattered and weathered in this month, as if it has gone through the ages of ages, under the wheel of time, everything will disappear. Desolate, the former Dongfu, the former Senluo temple, and the small buildings built by the big monster in hell have all collapsed, with ruins and endless desolation and silence. The entire hell was deserted, as if everything was going to be annihilated, except for some white bone powder on the blood-colored ground, nothing else could be seen. Everything seems to return to nothing, everything seems to disappear forever. Yes, in the past month, great changes have taken place in hell. The big monsters have all retreated. This place has become a veritable place of death, and even the bones have been turned into ashes. Everything seems to start all over again, and an inexplicable force is ruthlessly crushing everything. On the Devil's Plane, nearly 20 million soldiers' souls were taken away, and their soul power finally merged into the hell, repairing the broken copper furnace of heaven and earth. Some people say that a new hell is reopening and being sacrificed again. Is this true? Nobody knows. The half-ancestor was almost extinct, shocking the world, and the entire Changsheng continent was in turmoil. The blood rain fell between the heaven and the earth for nearly a month, and the earth turned red. The name of Xiao Chen, who killed the half-ancestor, spread all over the mainland. Now, it can be said that everyone knows it. A month ago, the martial sage Sun Wu fought against a strong man from another world, shattering 13 flying swords in a row with his supreme soul power, and killed the strong man from another world. However, when the semi-ancestral powerhouse from the other world was about to retreat, he threatened that the 24 swords had been born, and the masters from that world would surely enter the longevity world and take back what belonged to them. The wind and rain are precarious, and the half-ancestors of the longevity world have collectively fallen, but the strong from other worlds are about to break in at this time, causing panic in the entire cultivation world. A voice floated on the Devil's Plane. Is there really an ancestor god who is still alive? Do you want to re-sacrifice the copper furnace of heaven and earth? The old immortal of a certain sect was killed by Sun Wu, and I am afraid that he will go to move troops, hee. It was the voice that questioned when thousands of souls were taken away. A butterfly flew over and appeared in the sky above the Devil's Plane. The moment it flapped its wings, it sent out a mental wave. The world restarts, don't let moths fly into the flames. Zhuangzi, you, the misty voice receded in an instant. 3 months later, Kiki finally woke up. The moment it woke up, Paradise Lost turned into light and rushed into its body. The corpses of Xiao Chen and Banzu all fell out. In the Great Sha Kingdom, the moment a child was born, the purple air came from the east, and it disappeared into the room instantly. No one saw the child's birth. His eyes opened instantly, as deep as the ocean, and he smiled without crying. In the Great Sha, in a rich family, the moment a baby was born, he didn't cry or fuss, holding blood coagulation in his hand, like 4 killing swords, but the blood coagulation disappeared soon. No one saw all this. In the Roman Empire, a declining royal family was frowning, because his illegitimate son was born, and in a trance, he saw a golden light flashing in the room, as if a round of the sun had set. In Brahma Kingdom, in an ordinary family, as soon as a child was born, he pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, walked 7 steps from east to west, north to south, and looked around with piercing eyes, saying, "Heaven, earth, earth, and earth, I am the only one." The husband and wife who were shocked immediately fainted. All this, except for the husband and wife, no one knows. On this day, Xiao Chen wore a Tai Chi figure, a crown of 3 holy spirits on his head, a picture of killing immortals on his back, 4 swords of killing immortals on his waist, a sacred sunstone in his arms, a tree of 7 treasures in his left hand, and a magic wand of Satan in his right. Chapter 271 Abnormal. The samsara was shattered, and Xiao Chen rushed out of hell. If someone saw such a sacred weapon, he would be stunned. Wearing a Tai Chi picture, wearing a crown of 3 holy spirits on the head, a picture of killing immortals on the back, 4 swords of killing immortals hanging from the waist, a sacred sunstone in his arms, a tree of 7 treasures in his left hand, a magic wand of Satan in his right, and a 12-stage lotus platform on his feet. If the Bible and other sacred objects are added, this outfit can be regarded as the extreme in the world. I seem to have become an upstart. Xiao Chen laughed at himself, but he had to. Now he is the enemy of the whole world. If he does not protect himself tightly, he may die tragically the moment he is discovered. After all, his opponent's cultivation level is unpredictable, and it is not something he can fight against at this moment. Yeah, I really can't keep my eyes open. The spirit of the little snow-white beast was rippling. This is the main reason why Xiao Chen left hell. Now Paradise Lost can no longer protect him. After the light of Paradise Lost rushes into Kiki's soul, he even forcibly helps Kiki reshape his body, and the little beast is about to fall into a deep sleep. Sleep quietly. For all this, Xiao Chen could only let nature take its course. But, what do you do when those villains come? Kiki asked softly. Although it was young, it was not very confused. Don't worry little thing, if the Banzu doesn't show up, I'm afraid no one can kill me. I'm covered with holy artifacts. Even if thousands of troops come, they won't be able to do anything to me. Besides, I can't afford to offend them, so I won't hide. This is Xiao Chen's real thought. The whole world is full of enemies, and now he can only choose to run away. Oh, but, I'm still very worried. I don't have a father, and a mother. I don't want to lose any more relatives. Speaking of which, the little guy was extremely sad. Hee, don't worry, I have to raise you who is gluttonous anyway, there will never be any accidents. I'm not greedy, I just like to eat. The little beast wrinkled its cute nose and muttered dissatisfied. Then don't waste time, quickly reshape the body, I'll wait for your return. Okay, save those yinwood ginseng fruits for me, I haven't eaten enough yet. Greedy little thing, that's not it, sleepy. At this point, Kiki turned into a beam of colorful light and rushed into the colorful holy tree suspended above Xiao Chen's head. The colorful holy tree was shining brilliantly, and finally slowly sank into Xiao Chen's body. The corpses of the half-ancestors were all brought out by Xiao Chen, and they were all sealed in their respective holy vessels, which he thought might come in handy in the future. The sacred artifact stained with the blood of the half-ancestor has now become Xiao Chen's belongings. The world is so big, where can I go? When Kiki fell into a deep sleep and slowly reshaped her body, Xiao Chen expressed such emotion. The devil's plain was quiet, dead silent, the white sea of bones had disappeared, and there was nothing left on the plain at this moment, only desolation and desolation. Find a place to live in seclusion. Xiao Chen decided to hide in the wilderness and never show up in the world. However, how could all this not be as he wished? Handsome grasshopper. Crisp and sweet shouts sounded in the distance, and two pink and tender little lolitas with their hair flying, and excited smiles on Ryu's small faces, rushed forward like two jade lights. It's you, we caught you. The two little lolis were smiling, unusually cheerful and lively. They circled around Xiao Chen twice like elves, and said, the handsome grasshopper is so handsome again, I'm going to drool. Now, Xiao Chen is equipped with all kinds of holy artifacts, and he is not afraid even when facing the strong elders, let alone the two little girls who are pink and tender, and said, do you have something to do? Uncle Jiaozu asked us to tell you that if you kill well, there is nothing to be afraid of. At this point they laughed happily, and said, and what else? The godfather and my father don't want you to die young. Well, don't stare at us. They said that they don't want you to die prematurely. They are going to help you erase the spiritual imprint on these sacred artifacts, so as not to be controlled by those old and handsome disciples so that you can really use these sacred artifacts. The two lolis looked at the various sacred artifacts on Xiao Chen's body, their big eyes blinked constantly, and small stars flickered out of the sky, and the two pairs of big eyes completely narrowed into a crescent shape, as if they really wanted to jump over and hug those sacred artifacts. Drool, so many babies. Speaking of which, they really jumped up together. I want the 7 treasure tree, it's so beautiful. I want the Satan wand, so cool. I really want the 4 swords of Jade Immortal. I like the 12-pin lotus platform, it is crystal clear and beautiful. The two little lolis looked like they wanted to share the treasure. In the distance, a butterfly seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and saw two pink and tender loli naughty, flapping their wings lightly, and the little ripples distorted the space, and a strange space covered this world and wrapped it up. Uncle Butterfly, don't turn us into butterflies. The two little lolis calmed down immediately, and shouted timidly. Your father and Caillou, please take action. Butterfly fluttered out with mental fluctuations, and said to Xiao Chen, help you erase the spiritual imprint on the holy artifact, so that you have the ability to protect yourself. Why help me? Xiao Chen asked calmly. Just because the 16th war sword is fused with you, I don't want you to die now, so let's fuse with the war sword. Zhuangzhou lightly shook the butterfly wings. The two little lawless suddenly straightened their bodies, and opened their eyes in an instant after closing their eyes tightly. They both shot out unfathomable coercion, which did not belong to their power. The four eyes shot out one after another divine light, rushing into the various sacred objects on Xiao Chen's body. At the same time, Zhuangzi's wings flickered, sweeping out beams of brilliance, enveloping Xiao Chen, and the three masters simultaneously wiped away the spiritual imprints left on all the holy artifacts. It's like a dream. The butterfly has gone away, and the two pink little lawless have disappeared. Until now, the sacred artifact can really be used by him, without worrying about being summoned away. Brush. With a flash of light, all the sacred objects were integrated into the body, and Xiao Chen could control him as he wished, so that he no longer told others clearly like before. I am covered with sacred objects. Xiao Chen rode the hidden 12th grade lotus platform soaring into the sky, and in an instant he felt a powerful coercion sweeping from far away. It turned out that someone had been lying in wait for him to appear. It was because of Zhuangzi that the crowd didn't notice him just now. You finally came out. An old Taoist priest led a group of people to intercept Xiao Chen. Who are you? Poverty and wide success. Gasp. The famous god. How could Xiao Chen not know him? That was the original proud disciple, and he met such characters as soon as he rushed out of hell. If he hadn't deepened it with all kinds of sacred weapons, he could be sure that the other party would kill him as easily as crushing an ant. Because that is the absolute powerhouse between heaven and earth. I have long admired the holy immortal of interpretation and teaching. Xiao Chen stood in the air. There is nothing to say. The patriarch asked me to pull out the bones of this ancestor killing evil, and keep him in the blood prison forever, so that he will suffer forever in every moment. A young man walked out from behind Guang Chengji. Although he looked young, Xiao Chen didn't dare to treat him as an ordinary person. Take him down. Guang Chengji nodded. Killing him is like slaughtering a dog. The young man was very conceited. He glanced at Xiao Chen with almost contemptuous eyes, and said coldly, "You little beast is against the sky, it's time and fate, today I want you to live or die." Brush. The young man turned into a ray of light and rushed towards him. He thrust out his right hand, and it enlarged continuously in an instant. Finally, it was as big as a mountain, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, and grabbed Xiao Chen. Facing a group of strong men, Xiao Chen was extremely careful. Even if he had a holy object, if he was a little careless, he might be lost forever. Therefore, as soon as Shi made a move, the four swords of Zhu Xian were sacrificed, and the four murderous auras rushed straight to Xiaohan, darkening the sun and the moon, and changing the color of the world. Damn it, the young man on the opposite side has the urge to scold his mother, how can he beat him? Those are the four swords of the Master Tongtian. The fierce power shakes the world, who dares to beat it? Not the Banzu, no one dares to truly shake these four peerless fierce swords. He turned his head and wanted to run away, but it was too late. The sword energy of the four swords unsurprisingly smashed the mountain-like palm in the sky, and then the four swords stirred together, and the misty and chaotic sword energy shot out. Chi. The light soared into the sky, and the four fierce swords smashed the young disciple of Chanzhou immediately. His body and spirit were completely annihilated, and not even a drop of spiritual consciousness was left. Damn it! A middle-aged man next to him yelled angrily, and wanted to rush over, but gasped for an instant, and stopped in his tracks. At this time, Xiao Chen had already sacrificed the picture of Zhu Xian, and the chaotic sword picture was constantly rotating on his head. The four swords of Zhu Xian, killing Xian, trapping Xian, and Zhu Xian were divided into four directions, flashing a dazzling cold light, and the chaotic sword energy was circulating, which was breathtaking. At this moment, everyone had the urge to swear, and this, the Jade Immortal formation, one of the strongest killing formations in the world, was simply displayed. Although he knew that it would be difficult for Xiao Chen to exert some power, but who would dare to beat the front? What made people vomit blood was that, with a flash of brilliance, a 12th grade lotus platform appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. Isn't that the most precious treasure of the Buddha? Outside there is the Zhushan sword formation, which is the main killer, and there is the Buddha lotus platform with unmatched defense inside. Who can attack it? This is simply perverted. Snort. Guang Chengji snorted coldly, and a treasure seal appeared in his hand. He looked at Xiao Chen coldly, and without saying a word, he was about to print the legendary seal of shaking the sky. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The power of the heaven-shaking seal is famous through the ages, it really has the power to shake the sky and the earth. At this moment, although he has all kinds of sacred artifacts, he still doesn't have much experience in the face of the legendary golden immortal of interpretation and the heaven-shattering seal that Yuan sacrificed to Guang Chengji himself. Therefore, with a flash of light, the tree of 7 treasures appeared in the left hand, the satanic wand appeared in the right hand, Lao Tzu's Tai Chi diagram was also in front of him, and the sacred sunstone was suspended in the air, ready to be smashed out at any time. At the same time, the sound of crash la la continued, the ancient Bible had begun to flip in the sky, and the crown of the 3 holy spirits also appeared on Xiao Chen's head. Everyone opened their mouths together, dumbfounded, as if they were half stupid, and everyone present Bao Guangchengji was stunned. If so many holy artifacts are fired at the same time, I am afraid that this space will be annihilated. Few people can escape, and everyone has the urge to scold their mothers. This is really too abnormal. A collection of all kinds of holy artifacts, this is probably the most luxurious and extravagant battle suit ever. Chapter 272 Bureau. Xiao Chen's whole body was shining brightly, all kinds of holy artifacts added to his body, it was really bright and dazzling, it made people feel dazzled, it was too extravagant. It's not that he couldn't guess that he got these sacred artifacts, but seeing so many treasures in one body with his own eyes still makes people feel dreamlike. Such top-quality sacred artifacts are wearing, like clothes, which can only be described as perverted. What is a holy vessel? That is a magic weapon with power not inferior to that of the half-ancestor. All the sacred objects have spirits and independent consciousness, which can be regarded as independent life forms. If the original spiritual consciousness is not suppressed by their former masters, they can be said to be a special kind of life form. Of course, the respective holy artifacts do not have spiritual consciousness, that's because they were completely wiped out, but their power is still not inferior to that of the half-ancestor. If so many holy artifacts can exert their full power, I am afraid that Xiao Chen will be able to win even if he meets the real half-ancestor, but is it possible? Obviously that's unrealistic. He has not yet reached the level of a demigod, so it is impossible to control any of the sacred objects, and he can only exert partial power, but this is scary enough. At this moment, more people came from the sky and surrounded Xiao Chen. Many people are already chanting incantations lightly, wanting to summon the sacred artifacts of their respective ancestors. Good Lord, the omnipotent Holy Spirit, Sun God above, Master Tongtian, the primordial saint, ... Contrary to everyone's expectations, the sacred artifacts hanging on Xiao Chen's body did not respond at all, and could not be summoned back. Xiao Chen broke out in a cold sweat. If Zhuangzi hadn't helped him crush the remaining spiritual imprints left on the sacred artifact by Tongtian, Buddha, Yuan, and the 3 holy spirits, the sacred artifact would probably have left his body at this moment. What did you do, little bastard? Why is the spiritual imprint of the ancestor god gone? ... Those older people looked at Xiao Chen indifferently. Those young people couldn't bear it anymore and kept cursing at Xiao Chen. Several patriarchs were accidentally killed, and they hated Xiao Chen to the core. Gradually calming down, Xiao Chen looked at them coldly, and said, "Don't pray, it's useless. Your patriarch was killed by me, and the spiritual brand in the holy vessel has been completely crushed. Little beast, quickly hand over the holy body of the patriarch, and return the holy vessel to us. Hurry up and catch the evil, or you will be suppressed forever, and you will suffer from the blood hell forever." ... Are you sick? Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable with those middle and young generations who were yelling at them, and said indifferently, "I dare to kill your ancestors, and I will return the holy artifacts to you. It is a big joke for me to capture them without a fight. It is as absurd as saying that you should commit suicide collectively. The remains of your ancestors are indeed here with me. I originally wanted to return them to you, but now I have changed my mind." Xiao Chen was completely willing to go all out, he didn't care about his half-ancestor, he was still besieged by masters all over the world, now there is no difference between 1,000 more enemies and 10,000 more enemies. Court death. Kill him. Many hot-blooded masters of the middle and young generation couldn't help but rushed over. The old masters were frowning, they were afraid that Xiao Chen would really dance with the holy artifact, if that happened, everyone here might suffer. Without any extra words, Xiao Chen shook the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, and the sound of chi piercing through the air was endless, and chaotic sword energy swept across the 4 directions, destroying the dead, and nothing can be taken back. 20 figures in the sky were chopped off at the waist, and they didn't even have time to let out a scream, and then the broken bodies shattered. The immortal jade formation urges the 4 swords, whose power is unimaginable. The 4 fierce swords are divided into 4 directions, and no one can surpass the thunder pool by half a step. Back off, everyone back off. At this time, the leader Guang Chengji spoke. He is a fairy god with extremely high seniority and skill, and a top powerhouse under the half-ancestor. Naturally, those middle and young generations dare not disrespect. Guang Chengji held the Fanshan seal and shouted to Yuankong, "You fellow Taoists haven't shown up yet. I've met senior brother Guang Chengji." The figure shook, and 3 beautiful women with light veils transformed into Guang Chengji's body out of thin air. "I've met Mistress Sanshao." Guang Chengji returned the salute. Next to him, Xiao Chen's heart was filled with turmoil, and he did not expect to see the legendary characters one after another. Guang Chengji was the original proud disciple, and Empress Sanshao was the proud disciple of Master Tongtian. With Guang Chengji and Fan Tianyin in hand, they can shake the world. Mistress Sanshao is even more frightening. Not only do they have magical powers, but they also collect the aura of the heavens and the earth, gather the essence of the sun and the moon, and match the 2 treasures bestowed by the Master Tongtian. Then several old monks also came through the air, chanting the Buddha's name and lined up. Brush. The sound of piercing the sky continued to come, and more than 20 experts from the Western tribe appeared in the field. Although he doesn't know the exact origins of these people, Xiao Chen can guess that most of them are the direct disciples of the half-ancestor, and they belong to powerful characters that he needs to stand on tiptoe to look up to. In the past, not to mention being an enemy of these people, even compared with their disciples and grandchildren, Xiao Chen was far inferior. But today, he actually had to face such a character. Fortunately, only a limited number of direct disciples of the half-ancestor came. If all of them came, even if he had all kinds of holy artifacts on his body, he might be destroyed physically and spiritually. "Fellow Taoists, please besiege the quartet, and I will subdue him." Guang Chengji said without the slightest emotion, stepped forward, and raised his hand to strike the sky-shattering seal. This mythical and legendary treasure is far more terrifying than Xiao Chen imagined. It spread out against the wind and turned into a huge mountain, covering the sky and blocking out the sun, casting an extremely terrifying shadow on the earth. The sound of rumbling is endless, thunder bursts, and purple lightning strikes and dances around the giant mountain, and the violent energy fluctuates in all directions. The ground of the Devil's Plain below was cracked, and large cracks spread out for dozens of miles, each gap being more than 10 feet wide. Sure enough, the shattering seal had the power to shake the world, and it was shattered in the void. The waves of energy poured down the sky and covered the earth, hitting Xiao Chen, and the terrifying energy fluctuations shattered all tangible things. If it wasn't for the addition of all kinds of holy artifacts, Xiao Chen would have been wiped out by now. Yes, just that kind of wind is not what he can resist. There is nothing to hesitate, even if the ancestor god wants to kill him, he must resist. Xiao Chen controls the Zushan formation, and the 4 fierce swords vibrate continuously, sweeping out a series of terrifying chaotic sword energy, blocking the giant mountain-like seal. At the same time, the 12th grade lotus platform was radiant, filling Xiao Chen's surroundings with brilliance, and the defensive holy artifacts were fully activated to protect him from the terrifying fluctuations of the heaven-shaking seal. Xiao Chen was extremely cautious. How could it be possible to only operate 2 holy artifacts, and at the same time, the ancient Bible was flipping continuously, and golden charms rushed out from this ancient book, sweeping towards the Fanshan seal, as bright as stars. At the same time, the Taiji diagram appeared in front of him, spinning slowly, rippling out monstrous energy fluctuations. Although the true power of the sacred artifacts cannot be exerted, but when 4 or 5 sacred artifacts are activated at the same time, the power is not something ordinary people can bear. Boom! There were bursts of thunder in the sky, and the misty and chaotic sword energy activated by the Zushan sword formation continued to sweep on the falling sky-shattering seal. Golden characters like stars flew out of the ancient Bible, and they slammed into the giant mountain in the sky one after another. As strong as Guang Chengji also changed color, the holy artifact was indeed terrifying, and it could not be judged by common sense. At this moment, the Tai Chi diagram soared into the sky and directly slashed at Fanshan Yin. Accompanied by the misty chaotic vitality, the entire sky was shattered. Boom! The Fanshan seal was blown away, the Taiji map returned to Xiao Chen, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian revolved around him, and the 12th grade lotus platform was shining brilliantly. It is impossible for Guang Chengji to be injured, his mana is so strong that he may not be able to break through the defense of the holy weapon, but it is absolutely impossible to be injured by a controller like Xiao Chen, but it is a bit embarrassing. Brother, let us come. San Shao spoke at the same time. The 3 beauties were all covered with light veils. The golden dragon scissors shattered the void, leapt up, turned into 2 golden dragons, came staggered, and cut towards Xiao Chen. A genuine weapon for killing gods and immortals. If it hadn't been for Tongtian's accidental death, Empress Sanshao would never have appeared in the world. Xiao Chen had just resisted the Fanshan seal, and his heart was somewhat at a loss, so he was no longer afraid. The 7 treasure tree was brushed out in his left hand, and the colorful light flowed like a rainbow. Then the satanic wand in his right hand was swept out, the demonic energy rolled, black light flickered, and the black clouds surged like a raging sea, rolling towards the golden dragon scissors. Of course, the 12th grade lotus platform was brilliant from beginning to end, and it was Xiao Chen's main defensive magic weapon. Boom! The golden dragon scissors was blown away by the power of many holy artifacts such as the 7 treasure tree, the satanic wand, the 12th-rank lotus platform, and the immortal execution formation. Mistress Sanxiao's complexion changed suddenly, and at the same time, she played the Hunyuan Jindo, which became bigger against the wind, like a huge copper furnace fixed in the sky, with an inexplicable force surging, which made people feel palpitating and then wanted to swallow Xiao Chen in, and a huge gravitational force came from the sky. The Hunyuan Jindo, which can turn immortals, gods, and Buddhas into blood, is extremely terrifying. Xiao Chen had heard of its name when he was in the human world, and never thought that one day he would personally fight against it, and what's more, he used the sacred weapon of the Banzu. The Zushan formation slowly rotated, and the 4 fierce swords continuously vibrated the vitality of chaos. The ancient Bible was flipped even more quickly, and golden characters as bright as stars swirled out, crashing into the Hunyuan Jindo. Xiao Chen rode the 12th grade lotus platform soaring into the sky, brushed out the 7 treasure trees in his left hand 7 times in a row, all the rainbow-like divine light fell on the Hunyuan Jindo, and the satanic wand swept out 9 black angry waves in a row. The sun's sacred stone was also thrown out at this time, and hit the Hunyuan Jindo with a dang. Compared with Empress Sanxiao, Xiao Chen's magic power is indeed low, and it is difficult to display the true power of the holy artifacts, but there are so many sacred artifacts, each of which only exerts part of the power, so it is terrifying and evil together. All the holy artifacts started attacking and defending at the same time. Xiao Chen was like an impenetrable fortress. When he used the Qibao Miaoshu, Satan's wand, Zushan sword formation, and the sun's sacred stone as the main attack, and the Hunyuan Jindo was blown away. There was deathly silence in the sky. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen indifferently. The masters of the middle and young generations had already retreated to the far sky, and those who stayed on the scene were all real horror figures, but they found that they couldn't do anything to Xiao Chen. This is really a great irony. They had supernatural mana, but they were stumped by a junior who was armed with holy weapons all over his body. Ha ha, there are many strong people in the sky watching, and the laughter is from 3 giants, all of them are more than 10 feet long. A jackal shaped like a wolf, covered with black scales, surrounded by blood mist, with a fierce aura, it turned out to be the Yazi recorded in the history books. The other end looks like an angry lion, surrounded by smog, and covered with scales and armor. It turns out to be the Suan Ni recorded in the history books. The third head, with a dragon head, a horse body, and lin feet, is shaped like a lion and has white scales all over its body. It is ferocious and mighty. Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu are all legendary savage beasts. They are so evil that they rarely appear in the world. It is rumored that they are the sons of Zulong and the offspring of Zulong intermarried with other tribes. Those 3 beasts don't know if they are real dragon sons or descendants of dragon sons such as Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu. They are not afraid of Guang Chengji, Sanxiao Niangyang and others at all, and laugh out loud. On the other side are 7 or 8 pterosaurs, all tens of meters long. Their scales and armor are shining brightly, and the dragon energy is released, forming a huge pressure. In the distance, there are even more shadows of fallen angels and phoenixes. Obviously, there are many strong people in Yuankong watching, with different purposes. Some people come here purely to watch the fun, while others want to fish in troubled waters. Xiao Chen, come to us, we will keep you safe. Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu spoke at the same time, and the huge voices of the 3 beasts shook the entire sky. Jizi, you meddle in your own business. Yun Xiao, one of the 3 empresses, scolded. When the road is injustice, we draw our swords to help, we can't understand you. Suan Ni's voice was like thunder. Yun Xiao said coldly, HMPH, don't make up your minds. If you want to take Banzu's holy artifact by force, don't make such clumsy excuses. Pisho's voice was like thunder, and said, you are treating the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Xiao Chen felt a little helpless. With so many people coming for him, one can imagine the difficulties in the future. You know, the legendary 12 golden immortals of Changzhou just came with 1 Guang Chengji, and the favorite student of the master Tongtian only appeared as Mistress Sanxiao. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The most important thing in front of him was to rush out and find a place where there was no one to live in seclusion. Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen rode the 12th grade lotus platform soaring into the sky, and wanted to break through the sky. However, there were too many people besieging him, and a few old monks happened to stand in that direction, chanting the Buddha's mantra, "Stop." The figure swayed, and 500 arhats suddenly appeared in the air, as if they stepped out of a certain illusory world. Arhat formed a large formation, besieging Xiao Chen. At the same time, the people on the other side were also shouting, "Merciful Holy Lord, give your disciples the power to destroy heaven and earth." Dozens of people from the western tribe rushed over. "Holy God of the Sun, your servant is going to avenge you." Hundreds of Sun sect masters mobilized. Roar, Xiao Chen, I want to destroy you physically and mentally. The roar of the tiger shook the sky, and the descendants of the white tiger sacred emperor appeared, and dozens of white tigers appeared across the sky. Yuan Kong, Wu Sheng's son Wu looked at all this indifferently, and said, he can escape today, but what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Even with the protection of the holy artifact, I am afraid he will not live long. Beside him, a butterfly was fluttering its wings, shaking a little mentally, saying, there is no turning back. Sun Wu's eyes were extremely deep. He swept across the battlefield, looked towards the distant sky, and said, I'm afraid that the 16 battle swords will really be snatched by people in that world, the risk is too great. The butterfly flapped its wings, and said after a long time, it's necessary, so I'm willing to get it. Figures flew around, and all forces rushed to Xiao Chen's place. Of course, at this time, the Fanshan seal, Golden Zhaojian, and Hunyuan Jindo could not be used, otherwise the enemy would be killed or injured. Xiao Chen didn't have so many scruples anymore. With the sword picture above his head, the 4 swords of Jade Immortal guarded the 4 directions, slashing and cutting the people who rushed over, and the chaotic sword energy swept and killed people. The 7 treasure tree was swiped again and again, and all the treasures in the hands of many people were brushed off. Satan's wand was swept across, and the monstrous demonic energy raged in all directions. People were shattered, golden charms were scattered in the sky as the ancient Bible was flipped, and many people's souls were separated from their bodies. The formation of 500 arhats could hardly encircle Xiao Chen, who was equipped with all kinds of holy weapons. He finally broke out of the encirclement, but a dozen fallen angels in front blocked his way. Leave the satanic wand and the sacred sunstone. Keep your heads. Xiao Chen shakes the 4 swords of immortal execution, Satan's wand sweeps across, and the 3 holy spirit crowns, the Tai Chi diagram, and the 12-rank lotus platform protect his body. Xiao Chen didn't have any scruples about those who took advantage of the fire and came here for the holy artifacts, and acted ruthlessly. Chaotic sword energy and monstrous devil energy flew across the sky, black feathers flew, blood splashed, and the corpse of the fallen angel lay across the sky. Soon the corpse was also shattered, and finally disappeared like a little light. Shock the spot. Even Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu in the distance showed a hint of surprise, and they didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, Xiao Chen selected a ruler from the sacred artifact. He had never known the function of this sacred artifact. With a wave of his hand, a passage appeared in the space, and he stepped out. The moment he appeared again, he was dumbfounded, because he was already far away in an unfamiliar environment. The world is so close. He suddenly thought of the sacred artifact mentioned by the Sun cult saintess Zhao Liner, the world is so close. He once wanted to use this sacred artifact to return to the world, but after talking with the devil, he knew that it would be impossible in the past 10 years. Where is this? Why does it look familiar? Xiao Chen stood in the sky suspiciously, scanning the primitive barren veins in all directions. This is the southern wilderness. He recognized it from the barren veins and vegetation, which seemed to be really the southern barren. If this is the case, it would be too scary to suddenly come from the Devil Plain in the Brahma Kingdom of China to the southern wilderness of the Longevity continent. This distance is really worthy of the name. It's such a joy to have friends from afar. An old voice echoed in the primitive desert vein. The old dragon of the southern wilderness and Kongsheng are here, and the dragon vein has opened. In the Great Sha Kingdom, the purple air came from the east, and the newly born child, with eyes as deep as the ocean, looked at the distant sky through the window, silently. Da Shengguo, holding a baby born from coagulation of blood in his hand, his eyes were as sharp as a sharp sword, and there was no one in the room at the moment. He said to himself, when will they come? In the Roman Empire, the illegitimate son of Tati, the fallen royal family, had shiny blonde hair and beautiful eyes like sapphires. He gritted his teeth and said, I hate being passively involved. In Brahma kingdom, in an ordinary family, the child who pointed to the sky with one hand and pointed to the ground with the other from birth, walked in all directions, and said to himself, heaven and earth are above and below, but I am the only one. Like an old monk, the child silently recited scriptures, and occasionally two lights would glow in his eyes, shooting towards the sky outside the window. Advertise for a friend's book. Vision, in the category of modern self-cultivation and adventure, ISBN 1275079. There is also an online game, Legend of the Ruffian, ISBN 1093416. Chapter 273 Subconsciously, 3 years. In the primitive barren veins of the southern wilderness, there are dense forests everywhere, with towering trees covering the sky and the sun. Each tree needs dozens of people to embrace it. It has grown for an unknown age, and many ancient trees have become spirits. Among the endless primitive mountain peaks, there are also many rushing rivers passing through, turning many valleys into lakes, filling this endless mountain range with aura, and there are countless spirits in the world. And in the deepest part of the endless barren veins, there is a taboo-like existence living in seclusion, making many practitioners dare not take a step. Yes, this is the legendary Dragon Forbidden Land. In the First World War, the heavenly god monument sealed Longdao. Except for a few powerful people who escaped, the dragons on Longdao were completely suppressed and lost their previous supernatural powers. After several seriously injured dragon kings escaped, they created a second hometown for the dragons in Nanwang. Although the number of dragons here is pitifully small, after all, this represents the inheritance of the strongest race. Besides, one of the seriously injured dragon kings finally survived. The primitive mountains were moving, and the rumbling sound shook the heaven and earth, as if dozens of huge portals were being opened, dozens of giant mountains moved to the sides, and a brilliant fairyland of fairyland appeared in front of it. This is the forbidden area of the dragon clan. The outside is blocked by dragon veins, and inside is a fantasy and magnificent world. All the vegetation is radiant and dazzling. There are also flowing springs, waterfalls, pavilions, and many palaces suspended in midair, like dreams and illusions. The colorful rainbow bridge hangs in the sky, connecting magnificent dragon palaces, and everything you see is beyond imagination. Xiao Chen stared cautiously in the distance, but did not take a step forward. After all, the old dragon of the southern wilderness is so famous that even if he is not a half-ancestor, he is not much worse. Even though he is covered with holy artifacts, it is extremely dangerous to be close to such a person. Your guest is coming, I have been waiting for you for a long time, why don't you stop? Kanglong's voice came from the magnificent forest in front of him. Brush. With a flash of light, a mighty old man wearing a black divine armor appeared in the sky with black light all over his body. It was the famous southern wilderness old dragon. Few people could see his real body. Afterwards, a literati with elegant temperament and more than 50 years old flew out lightly. It was the legendary Kong Shang. Xiao Chen retreated in an instant, standing thousands of feet away, watching them quietly. Farewell, I still have to go to the Phoenix Palace. The elegant old man cupped his hands at the old dragon of the southern wilderness, and nodded at Xiao Chen who was in the distance. Not far away, the old dragon bowed his hands politely. Brush. With a flash of light, Kong Sheng disappeared out of thin air. You have a prejudice against me. The southern wilderness old dragon was tall and burly, and the black gold armor he was wearing shone brilliantly, setting him off as if he was made of cast steel. No, Xiao Chen responded indifferently, and said, I went to the wrong place, I have bothered you so much, so I will leave here. Xiao Chen couldn't let go of what happened 3 years ago. If the old dragon of the southern wilderness hadn't let it go, the little beast Kiki would never have died, and he really didn't like the southern wilderness dragon clan. Hee, you said no, but you really want to pull my dragon's tendons in your heart. The southern wilderness old dragon was not angry, although he was smiling, but his aura was extremely compelling, and said, I will not talk about the past, but right now I really do not have the slightest malice towards you. Someone has taken care of you. Your life is very precious now. Who is it? Xiao Chen showed a puzzled look. You will know when the time comes. When is it? Maybe 10 years, at most it won't exceed 20 years. Speaking of this, Nanwang old dragon laughed and said, don't you want to meet a certain little guy? Think, Xiao Chen knew who he was talking about, and he really missed his former partner in his heart. Slap. The Nanwang old dragon clapped his hands, and a magnificent palace in the radiant mountain forest in the distance opened instantly, and a light and shadow rushed out and flew to it in an instant. This is a child of 7 or 8 years old, with long hair hanging down to his waist, like a black waterfall, on his small face like jade, his eyes are shining brightly, although he is still very young, his cheeks seem to be cut by a knife, he looks resolute and courageous. His demeanor was a bit aloof, like a dragon in that independent herd, and looked different. That's right, he is a dragon, that former little stubborn dragon, who has successfully transformed into a human being under the training of the old dragon in the southern wilderness. Xiao Chen, little stubborn dragon, was still as taciturn as before, only uttering these two words when he rushed close. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, patted his head, and said, I haven't seen him for almost 4 years, the once stubborn little guy has changed in appearance, but his temper and temperament are still the same as before. Where is KK? I have saved a lot of heaven and earth spirits for it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen suddenly laughed again, patted his shoulder, and said, keep it for it will naturally ask you for it when it wakes up. Where did it go? It's a long story, talk slowly. Here you are. At this point, the little stubborn dragon's hands shone with light, and a large package appeared, bursts of colorful clouds came out, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out, a large package of exquisite spiritual essence. I have also prepared a lot of treasures from heaven and earth for you, enough to deify many acupoints on your body. Xiao Chen did not refuse, smiled and rubbed his black hair, and said, I accept it. He did not enter the magnificent and strange sacred land of the dragon clan in the deepest part of the southern wilderness, but flew into the distant primitive barren vein with the little stubborn dragon, and talked with each other for a whole half a day. Of course, Xiao Chen was talking most of the time, and the taciturn little stubborn dragon was listening. Go back, I'm leaving. Xiao Chen patted the little stubborn dragon and said, I look forward to your defeating Wanlong. Next year, I will leave the southern wilderness and go to the outside world to practice. The taciturn little stubborn dragon said before leaving. The little stubborn dragon went away, and with a flash of light, the old southern wild dragon with black gold armor gleaming showed a tall and burly body, saying, the world of longevity will be chaotic in the future, you live well. What do you mean? Xiao Chen looked at him indifferently. Banzhu will not attack you, but people below Banzhu will continue to seek revenge on you. I hope you can survive, otherwise, someone's plan may come to naught. Which bastard is planning on me? Xiao Chen was a little annoyed. Thinking about you, you think too highly of yourself, you just got involved by accident. I #%. Xiao Chen was very angry, and said coldly, I won't be manipulated by others. Hee. The southern wilderness old dragon smiled, his figure gradually faded away and disappeared. But at the moment when the old dragon disappeared, Xiao Chen found an object hanging on his body. After careful inspection, he found that it was a dragon horn. What do you mean, old dragon of the southern wilderness? Xiao Chen would not think that the other party had kindly given him the holy artifact, took it off from his waist, and threw it out forcefully. Silently, the dragon horn flew back again, and at the same time accompanied by the voice of the old dragon, said, I don't want you to die early, so I will lend you my magic weapon for the time being. Xiao Chen raised his sword eyebrows at that time, but he relaxed in an instant, and only uttered one word, okay. He put away the dragon horn, and with a swipe, the light flashed, and he drove the 12-grade lotus platform through the air. Flying in the vast southern mountains, Xiao Chen silently thought about what happened recently, and then let out a heavy snort. A phoenix sound came, and in the beautiful phoenix forest in front of it, a colorful phoenix soared into the sky, rolled up 5-colored divine fire, and danced towards it. Next to it was a young phoenix, blinking its big eyes and looking at Xiao Chen curiously. It's you. Xiao Chen was surprised and recognized the other party. Back then, Kiki and the little stubborn dragon had stolen the phoenix girl's spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and when they were caught, the other party gave him a phoenix feather, saying that they would help him once in the future. Every time I meet you, you give me a novel feeling. This time it's even worse. You killed many half-ancestors and became the public enemy of the entire longevity continent. You were really extraordinary in causing trouble. Phoenix girl joked. Is he, the legendary villain? Little Phoenix next to him blinked his big black eyes and looked at Xiao Chen with interest. Kids, don't talk nonsense. Oh, I see, Auntie. Little Phoenix closed her mouth obediently. I just returned to Nanwang from the Phoenix Palace, and I gave you a gift, which I must accept. The Phoenix girl chuckled, and fired a ball of dazzling colorful fireworks with a swipe. Xiao Chen deliberately refused, but finally accepted it, and asked, why? Because someone doesn't want you to die early. Xiao Chen became more and more suspicious, and said, could it be given to me by your ancestors of the Phoenix Palace? Hee, you guessed it right, it was given to you by my grandmother. Phoenix girl laughed. The little Feng Wang next to him pursed his lips, and muttered dissatisfiedly, The ancestor is so eccentric, he gave it to the wicked, but not to me. I understand, I'll leave. Xiao Chen angrily cursed as he walked away in an instant, damn it. Now he is full of treasures, like a moving treasure house. The Heavenly Emperor city was in sight in front of him. Xiao Chen had lived here for a long time, and many things had happened. After a little hesitation, he swooped down and came to the familiar street. Xuanwang Beast Palace, Primordial Beast Palace. Suddenly, he saw a magnificent Lingqi temple, which seemed to have just been opened not long ago. And, at this moment, he saw an acquaintance, a fleshy figure. It turned out to be that fatty Zug. The moment he saw Xiao Chen, Zug Liang almost yelled in shock, covered his mouth in a hurry, pulled Xiao Chen in, and said, "Ancestor, you are my own ancestor. You have committed such a big thing, and you still dare to appear in front of the world. You have killed many half-ancestors, and cultivators all over the world want to kill you. It's useless to be afraid." Xiao Chen smiled lightly and said, "You've been fine for more than 3 years. Haha, I'm numb. I won't fight for the power of the family anymore. I'll use the gold coins you left behind. I haven't made less money in the past few years. I think I can start my own business. Not long ago, I went to the outside world for a while, and I decided to start from the southern wilderness." Speaking of this, Fatty Zug walked into the back room, took out a large package, and said, "This is all top-quality spiritual essence. You take them away and run away. There seem to be many people in Tiandi City these days. I suspect they are waiting for you." Xiao Chen put away the huge package. It was what he needed. If it was filled with the best heaven and earth spirit essence, then his acupoints would increase by a dozen or even 20 more. He had to admit that people's talents are different, and Fatty is very good at it. He has earned so much money and bought so many top-notch spiritual treasures in the past 3 years, which is really extraordinary. When I come back, when I have a bright future, I will help you to be the lord of the southern wilderness." Xiao Chen strode away. Fatty Zug opened his mouth, but said nothing. Xiao Chen looked at everything on the street very calmly, walking aimlessly. At this moment, crying and cursing suddenly came from the street ahead. "Hoffman, you bastard, let go of my granddaughter." Hoffman. Xiao Chen waited and watched intently. It was indeed the evil young man of the Zhen family who had been slapped dozens of times by him. He didn't want to meet again today. Young Master Evil's temperament has not changed. He went outside for a while not long ago, and he is still arrogant and domineering after returning. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen appeared in front of Hoffman, and slapped him with a slap, which was extraordinarily crisp. "Fuck, who?" The furious Hoffman stopped his voice abruptly, and then shouted in horror as if seeing a ghost, You are back." Xiao Chen beheaded many half-ancestors, and his reputation has long been passed down to the mainland. When Hoffman saw his former enemy again, he was frightened to death. Crack. Without any words, Xiao Chen came up with more than a dozen big slaps. He really didn't have any good feelings for this wicked young man. Every time he saw him, he would do evil. Kai. There was a flash of light at the fingertips, and a sword energy came out through his body. Xiao Chen wanted to kill him. Now, he is already a public enemy of the world, and he doesn't care about the fury of the Reagan family at all, let alone an enemy in the first place. That evil young man trampled on him and humiliated him that night when the city of Heavenly Emperor was bleeding, and now it just happened to settle his accounts. Don't kill me. Let me tell you a secret. Many people have come to Tiandi City to kill you. You don't need to say more about the expected things. With a light swipe, a head flew obliquely, and Xiao Chen strode forward. Ordinary people on the street scattered away with a bang, killing people on the street, and it was a young master of a powerful force in the city who was killed. If they didn't leave, they would definitely cause trouble. Walked straight down the street, because Xiao Chen already felt that there was a master waiting for him ahead. A beautiful woman, with the posture of sinking fish and wild goose, the appearance of closing the moon and shameful flowers, and the beauty of the city and the country, is that Hai Yunzu. She looked at Xiao Chen with a complex expression, without saying a word. Surrounding her were a dozen white tigers, and not far away were dozens of Taoists. A group of people came forward to encircle. Who are you? A poor Taoist with many treasures. Poverty Cloud Neutron. The third son of the Tiger Emperor. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen deeply knew how powerful the other party was. Taoist Duobao is the eldest disciple of Master Tongtian. He has received the true biography of the half-ancestor, and his cultivation is unfathomable. Yun Zongzi is the original direct disciple, and his cultivation level is also unpredictable, let alone the third son of the White Tiger Sacred Emperor, who is the real White Tiger blood lineage. Xiao Chen looked at Hai Yunzu through the crowd and said, "You are so scheming, do you think I will appear here, and wait for me to enter the urn in advance?" Hai Yunzu is as beautiful as the bright moon in the sky, especially the faint smile, which is extraordinarily touching. Xiao Chen brought her too many surprises, which made her calm and realistic heart a little turbulent. She once thought that if the original choice could be changed, maybe the current situation of each other would be very different. She really saw Xiao Chen's potential, but it's impossible to turn back, everything can only continue to move forward. Only by completely killing Xiao Chen can she calm down. She risked her life to suggest to the elders of the Hu family, unite with the masters, sit here and wait for Xiao Chen to throw himself into the trap, everything is really taken care of by her. Hai Yunzu put away her complicated emotions, looked at Xiao Chen quietly, then showed a charming smile, and said, "It seems that we are born to be against each other, and today I will kill you completely." Even in the face of the disciples of Master Tongtian and others, Xiao Chen couldn't hide his laughter. "You are indeed very accurate, but what's the use? You may not know that I was in the Devil's Plane not long ago, but now I'm here." Hearing this, Taoist Duobao and Yun Zongzi also changed color. The distance between the two places is hundreds of thousands of miles, how could it be? "Kill him quickly," Hai Yunzu yelled. Needless to say, masters such as Taoist Duobao, Yun Zongzi, and the third son of the White Tiger's sacred emperor have already made their moves. "Goodbye, see you again," Xiao Chen sneered, and drew out the sacred artifact, the end of the world. A space channel appeared, and he stepped into it with one step, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. At the next stop, Xiao Chen appeared in the southwest Pure Land, and came to the holy land of the forest tribe and the barbarians. This is the hermitage of a group of old people who are detached from the world. The moment he appeared here, Xiao Chen asked himself suspiciously, "Why do I seem to be saying goodbye? I seem to be waving my hand to the place where I used to live. Could it be because of instinct? Could it be that, instinct premonition, subconscious mind is leading all this, bid farewell to the past?" Thinking of this, Xiao Chen didn't know why he suddenly felt a little scared. He believed in his spiritual perception, could it be that the subconscious really felt something? But why didn't it come to mind clearly? The Pure Land is still very warm, and the old people still regard him as their own descendant as before. It's just a pity that Minggui's ethereal Qingqing is not here, she has already gone to the outside world to hone herself. Xiao Chen was afraid of causing trouble for the Pure Land, so he resolutely left after a brief reunion. "Where are you going? The world is so big, where is my home?" Xiao Chen felt that there really was no room for him in the world. At this moment, the longevity world is full of uproar, everyone is talking about the name Xiao Chen, beheading Banzu, killing many cultivators on the Devil's Plane to break through, and almost all masters in the world are looking for him. Yes, Banzu's disciples are all over the world, and Xiao Chen has become the public enemy of the longevity world. In the end, Xiao Chen decided to go far away from no man's land and enter those areas that are said to be insurmountable even by gods. In the longevity continent, the northernmost ancient god desert, the westernmost million copper mountains, the easternmost east of the vast East Sea, and the southernmost thousands of deserted islands, no one can tell what kind of unknown world there is. It is difficult even for the gods to enter, and it is impossible to speculate on the situation inside. In the end, Xiao Chen opened the space channel with the holy artifact of Tianya Close, and entered the northernmost place in the legend, the desert of ancient gods. He decided to use all kinds of holy artifacts to open the way, and walked all the way to see what was in the north of the desert of the ancient gods. This walk is a full 3 years. In the 3rd year, Wu Sheng Sun Wu suddenly opened his eyes in his hermitage, and said, "Could it be, they are here?" At the same time, butterflies fluttered and Zhuangzhou soared into the sky with his wings fluttering. In Daxia Kingdom, a 3-year-old child, his eyes are as deep as the starry sky, and the purple air permeates the sky through the window lattice. Da Shengguo, holding a baby born from coagulation of blood in his hand, with eyes like sharp swords, quietly floated to the window. In the Roman Empire, a blonde child suddenly opened his eyes. I don't know why, but the discussion area is inexplicably missing 5,000 topic discussion posts, and the essence of the posts is often lost. Even the book review administrator has no right to delete the essence of the posts. Feeling quite speechless. In addition, it is announced that the new administrators in the book review area are Dr. B.S., Prince mopping the floor, and Huo Now. The beauties who signed up, although they said that they have great advantages, but they don't have VP accounts, so all of them chose male compatriots. Chapter 274 Ancient God Desert. The vast desert is endless and vast. Forgetting the change of time and the vastness of space, Xiao Chen walked alone, like an ascetic, exploring in this desolate no-man's land. No one dares to go deep into it. This is the famous four-pole forbidden land in the longevity continent. If you ask where the longevity continent is the scariest and which is called the Jedi, any cultivator who knows something about it will definitely say that it is the four-pole Jedi. No one can tell what kind of unknown world lies north of the northernmost ancient God Desert, west of the million copper mountains in the west, east of the waves of the vast East China Sea in the east, and south of thousands of deserted islands in the south, because people who go into the depths have never come out alive. Everything is scary because of the unknown. It is difficult even for the gods to enter, and it is impossible to speculate on the situation inside. In the vast desert of more than 100,000 miles, the yellow sand blows all over the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. It seems that there is a golden rain in the sky. From time to time, golden sand dunes disappear, and another piece of sand dune is formed in an instant. It is conceivable how violent the wind is. If Xiao Chen hadn't been blessed with all kinds of holy weapons, he would have been wiped out for a long time. Yes, the gang style here is so terrifying that even the body of a god can be torn apart. The violent wind finally calmed down. The golden desert seemed to be carved out of gold. The golden sand grains were dazzling, but the temperature was terribly hot. The sunlight falling in the sky only caused the temperature to rise by tens of degrees, but the golden desert itself seemed to have endless energy. Xiao Chen saw a magic weapon that had been half melted, and the name of a certain god was clearly engraved on it. Such a magic weapon could hardly resist the terrifying temperature of the desert. One can imagine the horror of the golden furnace here. There are many sacred weapons for self-defense, otherwise Xiao Chen would not be able to survive here. The noon sun was very blazing, the strong wind had stopped, and the great desert was exceptionally calm and tranquil. Xiao Chen sat alone in the golden desert. No matter how hard he worked every day, he persisted in his practice. The further improvement of the ancient steel sky map made him more and more aware of the profoundness of this mind method. The deified acupoints are more brilliant, and the real divine veins are continuously extended and more condensed. Compared with the natural meridians, they are more mysterious. Sweat dripped down drop by drop, and the 12-grade lotus platform carried him, continuously refining and evaporating the beads of sweat. Zhu Xian's four swords divide the town into four directions, shaking out the vitality of the misty chaos. The ancient Bible was flipped back and forth, and golden stars jumped out of it, making the stars around him shine. There is also a picture of Tai Chi floating and sinking, and the two Chi of Yin and Yang are rotating back and forth. The sacred sunstone is fixed in the air, shining bright rays of light. Yes, at this moment, Xiao Chen's whole body is full of radiance. He is refining his body with the help of holy artifacts. While running the ancient steel and heaven map mental method, he sacrifices all kinds of holy artifacts, letting the sacred light bathe every inch of flesh and blood in his body. He has already used up more than half of the large package of heaven and earth spirit essence that little stubborn dragon gave him, and he has no idea how much time it took. All he knows is that it seems to be very long. Maybe it took a few months, maybe a year or two, and now there are 12 more deified acupuncture points on his body, and each one is like a morning star, shining brightly in his body. A total of 28 acupuncture points have been completely deified. This made him quite emotional. It is hard to imagine how many rare spiritual essences there are in the holy land of the Dragon Clan in the southern wilderness. Little stubborn dragon is generous to him without any reservations. There are 12 deified acupuncture points. If the previous speed is followed, I am afraid it will take many years to collect so many spiritual essences. When a baby-like fairy ginseng was completely refined by Xiao Chen under the scorching sun, the 29th acupoint was deified, and the Qibao tree continuously emitted colorful light, tempering his body, and the holy sunstone also emitted waves of holy light, washing his meridians. Every inch of flesh and blood was washed away, and small rays of light could be seen wandering, which is like washing the marrow. During this time of asceticism in the desert, it is difficult for him to predict how powerful Xiao Chen's body has become despite ignoring the passage of time. However, there is one thing that troubled Xiao Chen very much. The imprint of Wuji was more and more conflicting with supernatural powers. Even using the ancient steel Tiantu hard method to refine the acupoints of heaven and earth spirit essence, it also conflicted with the imprint of Wuji. It was an extremely painful process every time. Refining the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, deifying the acupoints, and enduring the past, they will be fused together. In this way, can the supernatural power and the mark of martial arts also be fused? In any case, he will not abandon the 8-phase world supernatural power. At present, he can only find a way to integrate the two. Time flows like water. Xiao Chen doesn't know how long he has been deep into the desert of the ancient gods. He is trying to find and search, and he saw a lot of broken walls and ruins under the golden desert, but this doesn't explain anything and he can't find any clues. Maybe half a year has passed, maybe 2 years have passed, but on this exceptionally quiet night, Xiao Chen found it difficult to keep calm. He sat alone under the cold moonlight, clenching his teeth silently as he rushed through the barrier. Yes, he is about to break into the realm of Yukong, which is the legendary realm of demigods. The desert of ancient gods is really a strange place. During the day, the temperature can melt artifacts, and at night, it is so cold that it can freeze refined iron. Under the protection of the holy artifact, the temperature that can freeze the body can't help Xiao Chen, but many holy artifacts can't help Xiao Chen break through, because it's not just enough power, it's a mysterious process of opening the treasure of the body, which requires a mysterious opportunity. Under the cold moonlight, the great desert was extraordinarily silent. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the sky alone, all the blood vessels in his body seemed to be bursting, and all the blood vessels in his body were swollen. Ah! He raised his head to the sky and screamed, his hair flew wildly, he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of life essence, and after spinning around his body for 3 times, that soft life essence rushed into his body again. Boom! There was a loud noise in his body, as if some kind of shackles were broken, and his divine power surged wildly. Xiao Chen's whole body was full of radiance, and there were thousands of auspicious colors. At this moment, he stepped into the realm of Yukong, and he was already a young demigod. Sweeping in all directions, Xiao Chen jumped up and stood in the sky, his eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky, and his resolute face appeared confident and calm. Finally made a breakthrough, he has been waiting for this day for a long time. Demigod, this is a watershed, which has laid a solid foundation for entering the realm of longevity. Entering the realm of longevity is no longer a dream, and every progress is advancing towards the god level. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged in his heart, his body trembled violently, his heart was peaceful, and the surrounding space seemed to be squeezed towards him. The space seemed to collapse, and then condensed into a point, turning into a ray of spiritual light and rushing into his heart. Then the space collapsed again, forming a black hole, and endless dense black mist drifted out, turning into a cloud of mist and rushing into his heart. Hallucinations, hallucinations. The moment Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, he found that neither the space condensed into nothingness nor the space that collapsed into a black hole did not exist, as if he was in a trance for a moment. But at this moment, Xiao Chen really felt the difference from the past. He seemed to be able to integrate with the whole world, to be exact, he was inseparable from the space. Wake up instantly. He has mastered a new kind of supernatural power, space god rule. Space is king, time is respect. This is what Lu Mu once said. Among cultivators of the same level, the cultivator who controls the gods of space and time is the supreme one at the same level. In the realm of metamorphosis, he can challenge across levels, let alone enter the realm of knowledge and space where he can fight across levels. Controlling the god of space means that he can challenge cultivators of higher realms. Space is king, time is respect. Breaking into the realm of Yukong, the treasures of the body were opened one step further, and he mastered a kind of supernatural power that practitioners dream of. However, at this moment, trouble also came. The imprint of martial arts was restless, although the martial body was unimaginably strong, there were signs of collapse at this moment. Xiao Chen's body suffered serious trauma, and it was, slowly cracking. The scene in front of him was extremely frightening. Under the cold moonlight and above the vast desert, Xiao Chen seemed to be about to disintegrate, and his body might collapse at any time. Supernatural powers collide with martial arts. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen endured all this with great perseverance, silently trying to figure out the mark of martial arts, and secretly suppressing the newly acquired space magic power. At the same time, he sacrificed many sacred artifacts, trying to protect his body with the power of the sacred artifacts, but found that it was useless. The collapsed and destructive power came from within the body, and the sacred artifacts could not help at all, but almost had the opposite effect. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Just got the space god rule, but in an instant, the martial body had such a violent reaction. Click, he clearly heard the sound of bones breaking, and then Xiao Chen felt his soul floating out of his body, and then saw his body was torn apart. Wrong. At this moment, Xiao Chen was shocked to find that although a body on the opposite side had split apart, but now, he was not floating outside in the state of soul, but still in the state of body. How can it be? How is it possible to have two bodies? But Xiao Chen was surprised to find that this seemed to be real. Pinching himself hard, he really felt the reality of flesh and blood. At the same time, he found that his body was shining brightly. It was the deified acupoints and the extended divine veins. This is a body that condensed the deified acupoints and divine veins. A divine body regenerated from the original body. Xiao Chen felt extremely shocked. Is this the initial manifestation of the achievements of the ancient steel sky map? Before he was allowed to think too much, the torn body on the opposite side slowly gathered together, and then burst out with an extremely dazzling light, and reassembled together. Brush. With a flash of light, he found that the two bodies had merged into one. Only then did he let go of his hanging heart, because no matter how he transformed, he felt that the original body was the most important. The supernatural power of space emerged, but this time it did not collide with the martial body. It seemed that the body was torn apart just now, allowing the supernatural power and the martial body to temporarily fuse. Demigod. Xiao Chen has truly stepped into the realm of demigod, and has mastered a new supernatural power. Time flies, he continued to advance in the desert of ancient gods, and it seems that another year has passed. During this process, he refined all the heaven and earth spirit essence given to him by the little stubborn dragon, and the heaven and earth treasures given to him by Fatty Zug. At this moment, he felt the energy of life in his body surging, as if possessing endless power, and now a total of 49 large acupoints have been completely deified. The divine veins extended to all parts of his body. Not only all the acupoints that were deified were connected, but also those acupoints that were not deified were also communicated and connected. The majestic life essence is Xiao Chen's strongest capital. Now he no longer doubts that if all the acupoints are deified and the life essence in his whole body is used by him, his power will probably be unrivaled in the world, and his every move may have the power to destroy the world. And power is definitely only the most basic manifestation of power, and it is impossible to guess what kind of amazing transformation it will really have. Martial arts training is progressing very smoothly. His body is as strong as a magic weapon, and it is difficult for ordinary mortal weapons to injure his body. Such a physique, it seems that it is not something that a demigod can possess. Xiao Chen didn't know that 3 years had passed by in a hurry. He was cultivating alone in the desert of the ancient gods, and people outside had been searching for his whereabouts. However, without the addition of a sacred artifact, it would be difficult for even an immortal god to enter the depths of the desert of ancient gods. Xiao Chen was walking on foot, because in the desert of the ancient gods, the sacred artifact, the end of the world, seemed to be imprisoned, and it was difficult to exert its original power. It could only travel 1,000 meters each time, and it would take a long time. Flying on the 12th grade Lotus platform, the speed also dropped sharply, and the speed became slower as it went deeper into the desert of the ancient gods. But even though he spends most of his time practicing daily, Xiao Chen has advanced more than 200,000 miles into the depths of the ancient god desert. It is so far, somewhat beyond his imagination. The vast desert seems to have no end. With the relentless passage of time, Xiao Chen has forgotten everything about the outside world. Every day, he is moving forward except practicing. He wants to see the deepest secrets of the ancient god desert. On this day, he suddenly heard the sound of the bell, which made him feel unreal. Soaring to the sky, Xiao Chen sacrificed all kinds of holy artifacts, stood in the void, and looked forward. In the distance, deep in the golden desert, a temple is quietly located there, as if it has existed since ancient times. Rushing down to the sky, Xiao Chen walked forward step by step. The ancient temple was dyed with a layer of sacred brilliance under the setting sun, and the long bells had gradually subsided. In the sunset, the ancient temple gave people a sense of mystery. It was finally approaching, but Xiao Chen couldn't get close. A strange force isolated him at the periphery of the ancient temple. Turning his head inadvertently, Xiao Chen was startled. Far away from the ancient temple, a Taoist temple was quietly located, full of the vicissitudes of time, as if it had broken through time and space since ancient times. That is, suddenly, Xiao Chen looked far into the distance, and found a small island of God, floating quietly in midair, as if it had been sealed for endless years, without the slightest energy fluctuation, just settled there lonely. Everything in this world should be destroyed. This is just a projection of the real world. It's all illusory. The longevity world shouldn't exist. The huge sound echoed throughout the ancient desert of the ancient gods, deafening, and the vast golden desert became turbulent. Make an advertisement for someone, warrior, traveling with a mobile phone, entering a world of warriors, the confrontation of supernatural powers, and the duel of gods and beasts. Chapter 275 Sojin. The projection of the real world will eventually return to nothingness, and the illusory will eventually be shattered. The mighty voice echoed throughout the entire world, extremely majestic and full of breathtaking power. Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. The longevity realm is a projection of the real world. Is the whole world a fake? So, what is he? The sound disappeared, and the entire desert became extremely silent, as if the sound had never appeared before. The vast desert is dyed with a layer of fiery red brilliance in the sunset, the golden sand is flowing with a little red light, and the fire clouds in the sky are bordering the connection between the desert and the sky. Deathly silence, the empty desert is silent, desolate and lonely. At this moment, Xiao Chen's mood was fluctuating like a raging sea. But in an instant, Xiao Chen quickly calmed down again. He is real, just knowing this is enough. On the empty desert, there is no breath of life, but just today, at this moment, a temple, a Taoist temple, and a god island appeared. Xiao Chen looked at them quietly, but it was difficult to go forward, and the mysterious force prevented him from approaching. The cold moonlight is falling, and the stars are shining all over the sky. Are all these illusions, are all these projections of the real world? Xiao Chen didn't bother, there was only one, self, in his heart, and in this situation, he practiced silently. The moonlight was like water, but the temperature in the desert dropped sharply, and the fine iron could be frozen and cracked by the rapid drop in temperature. Suddenly, there was a squeak sound in the starry lonely desert, and the door of the ancient temple was pushed open. The empty desert was originally silent, but the sound was so abrupt, like a divine fish jumping out of a calm lake. Xiao Chen opened his eyes abruptly, and in the moonlit night, it seemed that two bolts of lightning shot out in the void. After the temple door was pushed open, a young figure stepped out steadily. He was wearing a loose monk's robe, but he looked like 3 or 4 years old, and most of the monk's robe was dragged to the ground. This is a young child, or a young monk, but he looked like 3 or 4 years old, but he was able to resist the extreme cold in the desert, and walked out of the temple calmly and calmly. He has a fair complexion, full forehead, big eyes, long eyelashes, a straight nose, and thick lips. This is a very honest and kind-hearted boy. Among the facial features, the ears are the most special. Although the person is not big, the ears are big and very blessed. The thick earlobes almost touch the shoulders. Although he saw Xiao Chen, he didn't show any surprise. He walked past him, walked around the entire Shenmiao building and walked towards the depths of the desert. Xiao Chen was very surprised, but didn't make a sound, watching him leave quietly. At this time, the door of the Taoist temple in the distance was also pushed open, and a 3 or 4-year-old Taoist priest stepped out calmly. Although he was a young child, he looked very mature, especially his pair of eyes were extremely deep, as if he could see everything in the world. He also calmly walked towards the depths of the desert. It's an extremely weird feeling, but it's only a 3 or 4-year-old child, but his demeanor and movements are like an old antique that has lived for endless years, extremely calm. Brush. On the small island of God in the sky, a child fell lightly, with long black hair floating like a waterfall, and a pair of eyes full of aura, or murderous aura, which made Xiao Chen feel a bone-chilling chill. He also walked calmly towards the depths of the desert. It felt extremely absurd. The 3 children were so mature, they walked into the desert without even looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stood up and followed their footprints. The speed of the 3 children was unknown. Xiao Chen increased his speed to the limit and chased for hundreds of miles without catching up. The footprints completely disappeared in front of him. However, he has made a new discovery. There is an extremely dark area ahead, and there is no end in sight. Could it be the end of the ancient God desert? Staring carefully, Xiao Chen found that there seemed to be a spatial fault. He returned to the original place without making a sound, and it was not until the middle of the night that he found that the 3 children had returned one after another. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight illuminates the desert. A new day has arrived. Although the wind is sunny, there seems to be an extremely depressing atmosphere in the sky, as if an ancient monster is about to be born. The illusory world will eventually be destroyed. The huge voice from yesterday reappeared. Immediately afterwards, the sky was covered with dark clouds, which suppressed all the rising morning glow. The tumbling dark clouds were like heavy lead mountains over the desert, overwhelming people from breathing. Boom! Lightning struck down, and there was actually a golden chariot moving in the dark clouds. It was it that struck out the world-destroying lightning, sending out monstrous energy fluctuations. Brush. With a flash of light, the ancient temple in the desert rose from the ground like a shooting star, crashing into the gray sky. In an instant, he rushed into the dark clouds like a mountain of lead, and then crashed into the golden chariot with a loud bang. Rumble. The sky seemed to be broken, and with a deafening sound, the huge golden chariot was knocked down into the clouds. Immediately afterwards, the figure was disillusioned, the dark clouds rolled violently, and a cloud of grey mist collided with a young monk continuously in the sky. A series of destructive cracks in space extended all the way to the distant starry sky. Yes, the monstrous lead cloud was shaken apart, the sun in the east seemed to have fallen, the starry sky appeared in the sky, and the destructive space crack rushed into the starry sky. Hallucination, illusion, Xiao Chen couldn't tell the difference. The dark clouds finally covered the sky again, and the grey mist uttered a loud voice, shouting to the little monk, "Why resist? Even this world is illusory, let alone you. You are originally nothingness. Disappearing like this is the ultimate destination." The little monk was very calm, and there was no wave in the ancient well, and said, "Who can tell the difference between illusion and reality? One flower is one world, one grass is one heaven, one leaf is one Bodhi, one sand is one bliss, one side is one pure land, one smile is one world, one thought is tranquility." Similarly, the whole world can be empty like flowers and plants. What a Buddha, how dare you mock me? For us, strength is strength. No matter how lofty your state of mind is, it is illusory after all. A loud voice came from the misty mist, saying, "This world should be shattered, and the 24 swords will return." Destruction often starts from oneself. The little monk was as calm as a dead wood. Ha ha, there was a big laugh in the dark clouds. This world has no ancestor gods to protect, and the half-ancestors have also fallen one after another. How can we resist? One ancestor god in the real world is enough to destroy all of this. Besides, with more than a dozen half-ancestors accompanying each other, the illusory world of longevity will eventually return to nothingness. Can you, the Buddha, Yuan, and Tongtian, stop it all? While speaking, the dark space fault hundreds of miles away rumbled endlessly, black mist billowed, dark clouds covered the sky, and more than a dozen golden chariots pierced the sky. Shake the whole world, chi. Waves of chaotic sword energy pierced through the dark clouds, and the divine island soared into the sky in midair, and slammed into a golden chariot fiercely. A 3 or 4-year-old child jumped up, with a cold murderous look in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the Taoist temple in the desert also rose from the ground, crashed into it, and shattered a golden chariot. Down below, Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. The little monk turned out to be Buddha, the little Taoist priest in the Taoist temple was primitive, and the murderous little boy on Shendao turned out to be the leader of Tongtian. 3 years ago, he cut off their heads with his own hands. Destroy the illusion. A dozen or so chariots in the cloud of lead emitted coercive energy fluctuations, and the entire desert of ancient gods seemed to shake. The Buddha, Yuan, and Tongtian also exuded a coercion that shook the sky and the earth, and they competed with the half-ancestors from other worlds in a dozen golden chariots among the dark clouds. Moreover, at this moment, the void was constantly being shattered, and a round of dazzling sun appeared in the sky. It was the sun god, but at this time his real body was just a 3-year-old blonde child. At the same time, a black-clothed boy, full of devilish energy and surrounded by devil fog, appeared. It was the great devil, Satan. Subsequently, the 3 holy spirits of the western tribe appeared as children. Zhengti Taoist also appeared as a young child. The void was continuously shattered, and the first-generation palace lord of the Tianmo Palace, the first-generation fairy of Sihang Zhangjai, and the holy emperor of the Baihu lineage all appeared as children. The sacred artifacts in Xiao Chen's hand flew away one by one, and finally, none remained, and all the half-ancestors whose heads had been beheaded by him all appeared here as children. If it hadn't been for the colorful sacred tree to appear above his head immediately, and sprinkled colorful brilliance, Xiao Chen would have been burned to ashes by this hot desert. After all, even the divine weapon would be melted here. You are trying to lure us to the longevity realm. But everything is in vain. The illusory world without the ancestor gods will soon collapse and return to nothingness. The butterfly flapped its wings, Zhuangzhou appeared, and the mental fluctuations came out. Mendi, a butterfly dream, what is fiction and reality? Relatively speaking, you are just a dream. Then let's go to war. A loud voice came from more than a dozen chariots at the same time. Roar. With a long roar, the 1-foot-long body of the white tiger sacred emperor suddenly enlarged to the size of a mountain, and the hill-like tiger claws violently slapped a chariot in the sky. The figure of the sword on the head of the leader of the Tongtian sect, 4 fierce swords divided into 4 directions, swayed chaotic sword aura, rushed towards a chariot in the dark clouds, and the murderous aura rushed straight to Xiaohan. Taoist Zhengti brushed the wonderful tree of 7 treasures again and again, and the colorful brilliance scattered all the dark clouds rushing near him, and even knocked a chariot out of it. The Holy Sun held the holy stone in his hand, and his brilliance shone in 10 directions, shattering a large cloud of lead, and finally rushed onto a golden chariot. Holding a long sword in his right hand and Yu Rui in his left, Yuan Yuan smashed a golden chariot and fought with the mist inside. Xiao Chen's heart was full of ups and downs, and it was difficult to calm down at all. This was destined to be a semi-ancestral or even ancestor god battle that was unknown to the world, and it was related to the life and death of the longevity world. At this time, he clearly heard a voice sighing, "What should have come has not come, and what should not have come. This is a failed game." A monstrous energy fluctuation came from the space fault hundreds of miles away, and it reached here in an instant. Buddha, Yuan Yuan, Tongtian, Zhenti, Sun God and others all changed their colors. They knew that the other party's ancestor god was coming. But at this moment, in the south of the ancient god desert, there was an indescribably vast fluctuation from the direction of the Changsheng continent, and it arrived in an instant. Ancestor god. How could there be an ancestor god in the longevity continent? Chapter 276. All beings tremble. Make an advertisement for someone. ISBN 1277730. An elegy of rise and fall of war. Originally the vast and endless desert was lonely and desolate, but at this moment it seemed to be boiling, tens of thousands of miles of sand were surging, and the sky was full of dark clouds. It seemed that the whole world was in turmoil, as if the end of the world was coming. Boom! A monstrous energy fluctuation came from the direction of the space fault hundreds of miles away, shaking the whole world, and it came in an instant, like a hurricane that was about to destroy all obstacles. At that time, several people including the White Tiger Sacred Emperor who was as big as a mountain in the sky and the first-generation palace master of Tianmo Palace were blown away. The power was unimaginable, and it was just energy fluctuations that knocked back the masters who were infinitely close to the realm of the semi-ancestral gods. Ancestral gods from other worlds. Its power can shake the heavens and the earth. The White Tiger Sacred Emperor let out a long roar, soared into the sky, and rushed towards his opponent again. While the 4 tiger claws were churning, the dark clouds in the dark sky continued to shatter, and countless starlights shot down from the distant starry sky, submerging the White Tiger Sacred Emperor. The endless brilliance surged, making it look as if it was completely condensed from the stars. The body of the tiger is getting bigger and bigger, it is 10,000 zhang high, piercing through the clouds, and towering into the endless void, as if it wants to insert into the starry sky. Every small movement of his will shatter pieces of the void. He can be called the white tiger that destroys the world. He opened his mouth and spit out a ball of white light, instantly crushing the opponent's golden chariot, imprisoning one area, and with the stroke of the tiger's claws, a world in the palm of his hand appeared in the void. Yes, it was formed entirely according to the wishes of the White Tiger Sacred Emperor, wanting to quickly trap the half-ancestor from another world. The first generation of Heavenly Demon Palace's palace master also let out a long cry, soared into the sky, and flew into the battlefield again. These strong men who were close to the realm of the half-ancestor knew that this might be their only chance. After all, they were not the real half-ancestors. Boom! The space fault hundreds of miles away collapsed, and the waves that made Banzu's heart palpitate came, and everyone knew that the ancestor god from another world had really descended. This world in the depths of the ancient god desert was completely destroyed, shattered and annihilated in an instant, and then returned to chaos. It seemed that the half-ancestors in the marginal area were drowned, but at this moment, the wave of the ancestor gods from the direction of the Changsheng continent came. The desert of the ancient gods, which is more than 200,000 miles away, boiled. It was caused by the fluctuations of the ancestor gods of the longevity continent. The immense coercion made even the gods tremble. The golden sand waves are billions of times more terrifying than the tsunami, because the golden sand waves are not tens of meters, not hundreds of meters, but over 10,000 feet high. Sand waves soared into the sky. The desert of the ancient gods, which was 200,000 miles away, was surging, and the golden waves of tens of thousands of feet swept across everything in the world. There was nothing that could resist it, and no force could counteract it. The legendary four-pole Jedi, the desert of the ancient gods is collapsing and surging. The wave of the ancestor god of the longevity world overwhelmed the heaven and the earth, and fiercely confronted the wave of the ancestor god of the other world, directly tearing apart the far-reaching desert of more than 200,000 miles. Such power and power changed the color of all the half-ancestors. Although they could do it with one blow, it was absolutely impossible to cause such terrible consequences just by relying on the energy fluctuations they emitted. The ancestor god is unpredictable, and it is still difficult to understand the power of the ancestor god before reaching that level. One thing everyone can speculate is that the power of the ancestor gods can really destroy a world. The half-ancestors of both sides were protected by their own ancestors with supreme magic power, and they flew into the sky, including Xiao Chen. Who is it? Who is the ancestor god of the longevity world? This is the question of everyone, and they all want to know which ancestor god has not really fallen. It's unbelievable that there are ancestor gods alive in this illusory world. The voice of the ancestor god from another world was so loud that Ban Zhu felt his ears buzzing, and Xiao Chen almost fell into the clouds. It's you, Shenong. Suddenly, the ancestor god from another world called out this name, which shocked everyone. How is it possible? Aren't you dead? Back then, after an ancestor god in our world died, the rotting corpse turned into a destructive ancestral corpse poison, swept into the longevity world, trying to destroy this illusory world. It was you used your body as a furnace to smelt all the ancestor corpse poison, kept this illusory world, and finally turned into mountains and rivers by yourself, and fell. The ancestor god of the foreign world seemed very shocked. Don't say that Xiao Chen was surprised, even all the half-ancestors were also shocked. This is a secret that even they don't know. It's the first time they heard how the Shenong clan fell. The merits of the ancestor gods are hard to describe, the secret history of the unknown, the great achievements, have never been mentioned to future generations. This is the heart of the ancestor gods. Shenong didn't speak, and in a flash, he manifested from somewhere in the remote and unknown Changsheng continent in the desert of ancient gods, and then sank into the endless cloud of lead that came from the mighty ancestor gods from other worlds. The half-ancestors all saw the afterimage, and all of them looked at Zhuangzi in unison, showing extremely shocked expressions. It's you, ancestral god, ... Because the half-ancestors saw that the so-called Shenong family turned out to be Zhuangzi's body. This is too shocking. It's not me. I just provided a carrier for Shenong's ancestor god. His body turned into endless mountains and rivers, and I used my body as a guide to attract his spiritual consciousness back. Everyone was silent. The legend was indeed true. Although Zhuangzi's combat power was not the strongest among the ancestor gods, his spiritual realm was already close to that of the ancestor gods. Otherwise, how could it be possible to communicate with the fallen ancestor god's remnant spirit? Don't you guys do anything yet? The ancestor god of the Shenong family has arrived and blocked the opponent's ancestor god. We will kill all the half-ancestors in that world, and don't let anyone go. The master of Tongtian, who was the main killer, shouted loudly. With the image of the immortal array on his head, the four fierce swords shook continuously and rushed over in an instant. Zushan formation is known as one of the 5 strongest killing formations in the longevity world. It is not unreasonable to have such a fierce reputation. The murderous aura rushed straight up, and 4 long rainbows penetrated into the endless starry sky, shattering all tangible qualities. Chi. 4 huge chaotic sword lights cut off a golden chariot in the dark cloud in an instant, and even chopped off a long-sleeved alien half-ancestor in the chariot. Sweeping thousands of troops, the chief killer of the Tongtian cult master, the sword array shook, and the second blow was the chaotic sword light as thick as 8 mountains, which directly shattered the whole body of the half-ancestor who bore the brunt. Taoism is against the sky, the peerless 4 swords. Tongtian leader shouted, and for the 3rd time, he directly used his great supernatural powers to cooperate with the Zushan sword array to shoot out endless chaotic sword light. The bright sword energy was all as thick as a mountain, and it actually communicated with many stars in the infinite starry sky, and destructive starlight fell from the sky. Chi. The sound of piercing the sky was endless, as if beams of death light piercing the sky flew from the outer starry sky, directly smashing towards the half-ancestor of the other world. The terrifying power is hard to fathom. The 3rd blow actually pierced a big bloody hole in the chest of the half-ancestor from another world. The front and back were bright, blood gushed out, and countless starlights hit directly down, all of which fell on the half-ancestor's body, causing him to be overwhelmed with anxiety and was knocked out for dozens of miles. Master Tongtian controlled the 4 swords of Zushan and really went crazy. He was definitely one of the most powerful half-ancestors in the Changsheng continent. He severely injured a half-ancestor from another world as soon as he came up. Kill. At this moment, the gods of the ancestors have all taken action. It is related to the future life and death of the longevity world. How can the half-ancestor of the backbone force not show his abilities, and everyone rushes forward? Even the merciful Buddha was murderous. At this moment, none of the strongest people in the longevity world had selfishness, and they all showed their strongest strength. At this moment, the half-ancestors of the longevity continent definitely have the advantage, because they outnumber each other. Taoist Junti held the 7 treasure tree and swiped it continuously, shattering all the energy waves from the other world summoned by the half-ancestor from the other world, and then broke into it, manifesting a golden body, with 18 arms holding a divine sword, or holding a magic pestle, or dancing the sky silk, stirring up the sand waves in the desert of the ancient gods. The great demon Lord Satan didn't have any scruples, holding a magic wand directly summoned endless clouds of death from the outer space, and directly hit the Banzu who was fighting with the Junti Taoist. Boom! The half-ancestor was so bombarded that his body almost collapsed on the spot. He was so angry that he blushed and shouted, "Don't you think it's shameless to fight against me? Fellow Taoist, you've made a fool of yourself. You want to shatter the world of immortality and destroy the creatures of a world without even frowning. Now that you're about to return to nothingness, why are you so determined?" Taoist Junti looked kindly, and the 7 treasures tree cast 108 layers of light curtains in succession, and the golden body with 18 arms rushed in front of the half-ancestor, shattering the void. Ancestral. Satan next to him sneered, and waved his magic wand again. The endless clouds of death in the outer space star field surged in, drowning the half-ancestor who was fighting fiercely with Taoist Junti again in the blink of an eye. Boom! The blood was spattered on the back of the half-ancestor, and the spine was almost cracked. The half-ancestor roared, turned around and wanted to soar into the sky, and fly to the outer starry sky that day. "Fellow Taoist, please stay a little longer," Junti Taoist benevolently called after him with a smile on his face. The tree of 7 treasures had already soared into the sky, and then turned into a rainbow of 7 colors and fell from the sky. The 7-color rainbow was tens of thousands of feet long, illuminating the entire ancient god desert, like an indestructible blade, slashing off the half-ancestor's arm violently and incomparably. At the same time, Satan and Taoist Junti rushed forward, and continuously swung their great supernatural powers at the half-ancestor. Junti Taoist sealed and trapped the injured half-ancestor from the other world with the wonderful tree of 7 treasures, while Satan sneered and summoned endless clouds of death from the outer space, drowned the half-ancestor from the other world, and began refining. Even the half-ancestor felt pain and fear, and the half-ancestor roared in terror. However, it doesn't help, no one can save him, all the half-ancestors from other worlds are in a hard fight, and in terms of absolute numbers, they are not as good as the longevity realm. The battle on the other side is coming to an end. Master Tongtian is worthy of being the most powerful half-ancestor, and the Zushan sword formation is unfolding. With the help of peerless supernatural powers, he is invincible. With the cooperation of Kong Zan, who is fighting the world with 5-color divine light, he directly left 99 transparent sword holes on the body of a half-ancestor from another world, and he was about to decapitate that person. Zhu Xian's 4 swords swept out beams of light as thick as mountains, and now they are no longer stabbing. Tongtian is ready to shatter the opponent. Yizhong is the desert of the ancient gods. The north-south line is more than 200,000 miles long. The battlefield is wide enough. Otherwise, if this battle takes place in the longevity continent, most of the creatures will be destroyed. No one knows where Shenong fought with the ancestor gods from another world, let alone the scale of their battle. It is difficult to speculate on the fierce battle of that level, and it is impossible to judge who is weak and who is strong. At this moment, all the half-ancestors could only feel the indescribable sense of oppression, and could not catch the shadow of the ancestor god, as if the waters of the 4 seas and all the mountains between the heaven and the earth were pressed down in their hearts, making them feel extremely heavy in their hearts. They knew that it was the ancestor gods fighting fiercely, and it was the coercion of the ancestor gods that affected their mood. Yes, this is not an illusion, this is a real feeling. The coercion of the ancestor gods during the fierce battle enveloped the entire desert of the ancient gods. The half-ancestors speculated that maybe the 2 ancestor gods had rushed into the endless starry sky to fight, otherwise the longevity continent might have been destroyed. At this very moment, the hearts of all creatures in the vast Changsheng continent are throbbing, as if the end of the world is coming, and the fierce battle of the ancestor gods has affected every corner of the continent. Although it was impossible to see the strongest battle that shocked the past and the present, the coercion of the fierce battle between the ancestors and gods really affected all living beings, making all living beings tremble. This is the ancestor god. Raising a hand and raising a foot, it makes hundreds of millions of living beings panic and affects the whole world. The entire longevity continent was speechless at this moment, falling into a terrifying silence, and all living beings were terrified all day long. At this moment, the battle in the desert of the ancient gods has reached a fever pitch. Maybe only these half-ancestors will not be affected, no matter what they have to fight, they are also an indispensable force. Boom! The void shattered, and Wu Sheng Sun Wu manifested a stone dagger in his hand, and he slashed down, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. In an instant, the head of the half-ancestor from another world was beheaded, blood soared into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red, and thunder after thunder resounded in the desert of the ancient gods. The half-ancestor fell, the heaven and the earth were different, and the sound of rumbling was endless. The power of the stone dagger surprised all the half-ancestors. A cold light shot out from the eyes of Master Tongtian, Zhu Xian's 4 swords moved together, Kong Zan's 5-color divine light swept out, and fixed the half-ancestor who was seriously injured and dying. Chi-Chi, the chaotic sword light as thick as a mountain instantly shattered the half-ancestor from another world. The second half-ancestor from another world fell. Zhuangzhou, go and give the stone dagger to the ancestor god Shenong. Wu Sheng Sun Wu shouted. He knew that this is the treasure of the ancestor god. If Shenong holds it in his hand, it will definitely increase the chance of winning by a few %. The stone dagger and Zhuangzi merged into one, the butterfly flapped its wings, and the crystal butterfly wings annihilated the space, cutting the half-ancestor who was entangled with him in half. Then it soared into the sky and disappeared. Wait for me, Xiao Chen shouted in the distance. There are several stone tools in his body. If they are given to Shenong, maybe the chances of winning will be higher. The most important thing is to eliminate the ancestor god, otherwise once the ancestor god from another world defeats the Shenong clan, even if all the half-ancestors join forces, it may be difficult to stop him. You stay, one piece of ancestor god's treasure is enough. Marshal Saint Sun Wu shouted. You are an indispensable link. To wake up that little snow-white beast and let it open the paradise lost, we must truly kill all the half-ancestors. The extermination of the body of the half-ancestors does not mean that they are completely dead. As long as their spiritual consciousness persists, they can still reappear in the world. Paradise Lost was Banzu's nightmare, and Sun Wu arranged it like this. It can be said that he was not cruel. 24 war swords. Paradise Lost. The half-ancestor of the longevity realm fell. He brought the 24 war swords and Paradise Lost from another world to destroy the longevity realm. Captured the 24 war swords. The nightmare of Paradise Lost. Xiao Chen had completely figured it out. The stars are falling. The sun god and the western half-ancestors all drank together and used the taboo power. Countless stars flew from the outer space and crashed into the desert of the ancient gods. Summoning extraterrestrial stars, this is definitely a force that will destroy the world. The half-ancestor of the longevity world really wanted to completely kill the half-ancestor of the other world. Don't miss one, Yuan shouted. Sun Wu said in a deep voice. Don't worry, arrangements have been made. Emperor Xuanyuan, Lao Su, Kai Yu, Nanwang Laolong, Phoenix Mother and others have already gone to the space vault to wait, and no one can escape. Xiao Chen is calling for the awakening of the little snow-white beast with all his heart, Paradise Lost, to play a big role today. But at this moment, a shocking warning came from the direction of the space vault. No, another strong man is about to come to the longevity world. It seems to be the ancestor god. It's been a long time since I asked for a ticket. Brothers, let's drop a monthly ticket and a recommended ticket. I need support. When the plot unfolds to this point, a very large fluctuation will appear, which is being carefully conceived. Chapter 277. Terrible fluctuations came from the space fault again, vast and unpredictable, which made the soul of Banzu tremble. There is only one possibility. Another ancestor god is coming. How so? How so? At this moment, all the half-ancestors are looking up to the sky and sighing. It is already a miracle that an ancestor god reappeared in the longevity realm. It can barely block the ancestor god from another world, but now another ancestor god from another world is coming. How to resist? Is the longevity world really going to be destroyed? In an instant, everyone's hearts became extremely heavy. The stars are falling. The sun god, the 3 holy spirits, Satan, Allah and other western half-ancestors yelled together. The original world-destroying star group changed direction at this moment. A meteorite in outer space drew a dazzling light and crashed into the ancient god desert of the longevity realm. At this moment, the vast desert of the ancient gods, which is more than 200,000 miles deep, is like a raging sea, with tens of thousands of waves. Each sand wave is tens of thousands of feet high, like ancient giant mountains rising one after another. This is the power of the world-extinguishing meteor. Before it arrived, the vast fluctuations had already spread down, enough to kill the bodies of the last half-ancestors from other worlds. Now they have turned their direction, with only one purpose, and that is to prevent the ancestor gods from other worlds from entering the world of longevity. The stars were extraordinarily bright, and when they rushed into the sky above the longevity realm, they illuminated the entire continent, and the souls of hundreds of millions of souls were shocked. Yes, this is a terrifying sight unprecedented in the ages. It was as if rounds of suns were falling in the sky, huge and dazzling stars burning with endless rays of light, drawing out one after another gorgeous flames, even more blazing than the real sun. The longevity continent was brightly lit, the real sun was eclipsed, and was completely suppressed by the light of the fallen stars. At this moment, all the people on the longevity continent bowed down, feeling extremely panicked. Is the ancestor god angry? Or are their ancestor gods withering? This is the fearful thought in the hearts of all beings in the longevity continent. Dozens or hundreds of meteorites rushed into the desert of ancient gods, and the sun god, Satan, and the three holy spirits shouted together, and the sound shook the world. Boom boom boom. The dazzling light became the only thing in the world, and hundreds of fallen stars all crashed into the space fault. The vast fluctuations made the sky and the earth lose their color, and thunder struck one after another, as if they were destroying the world. The space fault has completely become a terrifying Jedi where the energy raging, the endless destructive energy is raging and annihilating the space. Snort. A muffled groan came out from that absolute domain, the voice was extremely cold, and the heart of the half-ancestor present trembled for a while, but the fluctuation of the ancestor god of the other world was obviously much weaker, and it was impossible for the destructive meteorite group to kill the ancestor god, but it effectively blocked his steps. Yuan shouted. If he wants to enter this world, he must accumulate enough energy to sacrifice some kind of ancient teleportation array. We will drive extraterrestrial stars into the space fault and destroy his teleportation array. At this moment, Yuan, Buddha, Zhenti, Tongtian, Sun God, and the three holy spirits all began to summon the stars with great mana. This time, they did not rely on spells, but forcibly grabbed the stars with great magical powers. It seems that there is an invisible big hand, pulling the huge stars one after another, falling towards the longevity world. The outer space is trembling. The vast longevity world is also trembling. A few semi-ancestors from other worlds who did not perish wanted to destroy them, but the number of semi-ancestors in the longevity continent had an absolute advantage. Wu Sheng Sun Wu had been watching with cold eyes. At the space fault, Emperor Xuanyuan, Lao Su, Kai Yu, Kong Sheng, Nanwang Laolong, Phoenix Mother and others began to use their mana to attract the stars that came from the outer starry sky, because this time some stars were too big and they needed to be refined first, otherwise they would not have crashed into the space fault, but would directly bombard a large area in the desert of ancient gods. Boom boom boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the golden desert boiled. The stars were refined one by one, and all were driven into the space fault, making the ancestor gods from other worlds who wanted to come to the longevity world let out a few muffled groans, and the endless killing intent came from another world, which was as cold as severe winter. But the destructive ancestral god wave receded like a tide. The alien ancestor god is temporarily blocked. Now everyone is pinning their hopes on Shenong. Only the ancestor god of the longevity world can defeat the ancestor god of the other world in the shortest time, and come here in person to stop another ancestor god from the other world from crossing the border. If we don't kill them now, when will it be? The master Tongtian shouted. All the half-ancestors in the longevity world formed a siege, trapping the remaining half-ancestors from other worlds. The space has been imprisoned, and it is difficult to pass through the space even with great mana. Kill. With a shout, all kinds of supernatural powers appeared. The immortal executioner sword formation, the Buddha's seal, the holy light of the sun, the primordial jade hand, the golden body of Zhenti, the devil body of Satan, directly annihilated that piece of heaven and earth, making everything chaotic. Fearing that the half-ancestor from the other world would reorganize his body, the half-ancestor from the longevity world directly summoned endless black clouds of death from the outer space, completely covering the shattered space. This was a battle without any suspense, with an absolute advantage in numbers. All the strong men in the longevity world wiped out the half-ancestor of the other world. However, no one can relax, because they know that as long as the ancestor gods in the space fault successfully descend, their achievements will be completely wiped out. The fluctuations in the outer starry sky that made the soul of the half-ancestor tremble continued, which showed that the battle between the Shenong family and the ancestor gods of other worlds was very fierce, and it might be difficult to tell the winner in a short time. Whether a world will be destroyed or not will be decided in the near future, and the pressure on the ancestor god Shenong is extremely huge. Suppress all half-ancestor spirits. Wu Sheng Sun Wu shouted, and at the same time looked at Xiao Chen who was protected by the colorful holy tree not far away. The alien half-ancestors whose bodies were smashed earlier all rushed to the space fault immediately, trying to escape back to their own world, but everyone's spiritual consciousness was imprisoned by Emperor Xuanyuan, Lao Su, Kaiyu and others who were ambushing there, and the spiritual consciousness of the alien half-ancestor whose body was destroyed later was trapped by everyone on the scene, and no one escaped. Xiao Chen's whole body was shrouded in the radiance of the holy tree. His spiritual sense had penetrated into the holy tree, and found that 7 rays of light were surrounding a sleeping snow-white animal. He gently called out with his spiritual sense, "Kiki, wake up quickly." However, no matter how he called, the sleeping little snow-white beast didn't respond. At this moment, it is time to race against time, and there is no room for delay. Wu Sheng Sun Wu poured a divine power into Xiao Chen's body, and then said to him through voice transmission, "Call it and try." Xiao Chen shouted, "Fresh god fruit, yin wood ginseng fruit. Where is it? Where is it?" The sleeping little beast was awakened instantly, rubbing its big eyes, looking around, and muttering in a daze. Even in this situation, Xiao Chen was amused all of a sudden. He is really a greedy little thing. Brush. With a flash of light, Kiki's soul rushed out of the colorful sacred tree and appeared beside Xiao Chen, blinking her big eyes, and muttered dissatisfiedly, "Why did you lie to me?" Suddenly, it saw the Yuan, Tongtian, Sun God and others in the air, and immediately widened its eyes, and shouted angrily, "Bad guys, a bunch of bad guys." Although Banzu's appearance had changed drastically, the little beast's spiritual sense was extremely keen, and he recognized them, angrily about to rush up, but was stopped by Xiao Chen. "Kiki, don't mess around, I need your help now." Xiao Chen expressed the seriousness of the matter in the most concise words. "But, I hate them." The little snow-white beast pointed at the half-ancestor in the air aggrievedly, full of unwillingness, and its big eyes were filled with mist. "But I really need you right now." Kiki nodded unwillingly, and said in a childish and aggrieved voice, "Okay." The little beast opened the lost paradise, and a magnificent space manifested around it. Inside, exotic flowers were in full bloom, the grass covered the ground, the clear river was flowing slowly, and the rich and fragrant fragrance of flowers rushed towards the face, as beautiful as a picture scroll. Many half-ancestors descended, and Sun Wu sent a voice transmission to KK, saying, "In a while, we will drive the spiritual consciousness of the half-ancestors into Paradise Lost, so you can slowly refine them." The little thing's eyes lit up immediately, staring at the martial saint flickeringly, and then at the half-ancestors around him. It thought carefully, if it could catch these half-ancestors in the future, all of them will be dealt with. This is a manifestation of its childish nature. Will KK be in danger? Xiao Chen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. No, if it can refine the remnant spirits of those half-ancestors, maybe there will be a great opportunity. Wu Sheng sighed. Lost paradise, an existence that defies the sky. Swipe. The light kept flashing, and the half-ancestors drove one after another of the disabled spirits into the lost paradise, and finally KK quickly closed the space. Now time is higher than life, and then Banzu used his supernatural power to shatter the space, and everyone came to the space fault hundreds of miles away almost instantly, and joined Emperor Xuanyuan, Lao Su, Kaiyu and others. Xiao Chen didn't have time to watch the legendary Great Emperor, Phoenix Mother and others, because at the moment Kiki put away the remaining half-ancestors' remnant spirits, there was another monstrous energy fluctuation in the space fault, and they had to retreat. We can't stop the descending of the ancestor gods from other worlds. It may be useless for us to summon the extraterrestrial stars to crash. All the half-ancestors looked extremely ugly. Has the ancestor god Shenong not gained the upper hand yet? Everyone's hearts were suspended. At this moment, the disappearing butterfly pierced through the void and manifested. Zhuangzi said anxiously. No, although Shenong's ancestor god has a stone dagger in his hand, but he is still at a disadvantage. He doesn't have a real body, so he can't exert the power he had when he was at his peak. This is not good news. The hearts of all the half-ancestors are so heavy that it cannot be added. An ancestor god from another world is already irresistible, and another ancestor god from another world is coming. Is the longevity world really going to be destroyed? Let's help the ancestor god of the Shenong family. Sun Wu shouted. Maybe we will be wiped out in an instant, but we must go, and share as much pressure as we can for the ancestor god. Xuanyuan Wangdi took a step forward. Although the mist blocked his body, his majestic aura showed the spirit of a great emperor. He said, leave half of the people and try our best to defend the fault space. The rest will go to the outer space to help the ancestors of Shenong. Brush. With a flash of light, Emperor Xuanyuan, Wu Sheng, Lao Su, and Zhuangzhou rushed towards the sky first, followed by Buddha, Phoenix Mother, Kong Sheng and others also rushed towards the sky. Tongtian, Yuan Yuan, Sun God, 3 Holy Spirits, Zhenti, Nanwang Laolong, Baihu Shengwang, Daishanmo and others stayed here to resist the coming of the ancestor gods from other worlds. Boom! Terrifying waves surged out, and the ancestor gods of other worlds seemed to be ready to cross the border again. It was supposed to lure the half-ancestor from the space that threatened my longevity world, but I didn't want to attract the ancestor god from another world. This is a failed game. Nanwang Old Dragon sighed. A fierce light flashed in Tongtian's eyes. He stared at Xiao Chen coldly, and said solemnly, now there is only one way. Swipe. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Chen, like a cold ice knife, making Xiao Chen feel extremely cold all over. At the same moment, the leader of Tongtian took action. The limit speed exceeded imagination, and appeared between him and KK in an instant, and took Xiao Chen away. Yeah, let go of Xiao Chen, the Tongtian scoundrel. The little snow-white beast yelled angrily. The 24 battle swords combined with the Tianbei conceal the lost paradise and the ancient magic cave below, which is obviously enough to seal the space fault in a short period of time. The original words were extremely cold and contained no emotion. Sun God, 3 Holy Spirits, Zhenti, Nanwang Old Dragon, White Tiger Holy Emperor, Great Heavenly Demon, etc. all nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen felt cold all over his body, and said, okay, since I need 24 battle swords, I have 16 in my body, and I will give them to you to seal the fault space. Everyone's eyes were extremely cold, and they didn't respond to him. Senan, the leader of Tongtian sect, said, no need, the round and strange stone of the ancestral gods that I got from Yuchao's Tiangong is also in your body. Now it is difficult to detect with the clairvoyant, and your body is a bit weird. It is so good. With your body condensed with the 24 war swords, plus the ancestral god's treasure, I think it can seal the space fault for decades. It must be sealed carefully. Although no one knows how to use the 24 war sword, if it is taken away by the ancestor gods of other worlds, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhenti said humanely. It's okay, there is no need to worry about it for decades. Yeah, yip. The little snow-white beast became anxious when it heard it, and made a childish voice with mental fluctuations. Bad guys, you are all bad guys, I won't allow it. I won't allow you to do this. The little snow-white beast opened the lost paradise vigilantly and rushed towards the leader of Tongtian. Brush. With a flash of light, the master Tongtian disappeared from where he was, leaving KK in vain. As long as he doesn't enter the lost paradise, Banzo's magic power cannot be guessed, and Kiki's speed cannot catch up at all. Of course, as long as the little beast hides in Paradise Lost, even the half-ancestor can't do anything to it. Yeah, yip, let him go. Kiki's soft voice was begging. There is no time, so quickly show off the battle sword you got later. Clang clang, 8 battle swords manifested, which were collected by the disciples of the Ban Ancestor, and were later enshrined to the reborn Ban Ancestor. Puff. Master Tongtian was the first to strike. A war sword pierced through Xiao Chen's chest, and blood gushed out wildly. Puff. Yuan Yuan made the second move. The sword pierced through Xiao Chen's abdomen, and blood sprayed out. Then Yuan Yuan, Sun God, and Zhenti shot one after another, piercing Xiao Chen's body with their swords, and Tianmozi was the last to make a move. He pierced through Xiao Chen's body with 2 swords in his hand. The blood stained the golden sand. Xiao Chen's body was covered in bright red blood, and blood was flowing from the 8 blood holes. Yeah, don't, Wu, I beg you, let him go. The little snow-white beast's immature cries came out, and just now it hit again and again, but it couldn't catch the trace of Banzu at all. Yeah, Wu, I would like to exchange Paradise Lost with you. Everyone was silent, and no one responded to it. Kiki, go away, you can't save me, and I don't hate them, so I don't need you to save them. Even if this world is really destroyed and there is Paradise Lost, you will be safe and sound. I don't. The little snow-white beast rushed forward anxiously. At this moment, all the half-ancestors shot together, and drove Xiao Chen, who was pierced by the sword, into the fault space, and shouted at the same time, suppress. 24 sword chi shot up from Xiao Chen's body, and then turned into endless rays of light and flooded the space fault. All the half-ancestors shot at the same time, sealing the space fault with the 24 battle swords. Xiao Chen's body began to petrify from the inside to the outside, and then quickly enlarged. Finally, a stone statue like a giant in the sky blocked the fault space, and 8 huge war swords pierced through the stone statue as high as a mountain. Unexpectedly, the space fault was sealed so smoothly, I think it can be sealed for 100 years, or even 1,000 years. The White Tiger Sacred Emperor sighed. There is a strangeness in his body, which is the best choice for condensing the 24 battle swords. Yuan said indifferently. Master Tongtian flew around the huge stone statue, and said, "One drink and one peck, there is a destiny long ago. You killed the half-ancestor, and now you are killed, and the space fault is sealed, just to end a period of cause and effect. If you survive this crisis, you, Xiao Chen, will be considered a great hero." Taoist Junti flew around the huge stone statue like the ancient magic mountain with the tree of 7 treasures, and said, "But, your achievements are destined to be known to no one, so guard the space fault silently." Yeah, woo. The little snow-white beast with the colorful holy tree on its head frantically launched an attack on everyone, trying to drag them into Paradise Lost. However, it can't be faster than Banzu at all, and it can't do anything to everyone. A murderous look flashed in the eyes of the White Tiger's sacred emperor, and he said, "Do you want to find a way to get rid of it? Fellow Taoist, you have obsessions in your heart, and you have no destiny with the ancestor gods in this life." Taoist Junti said. The White Tiger's sacred emperor let out a cold snort, and said in a cold voice, "Could it be that you can become an ancestor god?" Although some people showed their murderous intentions, they all rushed to the outer space in the end. The most important thing now is to help Shenong win the victory. Yeah, woo, I don't want to be like this. In the depths of the silent ancient god desert, the little snow-white beast was crying alone, lying on the huge stone statue with an extremely sad expression. In the end, the ancestral god Shenong won, and the crisis that the longevity world was about to be destroyed was resolved. All the living beings in the Changsheng continent were grateful for the kindness of the ancestor god, and all enshrined the golden body of Shenong. Of course, the half-ancestors who contributed in the Great War were all famous in the longevity realm, and all of them were enshrined in the temple. Especially those half-ancestors who came back after their death, are even more believed by the people, because their disciples are passing on their merits and virtues. The ancestors reincarnated against the sky to fight against the ancestor gods of other worlds. They are compassionate saints with immeasurable merits and virtues. No one knows that some half-ancestors entered the game passively, and entered a losing game. And Xiao Chen is destined to be unknown to the world. He and 24 Zhongjian sealed the space fault, but he is destined to be unknown and stand alone in the wind and rain. If someone really thinks of the name Xiao Chen, they will only think of his evil deed of killing the half-ancestor. The big fluctuations I am talking about certainly do not refer to episodes like today, which will appear in the near future. Chapter 278 Return to the Human World. Time flies, half a year has passed. The Golden Desert is desolate and lonely. The war of the ancestor gods has long since come to an end. Everyone has left. The desert has no life, no greenery, empty and desolate, and it is a forgotten place. In the current space fault, black clouds linger, a huge stone statue stands alone under the lead cloud, as tall as the ancient magic mountain, facing the direction of the longevity continent. It seems to be looking at it from a distance, it seems to be longing. Half a year later, the wind finally blew up again, and the dead desert finally had a sliver of vitality. The strong wind pierced through the golden desert, and the sky was full of dust and sand, which was covered in a yellow haze. Even the huge stone statue was submerged, and the yellow sand covered the sky. In the sound of the wind, a small snow-white beast whimpered and cried in the wind. It had been guarding the huge stone statue soaring into the sky for half a year. 8 huge battle swords pierced through the huge stone statue, as if nailing him there. The lower half of the body blocked the space fault, and the upper half of the body stood silently. The expression of the stone statue was no different from Xiao Chen's expression at the moment when he was finally suppressed. It seemed to be filled with a trace of regret. He just looked at the south like that, as if he wanted to cross the longevity continent, look at Long Island, and look at the human world. Woo, Xiao Chen, when did you wake up? The little beast revealed his true feelings, wept and fell into a semi-consciousness on the stone statue, muttering, "I don't have any parents anymore, you are dead too, woo. I want to go back to Dragon Island, and never come out again." The strong wind surged, and a figure appeared on the huge stone statue without sound. The devil. The little beast woke up from the semi-consciousness as if he had sensed something. It was Caillou who came. He sighed and said, "Come with me." "I don't." Afterwards, the little beast said with a pleading tone, "Please save him, I can give you Paradise Lost. Being pierced and suppressed by the sword of 24 wars, I can't do anything about it. It's only my fault that I wasn't there that day. We went to help the ancestor god of the Shenong clan. We almost disappeared in the battlefield. Shenong clan won with our help. It was a tragic battle, stronger than the half-ancestor, and when facing the ancestor god, he was completely wiped out. Woo, I really just want him to come back to life, I have no other requirements. Let's go, I'll take you out of here. I won't leave, this world is full of bad people, those people always want to kill me and Xiao Chen. That's because some people are afraid of you. Why are you afraid of me, huh? I never harmed them. Because they are afraid of you in the future and feel that you should not come to this world. Woo, I want to go back to Dragon Island, my father and mother are gone, Xiao Chen is also dead, I will never come out again. Kiki wept sadly, like a wounded child, and finally passed out. The devil shot a black light at the stone statue, and then took KK to the sky, saying to himself, Dragon Island, maybe, you really shouldn't come out from there, this is probably your parents' wish too. Because you don't belong to this world. The wind stopped, and the desert returned to calm again. Until a month later, a tall figure descended from the sky with two little Lolitas, making the place a little bit alive. Emperor Xuanyuan was covered in clouds and mist, standing there motionless, while Linglong and Tutu, two pink and tender little girls, sighed. It's hard to find an interesting and handsome grasshopper, and it just petrified. Father, help me, let him come back to life. That's right, the handsome old man is the best, hurry up and save him. Emperor Xuanyuan's tall body appeared extraordinarily stalwart in the clouds and mists. He shook his head and said, I can't save him. After speaking, he shot a yellow light at the huge stone statue, and disappeared with two little Lolitas in a flash. 1 month later, the Buddha manifested and stood on the stone statue, very calm and peaceful, and said, in the heaven and the world, I am the only one. The I am the only one, naturally does not refer to my own ego, but the big self of all living beings. After everyone is awakened, they can get rid of all kinds of material desires, confusion and illusions. That is the way of the Buddha, and at that time, only, I, is the only one. A ray of Buddha's light shot out from between his eyebrows and penetrated into the stone statue, and the Buddha shattered away. Another month later, Sun Wu and Zhuang Zhou manifested at the same time. The two said something, but it all dissipated in the cloud of lead and did not spread out. Finally, they each lit a light and went away through the sky. Lao Su was the last one to appear on the stone statue. He didn't say anything, he just pointed out a clear light, and then disappeared out of thin air. Time passed, and a whole year passed, and the huge statue was still standing alone. However, during this year, the forehead of the stone statue was slowly cracking, and gaps appeared, until another 3 months passed, and with the sound of cracking, a huge hole was shattered from the forehead of the towering stone statue. A human being made of flesh and blood came out of it, his whole body shone with bronze light, and his body was as strong as a cast of brass. A golden divine halberd was in his right hand, but the blade of the halberd was already curled up, even cracked. A black iron seal appeared in his left hand, the iron seal has been deformed, its original shape can no longer be seen. Tongtian, Yuan Yuan, Zhenti, Sun, Bai Laomao, Nanwang Leonikian. I greet the 18 generations of your ancestors. The golden divine halberd made a loud noise, shaking the ancient god desert. Mom, I'm #@ #%#. Wu Tian also cursed angrily. The two murder weapons were almost scrapped, the divine halberd and the iron seal were cracked, and seemed to be shattered at any moment, but Xiao Chen's body was unharmed and did not suffer any damage. Am I still me? Xiao Chen asked such a question, looking back at the huge stone statue towering into the sky, and then at his naked body now, he felt a little unreal. Damn it, why isn't it you? Let me live well in the future, and now I am connected with your life. If you make a mistake, we will be unlucky too. Damn disabled stone man, what is it? Let us share our lives with you, ##. The two murder weapons yelled. Click, click, the big hole in the forehead of the huge stone statue behind him was slowly healing, and finally became smooth as before, as if it hadn't been broken at all. The golden divine halberd and the black iron seal were in tatters, and a little light rippling out to protect Xiao Chen, but they spent too much energy, the light flickered, and it seemed that it would be completely shattered at any time. With the space fault being suppressed, the desert of the ancient gods seemed less scary. Under the protection of two weapons, Xiao Chen unfolded the 8-phase world supernatural power, and he was able to fly at a very high speed, not as strenuous as when he came in. At this time, the Changsheng continent was in a turbulent time. The ancestor god of Shenong reappeared in the world, opened the Shenong palace, distributed treasures, and then rushed into the infinite starry sky. When he left, he sent a message to the Changsheng continent to ask each faction to select the most outstanding disciples. He will be of great use when he returns. The ancestor god didn't say much, but the news conveyed through the mouth of the half-ancestor caused the entire longevity continent to boil. The ancestor god is of great use. If he is selected, it will be a blessing from thousands of generations of cultivation. For this reason, the Changsheng continent held a huge cultivator conference, the original teaching, the cutting teaching of Tongtian, the Buddhism of Buddha, the sun religion of the sun god, almost all the outstanding disciples of the Banzu sect signed up. This is an unprecedented event. Although it only belongs to the outstanding disciples of the younger generation, it also attracts the attention of the older generation. It's just a little strange, none of the half-ancestors showed up. They seemed to disappear at the same time, and even their disciples couldn't be found. When Xiao Chen flew to the edge of the ancient God Desert, he was shocked to discover an unbelievable fact that the ancient God Desert was cut off. Yes, there is a big crack in space between the vast desert and the longevity continent. It is dark and there is no light at all. The desert and the Changsheng continent are only connected by a small area, and the two lands seem to be completely cut off. What happened? Why did it happen? Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the area that was only connected by one point. However, there was a loud bang, and endless blood-colored lightning fell down, flying him upside down the moment he hit him. The two weapons in his hand rattled, and several cracks appeared. Why is this happening? Could it be that I was cut off here? Xiao Chen said to himself. At this time, on the opposite side of the Changsheng continent, which is only a little connected to the ancient God Desert, a graceful figure flew over, waving his jade arms vigorously, and shouting loudly, "Uncle!" It was a bright and ethereal young girl with a smile like a spring flower blooming. Apart from being beautiful, it was more bright and warm. She flew to the edge like an elf, and her beautiful smiling face was full of joy. She wrinkled her lovely nose and said, "Uncle, you can really cause trouble." "Ching Ching, why are you here? I accidentally got the news that I've been here for almost a year, and I wanted to save you, but I couldn't rush over." Ching Ching's face turned pale when she said this, and she hastily covered her small mouth with her slender fingers. However, Xiao Chen keenly saw a trace of blood flowing down between her fingers. "You are hurt." "It's nothing, just a small injury. Knowing that the uncle who caused the trouble is safe and sound, I'm relieved." Ching Ching chuckled nonchalantly, and she still didn't forget to make fun of Xiao Chen, saying, "Uncle, you will not cause trouble again when you come back this time, right? I will help you this time." Xiao Chen felt a warm current in his heart, shook his head, and said, "I really want to go back and cause trouble, but I seem to be unable to make it through. Hee, I really want to cause trouble." Ching Ching also frowned at this point, and said, "Oh, uncle, you may never come back." At this moment, an extremely weird force suddenly surged out of the dark space crack, and then the crack suddenly swallowed everything around like a terrifying sea eye. Xiao Chen only heard a clear scream, and vaguely saw that graceful figure swaying, and then he felt himself spinning, and quickly rushed into the terrifying vortex of space. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen woke up, and he heard a deafening roar. A magnificent scene appeared in his field of vision, a huge yellow dragon galloping and roaring in front of him. The yellow river, he actually saw a big yellow river. And the distance is the familiar land. The human world, he returned to the human world. Chapter 279, Passing Water. The angry dragon galloped, moved mountains and seas, pushed peaks and cracked veins, and roared to the sky. The torrential water of the yellow river destroys the dead, leaps thousands of miles and rolls up the yellow waves, roars and shakes the earth. The former yellow river, the familiar torrential yellow water, a giant dragon galloping into the sea. How many times I dreamed of the yellow river, how many times I dreamed of returning to my hometown. Xiao Chen stood on the bank of the yellow river, his black hair flying, covering his resolute cheeks, and let out a long roar. The shaking yellow river rolled up 1,000 waves, the giant dragon was roaring, and rushed to the distance. As far as the eye can see, the very familiar land is full of intoxicating atmosphere, as if there is a magical power calling Xiao Chen. He soars into the sky and flies high above the sky, with only one target, that is a small village by the yellow river. It was getting closer, and I really saw the familiar mountains and valleys. This was not a dream. Xiao Chen realized that he had really returned to the human world. I never thought that I would come back like this. I worked hard day and night, just to return to the world. How many times I dreamed about it, how many times I woke up in disappointment, I never thought. After so many years of hard work, I was finally swallowed back by a space, sea. Such a chance. Wry smile, helplessness, but more excitement. The hand of fate is so unpredictable, it actually led him to realize his dream in this way. Getting closer, Getting closer, flying all the way along the Yellow River, he finally came to the familiar hometown. Looking at the land from a distance, Xiao Chen's heart fluttered, his eyes were blurred, but there were no tears to flow, and he wanted to yell, but his throat seemed to be blocked. Wanting to speak, but speechless. Landing on the bank of the Yellow River, Xiao Chen walked forward step by step, along the Loess Road, towards the small village a few miles away. Beside the Loess Road, the huge bluestone bears many childhood memories. He used to climb up and down with his childhood partners. This is the place where the children in the village gather after meals. Every time they go to the Yellow River to play, catch fish, or swim, they gather here. There are also ancient trees beside the Loess Road, which were planted by his grandfather's generation. Now they are intertwined, tall and vigorous, like horned dragons, with new leaves emerging from old branches. This is the place where old people like to live together. The air is filled with the smell of soil, mixed with bursts of grass fragrance, spring full of hope. Xiao Chen likes this season. It was like this in the past, it is still like this now. This season always gives people a feeling of hope. Finally arrived at the entrance of the village. Rows of willows in front of us were flying catkins, like snowflakes flying. The yellow and green tender grass, the soft willows with flying catkins, and the fresh green in the fields, all are full of the flavor of the country, all are so familiar, and all are so kind. Rows of simple houses are hidden behind the weeping willows. Xiao Chen's eyes gradually blurred. At the entrance of the village, a pair of gray-haired old men were walking towards each other, supporting each other, looking at the end of the Loess Road. Xiao Chen suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. How many times he dreamed of such a scene in the world of longevity. The white-haired parents stood desolately at the entrance of the village, in their lonely old age, holding on to that little hope, looking at the dirt road in front of the village, looking forward to the return of the wanderer who had been away for several years. Every time he dreams of such a scene, Xiao Chen will wake up from the dream, and every time he will feel the corners of his eyes moist. Xiao Chen rushed forward quickly, and a puff of smoke and dust blew up on the Loess Road. Morning sun, an old voice came from ahead, his tone full of doubt and disbelief. Xiao Chen stopped immediately. It was not his parents. Something seemed wrong in the village. It was almost noon, but it was silent, as if there was no life at all. He wiped away the tears that blurred his eyes, and looked forward. The pair of gray-haired old men turned out to be his uncle and aunt, his father's uncle and aunt. "Uncle, Chen Zi, is really you?" The two old men staggered. Their white hair was like snow. They fought for a few steps forward and grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. "It's me, I'm back." Xiao Chen tried his best to calm himself down, supported the two old people, and said, "What happened in the village? My parents, they..." The two old men were nearly 80 years old. Their skin was as wrinkled as dry orange peel, and their bodies were even more skinny. They tremblingly groped Xiao Chen's cheeks, squeezed Xiao Chen's palm tightly, and said, "It's Chen Zi, it's really Chen Zi. It's good to be back, it's good to be back." The old man sighed. "It's been 8 years, 8 years. Yes, Xiao Chen has been away from the human world for 8 full years. He was trapped in Dragon Island for a year, cultivated in the pure land of barbarians and forest tribes for 3 years, and spent 4 years in the desert of ancient gods. More than 8 years have passed. He was 20 years old when he left the human world, and he was already 28 years old when he returned. Son, your parents have been very depressed these years. They look forward to it year after year, day by day. Every evening, they will support each other and come to the village entrance. Looking at the dirt road in front of the village, I hope you will come back." At this point, the two old people sighed and poked Xiao Chen's forehead vigorously. Tears flowed down Xiao Chen's cheeks. He smacked his mouth forcefully, and said, "It's my fault, it's my fault." The two old men grabbed his hand and said, "I think you have a reason, otherwise why would you not come back? Don't worry, your parents are still there, but, alas." "What's the matter? What happened?" Xiao Chen's sword eyebrows stood up at that moment. "It's still Chen Zi from before. If you look at it, the gangsters in 10 miles and 8 villages will have to be honest for 10 days and a half months, and their momentum will not diminish." The two old men sighed. But this time, it's not the nearby rogues who bully people, but the state religion in Kyushu. It is forced to force all men, women and children in the village, even 50-year-olds and teenage children, to build a huge project in the upper reaches of the Yellow River. Up to now, there are only old people like us in their 70s and 80s waiting to be put into the coffin, and some children under 10 years old, who have committed crimes. The two old people were very angry and anxious, and said, "Many people died during the construction of the Laoshizi project. In the past, only your parents were watching from the village entrance. Now every evening, old people in their 70s and 80s will come here to look at the Loess Road. My parents. Your parents also have to build that ancestral dragon terrace every day, or that ghost thing called the Tongtian Death Bridge. People in their 50s in the village will not be spared. Damn it. Xiao Chen's eyes shot out two eye-catching rays of light, and the substantive sharpness crushed a willow tree next to him. The two old men next to him were stunned. They stopped him and said, "Son, don't mess around. Uncle knows that you know martial arts, but you can't fight against the government, or it will bring disaster to our village." "Uncle, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I'll go upstream to have a look." "No." The two old men tightly hugged his arms, afraid that he would mess around, which made Xiao Chen very helpless, and said, "I really don't want to cause trouble, I just came back, I just want to see my parents as soon as possible. The sun is about to set now. You don't need to go. They should be on their way. Don't worry, your parents will be fine. They are usually so kind, and because of your sudden disappearance, the people in the village are very sympathetic and take good care of them. Even if you go to the embankment, you don't have to do heavy or tiring work." It can be seen that the two old people are very afraid of the so-called state religion in Kyushu, for fear that Xiao Chen will cause trouble and bring disaster to the village. Xiao Chen felt very strange. In the past, there was no state religion mentioned before. After some inquiries, he found out that this state religion was only proclaimed in the past 2 years, and it became the top sect in the world in an instant. It is said that there are immortals who are not old in the religion who use their great mana to summon wind and rain in the palace, spread beans to form soldiers, and even summon heavenly soldiers and generals, which won the emperor's conviction. The sun was indeed going down, and not wanting to disobey the two old people in front of him, Xiao Chen, accompanied by them, returned to his home where he had been separated for 8 years. It seems, it has never changed, everything in the courtyard is the same as before, as if he only left for a moment. Pushing open the door of his own room, the sheets were clean, the quilt was neatly folded, the desk and wooden chair were spotless, it was no different from when he left. Xiao Chen had a sore nose, he knew it must be maintained by his mother who loves to tidy up the house by cleaning it every day. The son travels thousands of miles and the mother is worried. It can be seen how much his mother misses him. When I came to my parents' house, it was still as tidy as before. Inadvertently, he saw a few small wooden knives and small wooden swords beside his pillow. This is. Xiao Chen felt his eyes were filled with mist. He liked to dance with knives and swords since he was a child. This was carved out by his father for him. When he grew up, these were all put in the wing room, but put by his parents beside his pillow. This is missing. His parents missed him deeply, looking forward to his return all the time, and found all his childhood toys and put them next to his pillow. This is such a deep miss. The lonely parents in the evening have strong expectations for his early return. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Xiao Chen could imagine the pain and loneliness of his parents in their later years, thinking about his children eagerly. The late old man was looking forward to the return of the wanderer, not believing that something happened to his missing son, he was looking forward to it every day, every night. In the house, Xiao Chen picked up strands of snow-white hair. His parents are really old, and the hair that used to be gray is now completely white. His heart felt sore. To meet the parents now. Xiao Chen shook off the two old men who were chasing him closely, and rushed towards the entrance of the village, where there were already a dozen old men and a dozen children looking at the dirt road in front of the village. "Hey, that's Chen Zi. Chen Zi is back, it's really Chen Zi." 8 years have passed, and the years have not left any traces on Xiao Chen. He is a cultivator of Yukong realm. His lifespan has been extended for hundreds of years, and his appearance is the same as that of the past 20 years. Therefore, all the old people in the village recognized him, and some children stared at him curiously. The old people surrounded him all at once, asking all kinds of questions, asking where he had been all these years. At this time, a child shouted happily, I'm back, I'm back." In the distance, at the end of the lowest road, all the old and young people in the village came back. They were covered in mud and exhausted, and they all supported each other to come back. Damn the state religion, it uses people as livestock. The old man in the village felt very distressed, and said, "A dozen people have died in the village, God knows how long the remaining dozens of people will survive, woo-woo." In the distance, an old woman with snow-white hair let out a cry of surprise, and ran over staggeringly. Her shoes fell off, and she didn't seem to know that she was barefoot, with tears streaming down her face, and fell down on the lowest road several times. "Mother!" Xiao Chen yelled, rushed over, knelt down on the ground with a plop, and supported the old man. "Chenzi, my child, is it really you? Woo-woo, my child, you are finally back. Woo-woo." Her hair was already white, Her face was covered with wrinkles, and the gloomy look on her benevolent face gradually faded away. She hugged Xiao Chen's head and cried loudly, rubbing Xiao Chen's cheeks with calloused hands. My child, my child. Xiao Chen's mother kept repeating these two sentences, tears kept pouring out, and rubbed his face vigorously. Child, child. Xiao Chen's father also stumbled over, his body covered in mud, his tired and haggard face burst into an excited smile, his white hair was so eye-catching, and his wrinkles piled up, showing his old appearance. Father. Xiao Chen knelt and moved forward a few steps, the whole family hugged each other and cried. Everything in this world can be false, only the affection of parents is completely false. After 8 years of separation, Xiao Chen finally returned to the world. Xiao Chen hugged his elderly parents tightly, his heart was like a knife, and his tears were like rain. His parents were really old, but he was not by his side for so many years. Looking at the gray-haired parents and feeling the calluses on their palms, Xiao Chen was heartbroken and at the same time angry. The family's conditions were good and they had some assets, so they didn't need to work hard at all. But his parents were so miserable in their later years, and their palms were actually covered with calluses. This was all caused by the state religion, and he clenched his fists uncontrollably. Is Xiao Chen really you? Xiao Chen, you are back. Xiao Chen, you bastard, it's been 8 years since you left. ... A large group of people gathered around, of course, the innermost ones were all good friends who had played since childhood. It's me, I'm back. Xiao Chen looked at these former friends with mixed feelings, and called each one by name. Da Zhou, Xiao Hu, Erbing, Shoukai, Baldhead. It's me, it's me. ... Big hands stretched out one after another, holding Xiao Chen tightly. Xiao Chen's parents shed tears happily, and smiled as they watched Xiao Chen recognize his former partner. Woo! At this moment, someone began to cry. Xiao Chen, you are back. 3 of the partners we grew up with have died. If you don't come back, I'm afraid we won't be able to see you either. Speaking of this, everyone in the village is very sad. This is a small village with less than 100 people, but more than a dozen people died not long ago. The partners were all covered in mud and exhausted, with whip marks on their bodies, and some of them had shocking wounds. Do you still remember Da Zhuang? He had an upright temper, but he was beaten to death after contradicting the supervisor on the bank of the Yellow River. There is also Xiao Han, who was weak and sickly since he was a child, and couldn't work hard at all. Although we shared most of all his work, he was still exhausted. And Xiao Hai. Da Zhuang, Xiao Han, Xiao Hai, my childhood friends, they just left. Looking at his parents, and then at his exhausted partner, a surge of anger rose in Xiao Chen's heart, and his fists were tightly clenched. If these children hadn't moved rocks and earth for us, we would have died of exhaustion by the Yellow River. Xiao Chen's father had mixed feelings. Xiao Chen's mother was wiping tears for a group of children in her eyes. I'm back, and I won't let you suffer anymore. Xiao Chen stood up straight, looked towards the upper reaches of the Yellow River, and shot 2 cold lights. Chenzi, don't act recklessly. That is the state religion of Kyushu. It has unimaginable influence. Not only the villagers near the Yellow River were recruited as coolies, but hundreds of thousands of slaves were brought in from all over the country. No one dared to resist. The old people in the village sighed. Yeah, Xiao Chen, don't mess around. Even Xiao Chen's childhood buddies dissuaded him, saying, we know that you know martial arts, and you have practiced outside since you were a teenager, and your skills are extraordinary. However, the people of the state religion are stronger than you can imagine. We have seen with our own eyes that their inspectors can fly, and they know magic spells. Yes, the most time we saw a dozen young people stepping on flying swords against the sky and going upstream along the Yellow River. The men are handsome and the women are as beautiful as flowers, but they are merciless in their attacks. I have seen them use flying swords with my own eyes. Only a beautiful girl made a move by herself. A flying sword pierced the sky, and with a light turn, the heads of a dozen martial arts masters were cut off. Xiao Chen frowned. What happened in the human world? There are such masters, it seems that there are not 1 or 2, it seems that the so-called state religion has many such practitioners. Seeing everyone's worried appearance, Xiao Chen had to assure them that he would not cause trouble. However, he still made a promise that he would immediately find a way to get everyone out of trouble. How can we continue to let parents do coolies? How can I just watch my friends suffer? It is impossible for Xiao Chen not to make a move, but he has to make a plan. After all, the people around him are not like him, but they are all over the world. These people will continue to live on the bank of the Yellow River in the future. After returning home, almost everyone in the village came to see Xiao Chen's return. This is the simplicity of a small village, but there are only about 30 households. If any family has something to do, everyone will help. It was very late before those uncles and partners were sent away. His parents held his hand and had endless words to tell about their longing for these years. Xiao Chen listened silently, trying not to let herself cry. While talking, the two old men seemed to think of something, and heaved a long sigh. What happened to father and mother? Don't you feel that there is something missing in your heart? Xiao Chen looked at his parents suspiciously. Ruoshui comes to visit us several times a year, but after she came here at the beginning of last year, she left behind possessions that we could never spend in our lifetimes, and she never appeared again. Xiao Chen's expression froze immediately. Don't blame other girls. Xiao Chen's father sighed. She is the same age as you, and has been waiting for you for 7 years. The girl in the ordinary family gets married when she is 14 or 5 years old, but she is already 27 years old and has not married. She is already considered an old girl who cannot get married in Kyushu. To tell you the truth, our old couple persuaded her many times not to wait for you. Xiao Chen wanted to say something, but felt his throat was blocked. She left a lot of jewels last year, but she never appeared. Xiao Chen's mother sighed, and said, what a beautiful girl, she is even more beautiful than the fairies in the paintings, she is also knowledgeable, gentle and virtuous, even if Fairy Guanghan comes here, she will not change her daughter-in-law like this. Xiao Chen walked to the window and looked at the starlight in the sky silently. He had been mentally prepared for this result, but he still felt a little bitter. Is it really only a year late? Is Ruoshui destined to become the passing water in his life? Looking up at the starry sky, Xiao Chen whispered to himself, I silently bless you, pray for you from afar. The secrets of the world are about to be opened, and the emotional drama of the longevity world and the human world will accompany it. I know that many people like fierce fighting, and it may be thankless to write like this, but the emotional drama is indispensable. Brothers who like it, please vote for the monthly ticket to support it, and call for the monthly ticket loudly. Chapter 280. The power is still there. The night in the small village is extraordinarily quiet, with the moonlight shining outside the window, the scent of grass mixed with the smell of soil, coming with the wind, coupled with the melodious chirping of insects, the unpretentious but real rural night is extraordinarily peaceful. Parents have already fallen asleep. This may be the most peaceful night they have slept in for 8 years. Xiao Chen feels a lot of feelings in his heart. The most is that he feels ashamed of his parents. He has not fulfilled his filial piety for 8 years and wandered in another world. How much bitterness did the old couple suffer? Seeing their gray hair, Xiao Chen felt sore in his heart. The years are the most ruthless, no one can stop them. How much time do the elderly parents have? Today's Xiao Chen is in the realm of Yukong and is a veritable demigod. If there is no accident, he will almost be invincible in the human world, not to mention invincible. He gently pushed open the door, and entered the parents' room silently. 2 soft rays of light came out, making the parents fall into a deeper sleep. Xiao Chen sat on the side of the bed, moving his hands constantly, forcing streams of life energy from his body. The milky white light was like water waves, soft and holy, and was introduced into the body of his parents by Xiao Chen. Then he continuously patted the acupuncture points around his parents to let the energy flow, let the life energy flow through the acupuncture points, enter the flesh and bones, spread evenly throughout the body, and completely integrate into their bodies. After finishing these, Xiao Chen gently closed the door and retreated out. When he returned to his room, he still couldn't fall asleep. In the end, he opened the door and went out again, flying lightly up to the ridge, looking at the small village under the night moon. 8 years have passed, and the village has not changed at all, it is still as simple as before. Xiao Chen felt a sense of unreality, so he came back like this. The world of longevity, everything in the past is like a dream. Can you forget that dream? 8 years of dream. How to forget? How can I forget? In particular, there was one point that made him very worried. Before the big rift in space, was Qingqing also involved in the sea of space eyes? He does not know. Xiao Chen walked in the void, looked around the small village, and listened to the chirping of night insects. In the second half of the night, like a ghost, he wandered alone under the moonlit night, haunting the nearby mountains, and finally soared into the sky and flew towards the upper reaches of the Yellow River. On the bank of the Yellow River more than a dozen miles away, there is a huge high platform that is magnificent and covers an area of several miles. It is already 200 meters high before it is completed. This is not only a magnificent building that wastes money and people, but also an extremely terrifying altar, and there may be many formations carved inside. Sure enough, something is going to happen in the human world, otherwise how could it be so? Xiao Chen flew around the giant platform, and then continued to walk against the sky, upstream along the Yellow River. Almost every few hundred miles, there is a piece of huge civil engineering. There are towering giant platforms, magnificent palaces, and huge bridges leading directly to the sky. The state religion in Kyushu is really generous. Such a large-scale construction project will eventually use all the power of the world, and the construction of the so-called ancestral Dragon Terrace and the Dead Bridge to the sky will definitely have a big plan. Xiao Chen didn't continue to go back to the most upstream, because it was almost dawn at this time, and he returned home at 8-phase speed. Early in the morning, he once again enjoyed the breakfast made by his mother. Although it was very simple, it made him feel full of fragrance, which was better than all the delicacies in the world. At this moment, shouts have been heard from outside, urging everyone in the village to go on the road. Every morning, people will go to each village to roll their names. If anyone is not on time, he will be punished. The parents looked at him helplessly, and said, "You stay hidden at home, don't be seen by others." The two old people were about to open the door and go out. "I'll go with you guys to see the upper reaches of the Yellow River. Tomorrow at the latest will completely solve the problems of the villagers." "No," Xiao Chen's mother stopped him, "just reunited, how could something happen again?" Although Xiao Chen didn't say where he had been all these years, the two old people still clearly felt the difference in him. Their eyes seemed to be sharper, fearing that his aggressiveness would cause disaster. "Don't worry, I know the seriousness." Xiao Chen comforted the two old people with a smile. In the end, the whole family went out together. The reason why the two old people agreed with him was that they were afraid that someone would tell that there was a strong laborer in the house, and they were afraid that Xiao Chen would be harmed. At the entrance of the village, the villagers had already assembled and were waiting to go on the road. A ruffian young man stared impatiently and said, "Old man Xiao, are you impatient? How dare you take such a long time and arrive half a quarter of an hour late? If you want to die, throw you into the Yellow River today." The ruffian young man was a rogue from a nearby village. He was in charge of the village and would come to urge and roll his name every day. With his eyes wide open, he wanted to come over and whip a few blows with his whip in his hand. Xiao Chen's eyes stood up at that moment, two cold lights shot out. The power of the demigod's consciousness was unimaginable compared to ordinary people. A terrifying pressure directly hit Poppy's heart, which made his soul tremble at that moment, and he fell to the ground softly with a plop. Xiao Chen looked away, without even looking at him, and walked over with his parents, and the villagers were amazed. Poppy didn't know why this happened at all. He jumped up in shame and anger, and shouted, "You, who are you? Why have I never seen you?" Xiao Chen turned his head and stared at him coldly. Poppy really felt this time, the person in front of him was too scary. Those eyes seemed to have a terrifying power, and hit his soul heavily. At that time he couldn't stand it anymore, his legs softened unconsciously, and he knelt down on the ground. The surrounding villagers were all amazed. The state religion was building a lot and recruited a lot of rascals to control the nearby villagers. These people are usually the most hateful, lawless and bully their neighbors, but today they kneel down in front of Xiao Chen like a mouse seeing a cat. It is really a strange thing. Haven't seen Xiao Chen make a move. How could this little ruffian be so obedient? The partners who played with Xiao Chen until the end were very happy and talked a lot. Although Chenzi has been away from home for many years, his power is still there. When he stared at him back then, the gangsters in 10 miles and 8 villages had to be honest for 10 days and a half months. Although this little bastard was still young at that time, he must still remember Chenzi. How did these people know that the little ruffian was tortured by his consciousness? Poppy climbed up tremblingly, without any further words, and walked forward dejectedly. He knew that the person in front of him was terrifying and evil, and he couldn't afford to offend him. A group of people walked for more than 10 miles and came to the vicinity of the giant platform upstream. Although the sun has just risen, the place is already in full swing. The 150,000 slaves were kicked out before dawn. Compared to the surrounding villagers, they are considered lucky. It can be said that it is a waste of money, and the state religion is very hateful. Looking at those slaves who are bare-chested and sweating, Xiao Chen feels sad for these people and sighs. The little ruffian came here, ran away with a squeak, and quickly came to a man in a sergeant's uniform, and said, "Brother, someone insulted me, throw him into the Yellow River to vent his anger for me." Although the man was wearing a sergeant's uniform, he couldn't hide his ruffian aura at all. He said in a vicious voice, "Now, is there anyone who dares to provoke my brother? You want to die. Which troublemaker? That bastard is called Chenzi. He is very evil. I think he is very difficult to deal with. Do you want to find more brothers?" Morning sun. The ruffian in military uniform grabbed his younger brother's collar and asked hastily, could it be that old man Xiao's son has come back? Yes, you are walking with old man Xiao, look, they are there. The little ruffian was a little afraid of his brother's expression at this time, and hurriedly pointed to a certain place on the river bank. It's him, he's really back. The big ruffian trembled in his heart. Brother, you know him, go and deal with him, vent your anger on me, and drown him alive. Drown your bastard. The big ruffian slapped the little ruffian fiercely, and said cursingly, do you know who he is? How the hell did he get me into trouble? Feeling puzzled, he kicked hard again. The little ruffian bared his teeth and grinned, not daring to speak out. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked over, the big ruffian forced himself to smile in that direction, then dragged the little ruffian and walked over, saying as he walked, you fucking know to cause trouble for me, do you know who he is? How the hell do I know? The little ruffian was very depressed, and replied angrily. I'll fuck your wife. The big ruffian drew his mouth 3 times in succession, and the little ruffian was dizzy, and said, do you know who the most ruthless master in our county is? He was the one who stared at him back then. The bastards and ruffians on the ground didn't dare to vent their anger. Why the hell are you messing with him? You want to die, don't want to live. He dared to. The big ruffian stopped talking suddenly, because he had come not far from Xiao Chen. He kicked his younger brother over, and said with a smile, brother Xiao Chen is back, my brother is not sensible, you are a lot of adults, don't be as knowledgeable as him. Xiao Chen was very helpless. Seeing that the ruffians in those days had become supervisors, he knew that the state religion was not a good thing. Using this kind of evil force to suppress the nearby villagers was definitely not a good thing. Are you the big bald guy from the next village? Yes, it's me, I haven't seen you for so many years. The brothers in 10 miles and 8 villages miss you very much. Miss me? Are you hoping that I won't come back for the rest of my life? Xiao Chen was young and energetic back then. When he was a teenager, he once threw 10 of the biggest bullies in the county into the Yellow River to feed the fish overnight. Where? The big ruffian denied it, and kicked his younger brother who was lying on the ground with a quang quang. The painful little ruffian grinned his teeth, burst into tears, and cursed in his heart. Brother, I know that the ancestor of the bastard has come back, can't you? Don't fucking kick me, can you? Don't be so real in your fucking act, ouch, it hurts me to death. Somehow the news spread. Many supervisors ran over to see Xiao Chen. These were ruffians back then, but now they have become the supervisors of the government and the minions of the state religion. This made Xiao Chen quite speechless. He seemed to be the leader of a hooligan, surrounded by a large group of hooligans. He swore that he had never been in this industry before, it was all due to his youthful vigor in the past. Everyone in Xiao Chen's village, old and young, was stunned. Chen Zi. This made Xiao Chen unable to explain clearly. Finally, I played with him until those friends knew some inside information and explained it clearly in front of the villagers. The power is still there. However, Xiao Chen is quite unhappy. Why does he seem to be a gangster? Looking at the people in front of him, he said in a deep voice, I heard that Da Zhuang in our village was beaten to death by the supervisor. This group of ruffians and bullies immediately patted their chests and said, although we are not good people, we are not such bastards. We have never forced anyone from this county to death. Da Zhuang was beaten to death by the guy named Bianlang in the next county. We actually wanted to stop it, but Bianlang is very powerful, and no one here dares to provoke him. Then how did Xiao Han and Xiao Hai in our village die, and more than a dozen villagers also died without knowing why? The 3 people whose names were mentioned were all Xiao Chen's childhood friends, and they didn't expect to hear their bad news when they came back this time. It was also done by the supervisors in the neighboring county. There is nothing they can do about it. They are very powerful and often oppress and persecute people in neighboring counties. Xiao Chen was silent for a while, and said, I ask you, is there any way to save my parents and friends from hard labor? This bag is on us. Uncles and aunts will not use it in the future. The ruffians patted their chests and promised. I mean our whole village. This is really embarrassing for us. It's okay for 1 or 2 people, but people in a village, we don't have such great rights. If we are stabbed, we will all jump into the Yellow River tomorrow. Unless what? Xiao Chen glanced coldly at the group of ruffians and bullies. Go to the top to check it out. It's not that there are special cases. Some villages have been exempted from hard labor. Oh, Xiao Chen nodded, waved his hand, and told these gangsters to retreat. The bullies and hooligans dispersed separately, and the villagers in the nearby villages were stunned. They mistakenly thought that a hooligan meeting had just been held, and they looked strangely at Xiao Chen, the ancestor of the gangster. The little ruffian who was beaten up by his elder brother was furious, and couldn't help complaining, "Brother, you are too timid, what's the use of him being so powerful? Now it's not the same as before, we can ask the people above to clean him up." Hearing these words, the big ruffian got angry and slapped the little ruffian in the mouth with his backhand, kicked his 4 feet again, kong bang, and cursed, "How far do you think, how far do you go? I don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Didn't you see that all the bullies came to see him just now? Unless you can find those backers who can play flying swords, otherwise you just stay the fuck, or I will kick your mother down the Yellow River myself." At this time, someone whispered. The white-eyed wolf from the next county came over. That group of people came over cursing, and from time to time beat the nearby villagers who were doing coolies severely with the whip in their hands. But at this moment, something stunned happened. The leader, the white-eyed wolf, seemed to be bewitched. He plunged into the Yellow River, and the waves turned over and disappeared. More evil things are yet to come. The bullies and gangsters behind are one after another, all seem to be possessed, their eyes are dull, and they all jump into the raging Yellow River. The vortex flashes, and they lose their traces in the blink of an eye. In front of everyone, no one pushed them, no one coerced them, the bullies and ruffians from the next county jumped into the river collectively, which immediately caused a commotion, and all the villagers and slaves applauded. And Xiao Chen, the ruffians in the county government, were all gasping for air, trembling in their hearts. The little ruffian who was beaten yelled, "It's him, it must be him, he's the devil." In the end, the big ruffian took the words back with one mouth. "Shut up the fuck, are you scared now? 10 years ago, this kind of thing happened not for the first time, the second time, or the third time." At this time, Xiao Chen's voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "In the past, I used to fight against violence, but now I am watching a play, and I don't know anything. Talking nonsense will kill people." The little ruffian nodded mechanically and almost peed on his pants. "Yes, yes, yes." The big ruffian also nodded vigorously. Xiao Chen looked at the big ruffian and said, "You have good eyesight, big bald man, do your best, and don't bully your neighbors in the future." Okay. Xiao Chen's parents were sent back home. If they didn't leave, a group of hooligan leaders would cry. They knelt down and kowtowed. As for the people in Xiaochen village, although they still stayed on the bank of the Yellow River, they didn't need to work hard anymore, as long as they were here. Why doesn't our village have a gangster ancestor? This is the voice of the villagers in other villages. Seeing this, Xiao Chen sighed. At present, he can only rescue the people in his own village, and the general environment cannot be changed immediately. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Chen disappeared from the bank of the Yellow River, and quickly appeared in the state capital. He flew over the treasury of the famous evil rich man in the state capital, collected a large amount of gold, silver and jewels, and then appeared in the back house of the government office. When Xiao Chen came out, an order came out from the government office to exempt Zulong village of Wuming County from labor. When the news came back, the villagers cheered and couldn't believe the fact. After Xiao Chen came back, he went to the Yellow River again and witnessed Zulong Terrace and Tongtian Dead Bridge. He felt that the matter was not simple, and an astonishing conjecture emerged in his mind. Could it be that the Yellow River is an ancestral dragon? He felt that his thoughts were a little crazy. If the Yellow River with more than 5,000 kilometers was an ancestor dragon, it would be unimaginable. The human world seems not as simple as imagined. Xiao Chen felt that the seemingly ordinary human world was full of many unknown secrets. If the Yellow River is an ancestral dragon, then the celestial tablet that suppressed the Yellow River. Xiao Chen felt that it was necessary to look at the celestial tablet that sank to the bottom of the river. It was that tablet of heaven that made Xiao Chen what he is today. Without the ancient method of the sky map above, he would not have achieved what he is today. In addition, he was still a little puzzled. Why is their village called Zulong Village? Flying down the Yellow River, and quickly arrived at the section of the Yellow River in front of the village entrance, Xiao Chen rushed into the surging yellow water from the sky.